Then suddenly, the woman rushed towards Manak, grabbed his shirt, and yelled loudly, "You are Manak!" His eyes suddenly glowed as he stared down at the woman when he heard her say, "Are you the infamous demon slayer that everyone has been rumored about?" Manak's green eyes kept staring down at the woman. The woman with red eyes also looked directly at him and with a mysterious smile uttered, "Manak." Dakia stood watching as the woman and Manak stood looking at each other, as if creating a private space for the two of them. Dakia could no longer remain calm at this moment. She immediately ground her teeth in anger. Dakia's yell echoed, making the woman appear extremely confused. "Let him go immediately, or else." Before the woman could react, Dakia immediately created a fireball, preparing to strike towards the woman. "I will tear down this whole place of yours." Manak beside her, seeing that scene, turned pale and stammered, "Oh dear, calm down. We'll all die now." The woman at this moment still looked directly at the enraged Dakia and asked, "Who is that woman?" He immediately said, "I already said, it's Dakia." Hearing Manak's voice, "I just said just now," the woman gave a mysterious smile. As if understanding Dakia's feelings, the woman immediately spoke, "Sorry, I was just kidding with you two." Then the woman let him go, sat on the bed and said, "I guess I joked a bit too much, huh?" The woman held out her slender white hand and began to introduce herself. "I am usually called the agony of curiosity, and you people often call those like me." Then the woman raised her hand to stroke her hair and said with delight, "A demon." The demon raised her hand towards Fio and asked, "Aren't you a guardian priest?" Manak immediately denied the question. "No." Manak continued, "I worship the corrupted mother." Hearing this, the demon suddenly became serious and asked, "What?" Suddenly that demon yelled loudly, appearing extremely direct, "Are you a child of the corrupted mother? You're not kidding, are you?" Then the demon said to him, "Come closer." Manak appeared extremely suspicious and asked, "Why?" The demon's face darkened and began to create lightning bolts and said, "So I can read your mind." He worriedly asked, "Is that necessary?" The demon replied, "Ah, it's not very necessary. I'm just too curious." The demon naturally stuck out her tongue and licked around her lips, looking seductive, and spoke in a sweet voice, "Don't worry. With this body right now, I can't read much anyway. Kiki, I just want to see how you worship the corrupted mother and still look this well." Manak heard the demon's words and stood still, thinking, "Why am I still okay?" The demon now knelt down and exclaimed, "You really are different from—" Suddenly, the demon lunged forward like crazy, raising her hand towards him and saying, "The other children of corruption." The demon's hand hadn't even touched him when it was swatted away by another hand with a cry, "Kill." The demon whose hand was pushed away was extremely surprised, her face serious and puzzled. Manak's mother appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the light radiating around him made the demon exclaim, "What are you?" Manak now smiled brightly again and said, "I think I've already introduced myself." "Ah." The demon regained her composure, sat back on the bed, and said, "This is really bad." Manak heard that and wondered, "What do you mean?" The demon immediately replied, "I mean you are stirring up big trouble." Then the demon pointed at Manak and his mother and leisurely questioned, "You are collecting your mother's relics, right? How many have you collected?" 4, 5. Hearing what the demon said, Manak couldn't help but be surprised. How did she know? Manak calmly asked back, "Can you explain in more detail?" The demon, as if teasing him, winked at him and said, "You can't, darling. Ask your mother yourself." His mother looked up at Manak and seemed to understand. "Kill." His mother immediately waved her hand, pretending not to know. "Kill." Manak understood his mother's meaning and translated. She said she doesn't know. Seeing Manak's actions, the demon was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Did you just talk to a god?" The demon's surprised face became more apparent as she asked, "And there are no consequences?" Manak leisurely explained, "Usually, I talk to my mother every day as a habit. Communication is very important to maintain a relationship." The demon sighed and replied, "So the child of corruption didn't go crazy." The demon still began to talk about her knowledge, but in every sentence, there was a certain respect for his mother. And you can even talk to your mother without any consequences, and your mother still doesn't know anything about those relics. Suddenly, the demon turned back and asked Manak, since when Manak and his mother were ignorant and didn't understand what she meant, An image of someone being injected with green energy needles into someone's body appeared through the demon's words. Since when have you been able to talk to the corrupted mother so casually? Since your body was transformed. Manak leisurely replied, from the beginning. The demon sighed and said, I see. The demon's face became serious again and continued to ask, putting all your eggs in one basket is not good. Hearing this, Manak's mother suddenly became scared and hid behind him while the demon continued to speak. Well, it seems you don't have a choice, do you? The demon pointed her pipe at Manak and instructed, you will have to work hard to repay everything you have received. Manak became increasingly confused. He was sweating profusely as he asked the demon back, can you explain more clearly? Your situation now is like walking on a tightrope. The demon pointed a finger towards the sky and laughed. If I reveal anything more, those above will notice. Hearing this, he became extremely curious with the thought, heaven. Manak continued to observe every corner of the room and thought, will the gods in heaven find out? The demon suddenly spoke, interrupting his train of thought. But you also need to know that, at this moment, the demon stuck out her tongue again. But this time the tongue was even longer and had saliva, looking very repulsive. The demon said, to be helped by a demon, you have to give something in return. Right. Manak happily asked for the request. Yes, so what do you want? The demon indifferently replied, sleep with me. Upon hearing this, his face suddenly darkened with worry, but he still tried to keep a smile. After a few minutes of calming down, he stammered the question again. What you just said that... The demon wiggled her hand and said, to be direct? Then the demon used her hand to caress Manak's shoulder, making him extremely scared. Then the demon began to seduce him. I've never done that with a corrupted child before, because they are all... The demon's face became incredibly perverted with flirtatious eyes, and she uttered 2 words, crazy fools. Dakia next to him couldn't stand it anymore and yelled loudly, breaking the atmosphere. No. The demon turned towards Dakia and coldly asked, why not? Dakia shyly closed her eyes tightly and yelled, because it's just not allowed. Suddenly, Manak's mother's legs tightly hugged someone and she screamed, kill. His mother climbed onto the demon and very angrily hit the demon and screamed, kill, kill, kill. Although being hit, the demon still smiled kindly and said contentedly, hoo-hoo, the little girl's punches are so cute. Hearing this, Manak's mother was stunned and could only stammer, ah. Manak beside her didn't stop it, but just shed tears and thought, sorry, mother, but she was telling the truth. At this moment, the demon spoke up to ease the situation. Come on, calm down, don't be so tense. The demon hugged Manak's mother tightly. Despite her violent struggles, the demon said, I was just kidding, I just want the badge. The demon suddenly mentioned the badge that Manak used to enter here. The one you used to get in here. You didn't know anything about it when you got it. Manak was angry but tried to appear cheerful and said, didn't know a single thing. The demon replied, it's okay. Then he reached out and placed something in the demon's hand. Small jokes should be, the demon said excitedly. Added to life. Since we're alive, we should be cheerful. Right. Manak didn't hesitate to reply. I agree. The demon released his mother and said, anyway, the favor you asked. Hugging his mother, Manak continued to listen to what the demon said. You're looking for your mother's relics. Right. You want me to find one for you. Right. His smile suddenly became strangely gentle as he uttered, yes, good. The demon smiled with satisfaction and said, that saintliness, I have it. Manak heard this and happily said, really? Dakia also happily joined in. Then that's great. The demon turned her back towards Manak and Dakia and said, if you want it, you must participate. Holding out her hand forward, the demon yelled, Underworld Arena. An underworld opened up right inside the house. There were many people there and the atmosphere was very lively. The demon turned back and chuckled with delight and said, with the battles in my underworld, everyone who witnessed that scene was utterly shocked, surprised, and gasped when hearing the demon say, if you win, you will receive saintliness. I do have it. But, below, a battle was taking place with the defeat of a person, with puddles of black blood everywhere. The demon explained, I have already hung it up as a prize for the winner. The people in the stands watching the match were incredibly excited, shouting loudly, I have already told you where it is. An image of a pair of gold earrings appeared as the demon spoke about the winner's benefits. Now, if you want it, participate and win. Manak and his mother both turned towards the demon with extremely dissatisfied expressions. Meanwhile, the demon was excited, stretching out and sending wishes. Good luck to you. The fans were extremely excited, cheering loudly throughout the hall. In the arena below, two people were preparing to lunge and fight, one of whom was admired by many as they yelled his name. Bigfoot! Bigfoot! Smash him! The man with a menacing look, carrying a staff with a spiky iron ball, walked in to the sound of cheering. Bigfoot! Bigfoot! The host girl immediately introduced Bigfoot's opponent. And his opponent is a rookie. While she was speaking, a beam of light slammed down onto the arena floor, sending surrounding dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. A shirtless, mysterious man was tumbling down from above, spinning around and around. Then he landed in an incredibly skillful upright pose. Everyone in the stands who witnessed that scene was extremely excited. Everyone was shouting lively, "Wow!" Looking at the man in front of them, they kept discussing his recent superhuman feat. Did you see what just happened? How can a human move so fast? Truly insane. A man immediately spoke up excitedly. Isn't betting on that rookie this time more advantageous? Another person quickly cheered for Bigfoot. Bigfoot, don't lose to that newcomer. Suddenly someone walked up, took out a money bag and said, I bet it all on you, rookie. That person was completely covered by a cloak, thinking to himself, Priest Manak, you definitely. That was Dakya. She had bet everything on Manak with a heart always looking towards him. You must win at all costs. A few days ago, returning to the conversation between Manak and the demon, only now did he wonder and ask, can't you just secretly lend us the relic? When we get the divine power, we will return it to you. The demon glanced at Manak and said sarcastically, don't be so foolish. The evil spirit worshippers will catch up soon. The demon continued to explain as she looked towards him and his mother. You should participate in the match. It's related to you and the corrupted mother. The demon closed her eyes, but her mouth still spoke. Do you know what liberation is? Manak immediately replied. Yes, I know, the demon replied. How lucky. An image of a monk worshipping puppets appeared with a wild, eerie laugh when the demon said, Liberation. You will definitely encounter those guys when you look for the relic, so you should think about eliminating the enemy's vitality first. The demon slowly opened her eyes again and said, Furthermore, the scene changed, showing the entire capital as the demon said, This is the capital of the kingdom. Do you understand what I mean? Manak stroked his chin and nodded, showing understanding, and said, They won't easily use their power. An image of a group of people in black cloaks standing in a circle appeared when Manak said, Because the priests there will notice. The demon laughed and replied with satisfaction, Exactly. His words appeared with the image of a dead soldier, as another soldier stood watching. As for me, I might lose, but attacks without divine power cannot kill me. Suddenly, Manak said, But, making the demon also have to look away at him, waiting for the question. Manak continued what he meant to say. I don't plan to risk my life killing them that simply, because they are followers of evil demons. What? The demon heard this and squinted, puzzled. Huh, I heard you've eliminated quite a few by now. An image of a pile of mud that looked like a brain appeared through the demon's words. They all killed them. You're too picky. Huh. The demon now took out a red eye that emitted extremely gloomy red smoke and said mysteriously, So I just need to give you one reason. You will be able to. Manak looked at the eye with extreme suspicion. Then the demon squeezed that eye with one hand and said, Wipe them all out. Right. Suddenly, a stream of red light radiated from where the eye was crushed. The image of a man with two wild white eyes screaming miserably appeared. The image of many people with wild white eyes throwing themselves into a gaping green mouth also appeared. Hands from prison reached out, calling for help. A baby was crying beside the corpse of its dead mother. Many people were cruelly hanged. Manak witnessed all those horrifying scenes. Manak's eyes widened in surprise, then anger. After a few moments of calmness, he spoke up. Just now. What was that? The demon sat on the bed and calmly explained, The memories of the evil spirit worshippers, those who participated this time. Is this reason reasonable enough? Manak seriously looked at the demon and asked, Are they all true? The demon let out a light laugh. Returning to the match between Bigfoot and him, the demon's voice still echoed. Sadly, yes. The cheering still did not stop in the stands. On one side, Bigfoot, Bigfoot. On the other side, they kept yelling, murderer, murderer. Manak inside the mask smiled with satisfaction and thought, great, got a chance to wear a mask. Looking back at his past, he began to scheme. I have a mask that can change shape at will, and the princess will wear a ring that helps control magic. Since when did Bigfoot approach Manak and threaten him? Put on your armor and pick up your weapon, kid. Manak didn't respond verbally, but as a man, he raised his middle finger straight up in front of Bigfoot's face. Bigfoot saw that and was extremely angry. He squinted and cursed, arrogant little brat. Bigfoot's eyes seemed to shoot lightning, and the giant staff was about to come down. Then the action was, you dare provoke me. A strike came down, causing the ground around him to sink completely as smoke rose mixed with Bigfoot's scream, I will skin you. The audience in the stands was extremely excited, shouting loudly, but Manak quickly dodged it without any injury, making everyone watching exclaim in surprise. He dodged it, brutally fast. Then he raised his hand forward, seeming to challenge Bigfoot. Seeing Manak's contemptuous demeanor, Bigfoot was extremely angry. He ground his teeth and yelled, this bastard. Then a series of techniques were continuously unleashed, but he bent his body and quickly dodged them easily. Manak now seemed ready to counterattack after a few strands of his hair were broken off. Bigfoot was angry. He was sweating profusely after the series of attacks, but there was no sign of wanting to stop. Just then, Manak raised his hand, preparing to do something. Suddenly, he threw a blow that twisted Bigfoot's mouth, leaving him no time to resist. The slap made Bigfoot's nose bleed and his face red. He groaned in pain. Then, Bigfoot continued to counterattack with the weapon in his hand. Bigfoot angrily roared like crazy with lightning that was no longer yellow, but turned red. He raised his weapon high, preparing to unleash his rage on Manak. A huge earthquake occurred, a large explosion covering almost the entire arena. The audience's exclamations echoed everywhere. Whoa! Seeing that he still safely dodged the attack, the audience again praised him with delight. He is too fast. I've never seen a match like that before. Bigfoot was still angry upon hearing everyone's discussion. No wonder he wasn't wearing armor. Someone calling after him made Bigfoot tense up. Oi, Bigfoot, focus. Suddenly, Bigfoot ground his teeth and muttered, you guys think I want to… Then suddenly, Bigfoot used all his strength to rush straight towards his opponent and yelled loudly, missed! Huh! Bigfoot was so angry that his teeth chattered because he didn't want to lose. Aiming straight at Manak, Bigfoot yelled loudly, go to hell. A bright golden line descended and rushed straight towards Manak. Suddenly, a hand from somewhere grabbed Bigfoot's head, leaving him utterly stunned. Suddenly, Bigfoot's feet were dragged backward while he was still in shock. What the heck? Manak used so much force that his veins bulged as he tried to drag Bigfoot backward while he still couldn't believe his eyes. How is he so strong? Manak stomped his foot down hard on the ground. The girl controlling the match was utterly stunned when she witnessed that scene. Looking up at the sky, he was holding Bigfoot's head in the air, along with everyone's surprised gasps. He knocked Bigfoot down, in the air. Unbelievable. Bigfoot was now extremely scared, stammering, save me. Manak suddenly leaned his head close to Bigfoot's face, seeming about to say something. Manak said nothing, but just held Bigfoot tightly. Another hand was also grasping Bigfoot's body, flipping Bigfoot onto his back. Bigfoot was now extremely scared, but didn't know what to be scared of. Bigfoot's eyes now lacked confidence and were filled with fear. He groaned louder and louder. Before Bigfoot could calm down, an incredibly powerful throw to the ground created a huge burst of light. The audience in the stands was extremely satisfied with the recent fight. Looking down from above, there was only a plume of off-white smoke covering everything. Suddenly, a bandaged hand punched down hard onto the ground. That was Manak, still standing firm while Bigfoot had completely collapsed. Although Bigfoot was still alive, he could no longer move and just looked towards Manak, uttering difficult sounds. K-k. The girl controlling the match smiled, both surprised and scared. The match observers also couldn't believe their eyes, stammering, look. His hand was again trying to grip the wall tightly. At this moment, Manak was like a lizard climbing step by step upwards to everyone's surprise. Murderer. He is climbing the wall barehanded. His feet kicked straight up at the ground. Then Manak threw himself flying up towards the stage. From above, he dived straight down to Bigfoot's location. A strike with horrifying force came straight down to Bigfoot's location. Bigfoot took the full force of the attack, causing strawberry syrup to spray everywhere. Bigfoot was officially defeated. The girl controlling the match immediately announced, and the winner is the murderer. While Manak was wondering about something, the sounds of people around cheering and interviewing him appeared. What a dramatic match. Please share your thoughts. Manak pressed on his throat and said, I will. Then he snatched the microphone from the girl controlling the match and yelled loudly, Kill them all. Cheers from everywhere echoed continuously. The crowd echoing Manak's words grew larger and larger, repeatedly ordering kill. Dakia and his mother also happily joined in. Kill, kill, kill. Dakia happily rushed over and called out, Priest Manak, come here quickly. Seeing Manak coming here, Dakia also enthusiastically continued, Finally, they are also selling the kind of bread that is hot and soft. He walked and secretly thought of one word, kill. Then Manak smiled and said, So there's no need to rush that much. Dakia asked, back in confusion. What are you saying? Do you know how long the line was before? Suddenly, Dakia yelled in panic, Ah, look, that person. The bread just came out of the oven. His eyes stared ahead, as if he was thinking about something he was very pleased with. Then he asked himself, Where could I have seen him? At this moment, Dakia quickly pulled Manak along and said, Hurry up. We made a lot of money in the arena, so let's buy a lot. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, You don't need to urge me. However, Manak still directed his gaze towards the other person, his eyes showing how focused he was on observing that person. Later, Manak thought to himself that it was probably just someone who looked like him, right? Manak and Dakia went inside a room. In front of them, Manak's mother was climbing playfully. Looking at her silhouette, someone immediately had the thought, kill. Her feet trembled slightly as she stood on the dividing wall. Manak's mother didn't hesitate at all and did a flip down, looking very superhuman. Her arm hit something. In a flash, Manak's mother's figure was nowhere to be seen. Later, they found her lying on a piece of white fabric. Then Manak's mother immediately spoke a single word. After speaking, she stood there laughing cheerfully. The scene just now was truly difficult to understand. Seeing that, Dakia's eyes widened in surprise and she said, Exactly the same. You did everything like that too. Manak was so embarrassed he covered his face, turning red, and said, Mother, please don't imitate those movements. Intersecting the atmosphere at that moment, a mysterious voice from someone echoed, Oh my, it seems you people here are also full of vitality. Manak shyly turned back and said, Sorry for making noise. The voice just now was the demon's. She appeared and replied, It's okay. I had fun too. Then the demon smiled and continued, Speaking of that, the previous match was really worth watching, very memorable. The demon was still smiling happily and continued, I thought you were just a rigid priest, but you're also crazy. Manak heard with an emotionless face and retorted, Not at all. Hearing that, the demon's face turned cold and she said, But when I say it's memorable, I mean it. Then the demon continued, I also heard from Bigfoot. I don't know how you did it. The demon went on to say and analyze, But from the middle of the match you started cheating, didn't you? If you don't want to die, no matter what I do, you should act as if you're in real pain. Manak heard and felt a little and denied. It wasn't cheating. We just had the same thoughts. Then Manak spoke up to explain further. We showed everyone a truly spectacular performance, and our acting was also good. Hearing that, the demon closed her eyes as if silently admitting it and replied, No matter what, the audience really likes it. The demon thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about adding matches with such spectacular performances in the future. In that, two men appeared and sat talking to each other, saying, When I attack like this, you block like this. Okay, that's good. Then the demon spoke to him, saying, Our arena needs actors, because Bigfoot left, and Manak heard this with a little inexplicable confusion. The demon now continued to tell him that he said he wanted to become an actor. The demon held out her hands in front of him and said, So I want to ask if you want to work for me. If it's you, you can easily become the top star in my arena. Hearing that, Manak nodded and replied, I am very grateful for your offer, but I have to refuse. Hearing that, the demon clicked her tongue and said, Tesk, too stubborn. Manak walked to his mother, put his hand on her shoulder and whispered, Manak squatted down and declared, I must remove mother's seal. A silent voice echoed, "Kill." Hearing that, the demon seemed a bit sad and said, "It's a bit disappointing, but if you don't want to, there's nothing I can do." The demon took steps closer and said, "But..." The demon walked to the nearby bed, sat down and said, "This idea of yours for a spectacular performance, I can use it whenever I want." Hearing that, Manak quickly replied, "It's not that important." His face gave a wry smile and he thought to himself, "Anyway, I'm just applying what I saw in the past." The demon quickly retorted, "But using it without payment is a bit... If it's successful, I will give you a generous reward." Manak calmly replied, "Okay, if you want, I won't refuse." He suddenly added, As for the next match..." Just as she finished saying this, the demon enthusiastically said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Manak smiled wickedly and said, "It's all right. You know, my next opponent." He hesitated a bit and continued, "Is an evil spirit worshipper?" Just as she said this, a group of people burst into cheerful laughter and joking. Someone yelled, "The Skull Gazer! His opponent is..." "That's the demon." She hesitated for a moment and continued, "A rising star, the rookie who burned down the arena that day." Manak now walked step by step on the road. The demon was still shouting to everyone, "Everyone, please call out his name." The entire stands at that time cheered, "Murderer, murderer." Many audience members joined in and shouted, "Murderer, murderer." Then they suddenly froze, looking out blankly and said that what they saw was a type of weapon. It seemed somewhat familiar, so people said, "Isn't that the weapon that Bigfoot used to use?" When they saw Manak carrying that weapon in his hand, everyone exclaimed in awe and said, "Could it be he killed Bigfoot and took his weapon?" Below the stands, everyone shouted one sentence: "The murderer killed Bigfoot and took his weapon." Manak has stepped onto the arena floor with his opponent today. Before anything, he spoke up and asked his opponent, "Is your real name Gaitum?" Gaitum was a bit stunned and asked back, "How do you know?" Hearing this answer, he was certain of his assumption, so he put on a serious expression and said, "So your name is indeed Gaitum." The referee now announced, "The two opponents, please take your positions." "The demon is the referee." She spoke into the microphone and continued, "So I hereby announce, the match begins." As soon as the demon finished speaking, before anything could happen, she also looked at the current situation in confusion. That was Manak delivering a fatal blow to Gaitum. He quickly sent Gaitum a ticket to heaven. The demon stood there stunned, watching this fleeting scene unfold. The entire stands were engulfed in pure astonishment. The audience seemed as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Many people stood there speechless, looking blankly towards the arena. On the arena floor, Gaitum lay motionless on the ground, with red blood trailing across the floor. Dakia and Manak's mother also witnessed the scene with two extremes. Dakia didn't dare to look directly at the stage, while Manak's mother was happily cheerful. The entire stands were immersed in a sea of silence. The audience could only stand there in a daze and look. Manak stood on the arena floor, looking at the scene he had just caused, and thought, "I can act." He turned and walked away, and his mind secretly thought, "I can act, but I won't play with the lives of others." At this moment, someone was very angry, slammed a hand on the table and growled, "You did very well last time." That was Vatis Draco. He was very angry and asked in a loud voice, "Why suddenly say it's not allowed?" The man sitting in front of him calmly said, "There are 3 reasons. This man is the superior of the Isla headquarters, Kanta." Kanta began to explain each reason to Vatis Draco. "First, Princess Dakia Iramel came here under a different name. We could have secretly kidnapped her." He looked at the paper with Dakia's picture and continued, "But this time she came to the capital officially, so it will be very difficult to accomplish this in secret." He continued to the second reason for Vatis Draco. "Second, this time she came with 3 people who are not easy to deal with. Your Majesty's son, Entheus Vantos, the black dog of the meadow, Carmen Vantos." Kanta went on to mention the next person, a member of the Red Bear mercenary squad, Sajida Forgon. He thought of Manak and said, "Finally, the demon slayer and bane of evil spirits, Priest Manak." Vatis Draco heard that and indifferently asked back, "So what? Isn't this a good thing? We just need to give the mercenary and the priest a little money and they will wag their tails and obey us." Kanta picked up the paper with his photo on it and said, "At least Priest Manak cannot be bought." Vatis Draco was half in doubt and asked again, "Why are you so sure?" Kanta began to explain to him that Priest Manak is already famous for killing many evil spirits. It would be very difficult to think he would betray the princess. Furthermore, there are rumors that he and Princess Dakia are in a relationship. Hearing this, he became angry and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense!" His hand trembled and tightened its grip. Kanta continued, saying, "According to our informant, we heard that the princess secretly visited Marnak's room at midnight. Every day, Vatis Draco seemed unable to tolerate it anymore. He angrily let out a few growls like a fierce tiger. He slowly calmed down and asked again, "Who else knows about this?" Kanta truthfully replied, "Only our organization knows." Hearing this, Vatis Draco quickly ordered, "Do everything in your power to prevent this information from getting out. If this news gets out," Kanta quickly replied, "We have no intention of letting anyone else know this news." Vatis Draco now slammed his hand on the table and asked, what about the last reason he was serious, and replied, "Because of White Wolf Setien Vantos." Kanta recounted to him again, "We received news that he has been in contact with the princess. If the princess disappears, he will also take action." Saying this, he paused for a moment and said, "And if that is Setien Vantos, he will act according to Lord Black Wolf Enthes Vantos." Vatis was so angry he clenched his fist tightly. He remained seated and listened as Kanta continued, saying, "No matter the situation, we in Ile do not want to confront Lord Enthes Vantos." After speaking, Kanta lightly chuckled. He sat staring at Vatis Draco and thought to himself, "It took quite a while to convince this foolish lizard, but our reasoning is very clear." He smugly thought, "Even if he is a prince, what can he do?" The man standing behind Vatis Draco lightly chuckled, his smile a little sly. Kanta quickly noticed and paid attention to this man. He wondered quite a bit and asked himself, "What's wrong with that crazy bastard? Is there anything funny about this?" As soon as he finished wondering, Kanta was immediately pushed down onto the table and warned, "Everyone keeps mentioning old Enthes Vantos." Vatis angrily pushed Kanta's head down and added a reproach, "Are you a bunch of 3-year-old kids? Just because you are afraid of one person, you refuse my request." He continued to warn, "Listen carefully. I can tell the queen all the dirty things you pieces of trash have done." Vatis Draco growled, reminding them, for example, "The truth that you kidnapped the daughter of one of the 4 great lords for money, so you might meet the name Enthes Valtis that you are so afraid of." Kanta was like poking a tiger's den, adding fuel to the fire, and said, "But if you do that, you won't have peace either." He smugly replied, "You think that can threaten me?" Then Vatis Draco grew deadly serious and declared that the Dragon Clan and sorcerers are unmatched and unique in this world. "The Demon Dragon King is my father. I just need to live low-key for a while, and everything will pass." He also growled out the next command, "Bring Dakia Iramel to the Dragon Kingdom without losing a single hair." He was still holding Kanta down on the table and reminded him, no matter what method is used. The sky that day was clear and empty. The surroundings were completely silent. Not a sound. Beside that, a voice echoed, "Surely that murderer is targeting us?" A group of hooded figures stood talking to each other. Surely Mother Arena must have sent him. "This is Liberatio, the evil spirit worshipper." Liberatio's sharp eyes looked deeply, and she said, "Since that's the case, when today's match begins, I will directly seize the relic from Mother's hand." He walked step by step and continued, "You are allowed to use your powers." Liberatio spoke up and said, "But you must quickly get out of there, before the Queen's priests and knights act." At the same time in Ile, a group of masked people stood in a line. A representative spoke up, saying, "The operation will be carried out according to plan. In 10 minutes, we will blow up the wall, storm into the arena, and find the target." The one standing at the front is Vatis Draco. He now turned and asked, "Are the bombs okay?" The subordinate shook his head and replied, "No. We are ready. The backup detonators are also prepared." Receiving a satisfactory answer, he growled and said, "In the name of Isla, I am not allowed to fail." Vatis Draco thought of Dakia and firmly declared that the target must be hunted down at all costs. "Scene change at the arena just now," the referee now shouted loudly. "Redhead and his opponent is the murderer." The audience went to watch and kept cheering, saying, "There are no weapons today." Seeing this, they were excited, waiting and saying, "We will witness a fierce battle." The other opponent also seemed very much looking forward to it and thought, "Amazing." The demon was also very excited now, as the referee, she loudly announced, "Right now, the match." Suddenly a rather large explosion occurred, causing everyone to panic a bit. They were startled, looked up and asked, "What is it?" At this moment, the air was filled with fine black smoke and dust. That was caused by Vatis Draco's group under his command. He now observed and said, "She must be hiding somewhere." His subordinates hid inside and uttered a phrase, "Damn it." Liberatio also appeared at this moment. Seeing this scene, she also exclaimed, "Trouble's here. Use this opportunity to find the mother's location." A person knelt down on the ground and said, "I don't understand what's happening either." This fleeting scene that happened quickly made everyone stunned in surprise. Astonished eyes looked at them. The young man fighting against Manak also showed some fear and said, "Forced illegal arenas." Manak listened and was a bit puzzled, looking towards the young man. At this moment, someone raised their voice and said, "Everyone kneel down and obey the queen's command." Another man appeared. "This is Carmen," and he said, "Anyone who has set foot in the illegal arena will have to pay a fine." Vatis Draco also panicked a bit when he saw Carmen. Fear appeared in his eyes. Liberatio was also terrified. His eyes showed expressions of fear. A group charged forward and issued a threatening warning. "Anyone who resists will have their legs cut off." A young man was terrified and said, "Oh, why today?" The young man opposite replied, "Pay the money and go home." Carmen remained vigilant, looking around. Vatis Draco was now panicked and said, "Why is the king's army here?" The king's army of the man now ordered, "Those guys in black, put down your weapons, and those who are hiding, stop immediately." Laboratio's men ran and replied, "If it's us, will you stop? You fool." He was angry, his teeth clenched, and he cursed once, "Damn it." Then he ordered, "You close the doors, and the rest follow me." At this moment, someone spoke up to stop Carmen. "Don't." That was Manak. He stood up to stop him, making Carmen angry with the intention to attack and said, "What do you want?" "Quickly move out of my way." Manak still stood there motionless and said, "Now is not the time to chase after those people." Then he pointed in one direction and said, "Those guys came here to kidnap Princess Dakia." The two young men standing outside also nodded and said, "I heard it too." They were even yelling, "Looking for Princess Dakia." "Me too. Me too." Carmen also got a little angry hearing that. Then he yelled loudly, saying, "Everyone disperse." He ordered his troops, temporarily ignore the ones who fled, pursue those in black clothes. If they resist, kill without mercy. Carmen now spoke up and called, "Sajita, eliminate them for me." Then they immediately charged forward and attacked. Vatis Draco looked on blankly and was a little scared. Carmen led and directed the king's army and said, "All attack." Vatis Draco now ran for his life from the attack of the king's army. In another scene, someone resolutely extended their hand. Dakia, standing opposite, showed slight fear, her eyes intently looking forward. Later she spoke up and said, "Priest Marnak." Then Dakia spoke up and asked him, "What's the situation?" Manak answered frankly, "The black spirit worshippers are coming to where the demons reside." Dakia was a bit scared when she heard him say, "Those who were following us are now fighting with the royal army." Later, he summarized the situation, saying, "This place might be blockaded. We should get out." He gave Dakia a mask and told her, "First, wear this." She saw that and was surprised. "Isn't it?" Then Dakia took the mask and said, "Is it your mask?" Manak spoke up, saying, "Anyway, now that you are a princess is clear." Dakia put on the mask, nodded, and replied, I understand." After finishing, he tightly grasped her hand and said, "Let's go," to the emergency exit the demon mentioned. However, it wasn't that lucky and easy. A group of people blocked their way and asked, "Who are you?" The young man was attacked while still speaking, only those with duty. That young man was attacked and fell down in front of him. The group growled the announcement, except for the princess, "Kill them all." Manak couldn't stand it and drew his sword and said, "From now on I will face them directly. I will have difficulty if I am noticed, so I cannot use the sword." Vatis Draco's men rushed forward to attack him. Manak was no pushover either. He took a running kick and said exactly one grim sentence, "Kill." Manak didn't hesitate and charged forward. His eyes were frighteningly sharp. That guy quickly took a sword strike from Manak. He held the sword firmly and stabbed straight into them. The bloody hand of the young man held the sword that was stabbing him firmly. The young man cried out in pain a few times but couldn't solve anything. Dakia also quickly used the power of the ring on her hand. The remaining young man looked at this light and was strongly affected in the eyes. He covered his face and yelled in agony, "My eyes!" That sword was still stuck in the skin of the other man. The two, Manak and Dakia, each took one side, eliminating those who blocked their path. Those two guys had now collapsed. They had a one-way ticket straight to the gate of heaven. Dakia now spoke up and asked, "Priest, I did well, didn't I?" Manak nodded, smiled, and replied, "You are really good. Let's get out of here." Manak suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way." Dakia walked and spoke up, asking him, "Didn't you say the evil spirit worshippers came to the evil demon's place?" Manak also took the opportunity to ask back, "So is something wrong?" She shook her head and said, "It's okay." Manak's eyes were full of strong will and he said, "It's not like before, killing a demon that has inhabited a body for a long time." Someone sighed, saying, "It's difficult." A man lying there ground his teeth and said, "Damn it, why didn't you say Mother Arena was a demon from the beginning?" The demon was also there, heard that, and replied, "You should have asked. I would have answered truthfully." The man's hand clenched and he said, "Damn it, why are all my attacks useless?" The man, as if losing his temper, yelled, "Everyone calm down. It's a demon. It had to pay a price to get this power." The man looked over there and quickly ordered, "The two of you go find the relic. The rest join the fight." The demon just stood there listening to the angry man say, "Once the price is paid." The demon stuck out her tongue savagely and said, "You know too much, but I knew there would be a day when you would come." The demon quickly shed her skin and transformed into a monstrous and grotesque form, terrifying everyone. That man trembled with fear and said, "How terrible." Quickly, that group of people was gone forever in an instant. The demon acted and said, "In the underground arena, it's very easy to arrange these things." The demon began to speak with a bit of eerie mixed with horror and said, "If you came to play, you must have fun to the end, right?" The demon's eyes lit up brightly and she asked, "Right." Someone holding a sword was attacking fiercely and said, "Damn it." The one being attacked was Vatis Draco. He looked at the sword attacking him in surprise. Carmen, leading the king's army, had attacked Vatis Draco. He stood there motionless and thought to himself, "Why is this happening?" Carmen felt uneasy and thought to himself, "I just want to gain more experience, as you said." He ground his teeth and said, "But the soldiers I brought are even less experienced." Later he admitted in one sentence, "We lost." Carmen now thought to himself, "I guess Manak is with Princess Dakia." So he strode forward and thought, "What I need to do is..." Seeing the scene before him, Carmen stumbled in thought, "Protect." After saying that, he pulled the sword out of Vatis Draco, causing him endless pain. 3 words appeared in Carmen's head. "The soldiers." Then Carmen ordered his subordinates, "Pull yourselves together and focus on the others." The subordinate replied, "Thank you, sir." Later, he slowly spoke up, saying, "Everyone, listen." Carmen clearly declared, "There's no need to try and kill the enemy. Reform the formation and focus on defense." Carmen immediately pointed and said, "All right now, I will be the commander." That young man nodded and said, "Yes, sir." That guy continued, "Prioritize survival and protect yourself well." Then he spoke up and called, "Sajita, can you still fight?" Sajita was smug and said, "Of course." Sajita and Carmen smiled shrewdly and said, "We will kill all these bastards." In another scene, he and she were diligently running away from this place. A voice echoed at that moment. That was Manak. "The woman wearing the mask is Princess Dakia." Manak turned his head back and said, "It seems they've recognized my face." Suddenly a man with a sword rushed out, threatened, and said, "Stop." He didn't hesitate at all, and directly took out his sword to kill this person. The attacked man cried out in pain a few times. Manak still resolutely rushed forward to attack that man. The sword in his hand was still stuck in the man's body. Manak's other hand firmly held another sword. A voice echoed beside his ear, saying, "Kill." Manak nodded and replied, "Yes," to the left. He thought to himself, that's like a way for him to gain momentum to attack the opponent. With just that one attack of his, the sword in the opponent's hand broke in half. As if getting an advantage, Manak yelled, "Dakia." Dakia also got ready to charge forward and said, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword sliced across the opponent's neck. The man standing next to her saw that and immediately cursed. Damn. The opponent also seized the opportunity, sword in hand, and charged to attack Dakia. She was not scared at all and extended her hand, using magic to eliminate this person. Seeing that, the opponent was momentarily scared and surprised. Right then, a big explosion occurred right at that spot. Marnak quickly grabbed his sword and charged towards that spot. He quickly finished off that opponent. With just a few quick movements, he sent them to meet their ancestors. At this moment, Dakia gave him the mask and said, "I'm giving it back." She was cautious and said, "It's a bit difficult to fight while wearing a mask." Marnak took the mask and said, "All right, let's keep going." Right then, a voice echoed, "Kill." A group of people ran there and said, "The princess is there. Surround them." Dakia looked around blankly and asked Manak, "What do we do?" He came up with an idea and said, "Collapse the ceiling. I will protect you." Dakia followed his words. She used her power to collapse the floor. A terrifying explosion. The roof dramatically flew up. That group freely inhaled the black smoke and dust, and they swore, "Damn." Marnak seized the favorable opportunity, took Dakia's hand, and pulled her away with him. He pulled her away from this ruined place. Marnak and she suddenly stopped. Manak's cold, sharp eyes looked straight ahead. In front of them was a whole group of people with swords walking towards them, blocking all exits. One guy stood up and demanded, ordering him, "Marnak, we have no interest in you. Hand over the princess." He said mockingly to him, "Whatever others offer you, we will pay more. We will also overlook the fact that you killed our comrades." He heard that, and the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Then Marnak spoke up and said, "The princess promised me an amount of money equal to my weight." After saying that, he immediately asked them, "Can you give more?" Dakia turned to him and called out, "Priest Marnak." Seeing that, he immediately replied smugly, "Of course, our client will give you double." Marnak smiled and said, "Double, that's impressive." Later, he hugged Dakia and said, "But..." Marnak pulled her closer to him and said, "I don't think so." The sight of Manak hugging Dakia made her a little shy, blushing. Marnak arrogantly said, "Can you give me this much money?" Dakia stood still in Manak's arms. Seeing him say that, he immediately became angry and said, "Bastard, you dare joke with us." Then he pointed his sword towards Manak and said, "You've reached the end of the line. Do you think you can defeat this many people?" Hearing that, he also smiled friendly and said, "For a cat, what's the difference between 2 mice or 12 mice? Seeing him mock them like that, he became angry and said, "Kill that bastard." Marnak quickly drew his sword and taught these guys a lesson. However, they were like they had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai Sun, bravely rushing forward to fight Manak. Manak's sword blade was so sharp that just looking at it made one tremble. Seeing this, they finally started to show fear. Even more savage than that, his gaze brought sheer terror, and from his mouth came a single word, "Meow." As soon as the sound stopped, Marnak brought the sword straight to the opponent's face. Then he used his strength to quickly send them all to heaven. Marnak's feet now slowly stepped closer to that guy. He stepped back in fear, his mouth incessantly uttering a few fearful sounds. Marnak's face was covered in blood, and he gently said, "I told you, there's no difference." Then he also used that very sword to send him to reunite with his comrades. Scene changed to the demon's location. The demon walked step by step and said, "Now only you remain." The man kneeling on the ground immediately spoke up and said, "You are really strong. How long have you been alive?" The demon put on a fake expression and said, Before the first corrupted child was created." The man heard that and was stunned, saying, "What does that mean?" The demon quickly spoke up and said, "Don't be so hasty. It's your turn." The demon walked up to the man and asked, "You are the priest of the pinnacle of revival, aren't you?" The thing in the confused shrimp's head seems to be from him. The man's expression changed a little. His face darkened. The demon stood above as if hypnotizing the man. "Answer me, answer me, answer me, answer me." Then the man gently replied, "Yes, pinnacle of revival." The demon also became clever when she realized the man's purpose and said, "Are you trying to summon a part of your god?" The man's physical state changed significantly. The demon just stood there and said, "Why do humans have to work so hard?" Later, the demon suddenly realized something. "Yes, I wondered why you collected the relics that sealed the corrupted divine power." The demon's face darkened and she said, "You are planning to bring down a part of a god to the mortal realm to break the balance that has been maintained for a long time." After revealing the man's plot, The demon gave a grotesque smile and asked, "Am I right? Pinnacle of revival?" The man's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Shut up." The man, as if upgraded in another version, walked up to the demon and said, "Evil demon." The remaining few guys were lucky to still be alive. They stared in surprise towards him and Dakia. Marnak now strode forward. The image of him bravely holding the sword in his hand made the opponent tremble. One guy immediately said loudly, "Don't be afraid. Attack him. There's only one left." Marnak looked at them, smirked, and said, "Dakia, I'll leave it to you." She was a bit bewildered and asked, "Are you sure?" She quickly used magic on her hands and said, "Are you telling me to do this?" Flames radiated from her hands, acting as a backdrop for Marnak's ferocity and brutality. The eyes of that group of people became astonished. They were quickly engulfed by the flames, as this attack made them cry out in pain a few times. Dakia now yelled loudly, saying, "Fire magic!" The flames became stronger and stronger, making their desperate screams echo more violently. The mass of fire burned bigger and brighter. Marnak now appeared, piercing through the pile of fire. They kept screaming, "Too hot! Help!" However, he ignored these cries for help. Marnak gave a horrifyingly wicked smile. Then right there, a horrifying explosion occurred, shaking the ground. Marnak's footsteps appeared after dealing with those guys. Marnak and Dakia stood looking into the distance and said, "I'm outside now." She looked around and gently said, "I don't want to come near this place anymore." Dakia was concerned about Marnak and asked, "But are you okay? I shouldn't have done that." He also honestly replied, "I'm almost healed. My hair has grown back." Marnak also kindly and thoughtfully asked back, "And you?" She smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, Marnak reacted quickly, turning his head back to look. This also startled Dakia, who looked along. A frightening scene appeared. The body of a young man was no longer intact. From afar, he saw a familiar figure. This person held a blood-stained sword in their hand. Marnak saw that scene and was so startled he got goosebumps. Dakia also didn't understand what was happening, but she also felt that something bad was about to happen. In front of him was the figure of the Saintess Azure Flame. Marnak suddenly became so scared he ground his teeth and his body shook. He still held the sword firmly in his hand. Marnak now called out, "Dakia." Marnak charged forward and instructed her, "No matter what happens, don't do anything at all." The Saintess Azure Flame also prepared her weapon, ready to fight him one-on-one. The Saintess raised the special sword in her hand, high. As Marnak got closer to the Saintess, a voice echoed in his ear, saying, "Kill." The Saintess Azure Flame also swung her sword, counter-attacking him. He hadn't even launched any attack yet, but the Saintess Azure Flame delivered a fatal blow. Seeing that, Dakia passionately called out, "Priest Marnak." He was now like a defeated warrior lying on the ground, his mouth spitting out blood. The Saintess held her special sword and pressed it against his back and said, "Did you really think you could defeat me, even if I went easy on you?" The Saintess Azure Flame showed a smug expression and said, "This is destiny, my only disciple. After Santu's death, I began my journey to find the relic containing the corrupted mother's divine power. And finally, I found it. The problem is, the relic is hidden inside the treasure vault of the Sacred Fire Sect." At that time, Marnak was happily sitting by the river washing clothes and said, "The sunrise isn't pleasant, is it?" He was a bit innocent and continued, "I know it's boring, but be patient for a bit, okay?" He looked at the arm placed nearby and said, "I've also thought of a way to find the relic." At this moment, his eyes were a little downcast and he quietly thought, "But the only skill I have is a boundary that the living cannot cross. The relic keeper is a female priest of a much higher realm than me." At this moment, the Saintess Azure Flame appeared right behind him. Marnak glanced towards the Saintess and thought to himself, "I've never seen anyone come here at this hour. She's incredibly beautiful." The Saintess now opened her mouth and said, If you have time." The Saintess hesitated for a moment and continued, "Will you help me with something? I will reward you later." He didn't need to argue or think about anything and quickly replied, "Okay, I'm almost bored to death anyway." Half an hour later, Marnak excitedly said, "It's done." The Saintess saw that and praised him. "Well done. Bring that basket here for me." Marnak smiled and brought it to the Saintess. "I realized. You just asked for my help." The Saintess, with a cold expression, gave him a silver coin and said, "This is your reward." Marnak looked at the coin, his emotions welling up. It was that relic keeper. As she handed him the relic, she said, "I'll ask for your help again next time." Marnak excitedly took the silver coin and said, "Of course, just leave it to me." Just like that. We had a strange relationship tied to laundry. My master would bring clothes to wash every few days. And every time I did laundry, she would give me a silver coin. But a few weeks later, my master no longer remembered me doing laundry. The saintess sat next to him where he was washing clothes and said, "I'm out of money." Marnak looked puzzled and asked again, "Huh?" The saintess Azure Flame quickly continued, "I've spent all the money left by my ancestors, so I have to do it myself." Hearing this, Marnak was silent for a moment. He then quickly replied, "I don't need money. I will help you." The saintess was also very surprised by his answer and asked why. Marnak honestly replied, "Even if I went home right now, I wouldn't have anything to do. Sitting by the river and washing clothes," he thought to himself, "she has never ostracized an outsider like me." He held the monk's silver coin and thought, and with the amount of silver coin she gave me, these things are nothing. The saintess Azure Flame showed a cold and calm expression and said nothing. Later, the monk spoke up and said, "I've thought about it. I'm out of silver, but—" The saintess hesitated and said, "Shall I teach you sword fighting?" Marnak was slightly surprised and said, "Huh." He quickly asked again, "What do you mean?" The monk sighed and said, "Never mind." However, Marnak was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly and replied, "Okay, that's great. Currently, all I have is strength, and I'm bad at fighting now." Marnak smiled contentedly and said, "Fortunately, masters also exist in this world." During training, he was beaten to a pulp by the saintess. It's safe to say he went through hell. He was beaten by the saintess until both his cheeks and face were swollen. In the game, this is the ranking for high-level fighters, and after some time, Marnak's fighting improved a little. He trained daily with the saintess Azure Flame, but here, it is considered a realm. A master is someone who has mastered martial arts and has surpassed the limits of mortals. The number can be counted on one's fingers. My master, Brady, Haya, is also a master. It's just her teaching method. Marnak's face during training was extremely resilient and unwavering. It's a spar, very simple and primitive. After a while of training, he held the empty staff down on the ground. The saintess Azure Flame saw that he was tired and immediately said, "Come at this exact time tomorrow. If you don't need to do laundry, help me clean the house." Marnak was tired and panted, saying, "Okay." Suddenly he became curious and immediately asked, "But, is that a treasure vault?" He quickly expressed his wish. "Can I go in and see?" The saintess asked with a hint of suspicion. "For what? Or you?" Marnak quickly denied, saying, "No, I'm just curious about what the relic looks like." The saintess heard that and remained silent, saying nothing. Later, the saintess led him and said, "I think just looking is probably okay. I'll just let you see it once." Marnak smiled contentedly and said, "Thank you." His footsteps followed the saintess Azure Flame step by step. Thinking back, Marnak paused for a moment, then said, "I don't even know what the holy relic bearing my mother's divine power looks like." As soon as he walked in nearby, he quickly put his hand to his chest. Marnak was so shocked that he just looked at it. His eyes widened in surprise and he said, "This is—" Marnak was both surprised and said, "A relic." Marnak was diligently training with the saintess Azure Flame. During the training process, he was easily counterattacked by the saintess without missing a beat. The weapon in his hand was knocked away by the saintess, leaving him with no choice but to fight with his bare hands. The saintess who worships puppets easily dodged the punch from his position. The saintess Azure Flame dodged attacks very skillfully, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. His fall was also considered the end of the training session that day. The saintess walked up to him and gently said, "That's enough for today." The saintess Azure Flame turned and left, not forgetting to say, "I have something to go out for, so you clean up during that time." Marnak lay stretched out on the ground and replied, "Okay." He lay stretched out on the ground, his eyes thoughtfully looking up at the sky and thinking, "For the past 3 years, I have lived with my master and done housework for her." His hand lightly scratched the ground, and he continued to think, "I like not having to worry about food and shelter, but I've only just learned how to survive, let alone swordsmanship." Marnak sat up, rubbed his head and said, "Well, after saying that," he thought to himself, "I'll run away then." Looking at the staff that the saintess Azure Flame had just sent flying, he also thought, "Anyway, I can't learn anything more." Marnak thought seriously, I need to complete the main mission. And the main key in his head was, and revenge for Santu, too. Marnak's serious face looked a bit scary with his will and determination. Then Marnak quickly stood up and left. His hand reached near the relic. He intended to touch it. Then Marnak did something extremely earth-shattering, so I stole the relic containing the holy power of corruption. He hugged the relic and ran out very quickly, and successfully obtained the divine power. Marnak honestly shared, "That's how I gained enormous corrupting power." He also shared the miraculous things that happened. The corrupted mother also started talking to me. Returning to the present, Marnak looked at the saintess and asked, "How did you know I was still alive?" The saintess Azure Flame reached out and pulled him up and replied, "Not at all." He heard and didn't understand anything and said, "Huh." The saintess began to recount, "For the past 3 years, even though I beat you every day, you still lived well. I even thought that even if you were beheaded, you would grow a new one." Hearing that, he immediately turned pale and said, "How could that be?" The saintess smiled and said, "Ah, you are still alive." The saintess gave him the paper and said, "Furthermore, I also put up a wanted poster for you. It looks exactly alike." Seeing himself depicted on the paper made Marnak freeze for a moment and say, Did you really find me with this?" The saintess Azure Flame also replied, "Your standing in front of me is proof enough." Marnak was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, the saintess Azure Flame frowned and said, "Disciple, I don't care what you are, but I have my pride." The saintess Azure Flame spoke up and ordered him, "So you should train again until you become a master." Marnak heard and exclaimed, "I knew it." Then he spoke up and asked again, "How long does it take to become a master?" The saintess thought for a moment and said, "I have been training continuously every day." Then after a while, the saintess Azure Flame gave him the answer, which is around 30 years. The saintess also praised him, saying, "You are very talented, so perhaps you only need to toil for 27 years. Marnak heard that and thought for a moment, "With this pace, the main mission will also be ruined. Moreover, don't lump a genius like you and me together like that." After thinking, Marnak spoke up and called, "Master." He hesitated a bit and said, Someone's footsteps were approaching and they called, "To die." The person named Turdy immediately replied, "Yes, I am." That was Carmen. He turned his head and asked, "How many more?" Turdy quickly replied, 24. Turdy also reported clearly to him, saying, 3 people were seriously injured and 11 people were lightly injured. Carmen heard that and remained silent, thinking, 16 people sacrificed. I'm sure he didn't expect this to happen. Carmen gripped the sword tightly in his hand and cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" Then said, he should have brought 100 elite soldiers. Suddenly something happened that made him and Turdy stand and watch. Seeing something strange, Carmen raised his voice and yelled, "Damn it! What is this?" From underground, something seemed to be trying to crawl up, trying to get out. He looked and was momentarily stunned. In front of Carmen was a ferocious monster. Seeing that, he ground his teeth again and said, "That is..." Carmen looked at this monster and exclaimed, "Compared to the one in Erotico, it's much smaller but still similar." Then he quickly ordered, "Turdi, run quickly." Turdi received the order and replied, "Understood." At this moment, he clearly yelled, "Sajita, we will buy time for the soldiers to retreat." Carmen held the weapon firmly in his hand, ready to fight this giant monster. He held his sword, using all his strength to throw it forward. The sword quickly pierced the skin, flesh, and body of the opponent. Sajita seized the opportunity very well, quickly charged forward and gave the monster a severe beating. Sajita used all her strength to attack the monster. The sword quickly pierced the monster's body, being attacked multiple times. Each attack was a strong force that made the monster scream in pain. Carmen rushed up from behind to help, not forgetting to give encouraging words to Sajita, saying, "Well done, Sajita." Then he rushed forward fiercely and said, "It's my turn." After saying that, he immediately cut the monster in half. The monster just kept screaming in pain. The scream sounded truly tragic. Suddenly he felt something that was not good or pleasant. A large set of teeth appeared somewhere, belonging to some creature. Bloodshot, angry eyes stared intently at them. That was a monster, with a much higher level version. It slowly walked forward. Enormous. Carmen quickly ordered Sajita, "I'll retreat. I have a bad feeling." The monster now opened its large mouth. Its mouth was as big as a cosmic black hole that could swallow everything in the world. A ring of white light suddenly appeared somewhere. It created a horrifying explosion, shaking the ground. He was lucky to find a place to hide, and even luckier that no injuries occurred. That white light began to spread, as if wanting to freeze the ground. Carmen saw Sagitta's figure enduring pain and asked, "Sagitta, are you okay?" Sagitta's hand was now frozen by the power of the white light from earlier. Sagitta's restless, immediately gained momentum and charged to attack the monster. The monster was attacked once again and was stabbed by a sword, causing it to cry out in pain. He just kept holding the sword, destroying the very root of the monster's branches. Later, this monster spoke up begging, "Stop. I said stop. Ah, you stop." However, Sagitta also desperately struggled up and eliminated the monster. That white light once again shone intensely. The masked people also saw that miraculous white light. However, before they could react, they were attacked by that white light, leaving them motionless on the ground. They stared blankly at the situation and said, "What?" That white light now enveloped the monster's body. Carmen again felt the situation was not good and said, "Sagitta, we're falling behind." Carmen and Sagitta quickly ran far away from the white light and that monster. They hadn't run far when that white light landed on Sagitta's leg. Sagitta seemed to feel a little pain as she looked towards where the white light was coming from. There was a similar stream of light right on his leg. Only the monster's large foot was seen slowly moving. Sagitta quickly noticed this. Then Sagitta yelled, "Carmen, above your head." Carmen also looked up at his head in panic. He still held the sword firmly in his hand. Carmen risked his life to attack the monster. The small rays of white light now flew towards them like blind arrows. They competed to stab Carmen's hands. It was like a small, compact attack, but caused very high damage. This made him cry out in pain. It sounded truly tragic and oppressive. The Saintess reminded Marnak and Dekia. He replied to the Saintess with an embarrassed smile, while Dekia stood beside him with a face full of killing intent. "Continue practicing until you master it." The Saintess looked at Marnak calmly and said, "A magnificent genius like you surely only needs to train hard for about 27 years. Marnak heard the Saintess's words and felt like collapsing on the spot. He forced a pained smile and thought, "For that long, all my main missions will be ruined, and don't compare me with a true genius like you." He suddenly wanted to say something to the Saintess and hesitantly spoke, "Master, I..." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind the snowy mountain. Smoke and fire flew everywhere, shaking the surroundings. Dakia was startled, covered her head and yelled. Large rock fragments shot out from the explosion and flew towards the three people. Marnak. He saw that the event behind the mountain was not just a simple explosion. He turned to the Saintess with a serious face and said loudly, "Master, shouldn't you go over there and see what's happening?" As for the Saintess behind, her face remained calm as if nothing had happened, and she looked at Marnak and said, The Saintess replied to him with a calm face, I met that person on the way here." An unknown source of power leaped over rooftops and moved forward at an extremely high speed. Around were piles of desolate rubble. "He'll probably get there soon. I don't need to rush anything." Marnak looked surprised when he heard the Saintess say. He turned his head and asked again, Who did Master meet?" At this moment, behind the mountain, the battle with the monster was raging fiercely. The desperate scream of the black-haired youth, tightly wrapped by the monster, yelling in pain, "Ah!" At this moment, a man suddenly appeared and swung a saber towards the monster below. A single strike from this man split the monster in half, causing it to immediately disappear. Black Wolf. This man is Enthys Vantos. After escaping the monster, the black-haired youth knelt down and said towards Enthys Vantos, "Father." Enthys Vantos leaned on his saber, looked at his son kneeling on the ground, and asked, "Can you still walk?" The black-haired youth regained his courage and replied, "Yes, I can." Enthys Vantos told his son, "Then go." He looked at the group of monsters and said, "I will kill that monster." The young man in black immediately followed Enthys Vantos's words and left, following orders. He and his comrades helped each other out of the battle. Only Enthys Vantos remained, standing proudly, looking at the group of monsters. He turned his face, his sharp eyes looking towards the monsters. A monster yelled, saying, "Surrender quickly, you damn thieves." The giant snake-headed monsters roared, questioning, "Where did you hide it? Answer me quickly." The giant snake monster in the middle bared its terrifying fangs and threatened again, asking, "I ask you, where did you finally hide it?" Other monsters with many heads on a single host and their claws like weapons, thrusting towards the opponent. Entist Valtis stood between the two groups of monsters tearing at each other and spoke, "That." The snake monsters lunged to attack the many-headed monster. The many-headed monster also retaliated. "Give it back to me." The snake head and the monster's claw collided, both deflecting each other's moves. The snake monster continued to scream, "Give it back." The fearsome snake monster bared its fangs and continuously demanded, "Return it to me immediately. Give it back to me." The one controlling behind that giant snake head is the female demon. A step by Entist Valtis leaped up. His hand holding the saber swung up. Entist Valtis advanced towards the battle between the two monsters ahead. He quickly dashed forward, slashing continuously at the many-headed monster, causing it to be cut into many pieces. The many-headed monster, cut into many pieces, screamed in pain. The snake monster watched, utterly astonished by Entist Valtis's terrifying power. He landed after the slash. Entist Valtis leaped onto the giant many-headed monster. Suddenly, the snake monster screamed, pleading, "Don't touch me, please!" He swung a saber with all his might, ending the technique. The snake monster shrieked in pain, pleading, "I beg you, don't touch me." A snake shrieked and said, "It's over." The other snakes witnessed Entist Valtis slaughtering the many-headed monster unexpectedly. His saber strikes continued to swing towards the snakeheads, cutting them in half. Entist Valtis relentlessly slaughtered the group of snake-headed monsters. Kook! His eyes were filled with death and soaring killing intent. Entist Valtis stepped on a snakehead and said, "Should end here, right." Only the leader snake monster remained, seeing the snakes around it all eliminated. It said, "Damn it!" The female demon inside the snakehead looked towards Entist Valtis and thought hatefully, "If it weren't for him, I could have gotten that back." She had no way back. Feeling helpless, she thought, "Do I have no other choice but to give up?" At this moment, the female demon remembered Marnak and thought, "Help me, please." Suddenly, a streak of blue hair flashed past Entist Valtis from behind. Saintess Azure Fire appeared behind Entist Valtis and struck a blow, causing Entist Valtis to immediately dodge. The snakehead was surprised to see the Saintess appear here. Her eyes calmly looked towards Entist Valtis. The two, Saintess Azure Fire and Entist Valtis, charged into battle. Entist Valtis both defended and assessed the Saintess before him. Her energy is incredibly strong. He unleashed a decisive move. Kook! The Saintess dodged a kick, sending Entist Valtis flying far away, leaving him no time to defend. He took a palm strike from the Saintess and was flung violently into the distance, crushing everything around. All around were dead monster corpses. Entist Valtis stepped out from the rubble and walked forward. He looked towards the Saintess and asked, "Why did you do that?" The Saintess, with a calm expression, looked at Entist Valtis and replied, "I was just curious how strong the best swordsman in the north could be. That's all." Entist Valtis replied, "If that's the case, can we spar?" Entist Valtis continued to suggest to the Saintess, "Now please move aside. I still have to protect the capital." The Saintess gave a sarcastic smile and said, "It seems the talented sword genius is talking to me." Entist Valtis listened silently, saying nothing. His saber emitted a red power. Entist Valtis suddenly became serious and got into a fighting stance. The Saintess also raised her saber, emitting an imposing aura. The two charged into fierce combat. The snake monster in the distance watched the battle in surprise. "What?" Suddenly a loud voice came from behind. "It's me." A masked person suddenly rushed forward and said, "What should I do next?" The snake monster spoke towards the masked person. "You're here. Thank you. Thank you very much." The masked person quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't thank me anymore. Quickly tell me what I need to do next." The snake monster shrieked, crying, "Holy relic! That monster is holding the holy relic stolen from me." The snake monster spoke, while remembering the image of its daughter. "In the holy relic is something my daughter left for me. Please help me retrieve it." The snake monster pleaded, "Please!" The masked person held the saber and rushed forward, thinking, "Holy relic! A holy relic!" He charged forward and cut off the monster's arms in front of him. That's something that possesses a lot of holy power. The masked person thought and then said towards the monster, I think it will be a bit difficult to find it. The snake monster spoke, pleading, Please, you can do it. I believe in you. The masked person hesitated and said, Even if you say so. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared, enveloping a child inside. Mommy. The masked person was surprised. It's me. The child, with a serious face, looked at the masked person and said one word, Kill. The person behind the mask was Marnak. He looked at her and spoke, Mom, you said you could find it in this form. Marnak looked at her in her small form and said worriedly, But that's very dangerous. She continued to repeat the word, Kill. He was silent and said nothing. Seeing her face, Marnak finally helplessly agreed. All right, there's really no way with you, Mom. Her face was excited when he picked her up. But if there's danger, you must immediately turn back into that hand form. Her face was firm as she replied to him, Kill. The giant snake monster in the distance saw this and also shouted towards the two, Let me help. After that, the snake monster suddenly cracked and glowed, transforming into a larger form. The snake monster tightly coiled around the many-headed monster below. Although the many-headed monster was slashed into many pieces, it could still struggle, screaming when coiled tightly by the snake monster. The monster with the severed head continued to scream violently. Marnak leaped up and slashed a line down its body, one arm holding his mother. Kook! He looked up and saw everything shaking and said, An earthquake has started. He immediately reminded her beside him, one hand holding the sword, stabbing deep into the monster. Mom, remember to hold me tight. Marnak's mother immediately replied, Kill. At this moment, another monster head lunged up from below, attacking Marnak and his mother. He immediately swung a saber, cutting the monster in half. The monster, cut in half, fell to the ground. From inside the monster's body appeared an endless number of terrifying red eyes. The monsters began to crawl out from the body of the giant monster, attacking Marnak. He carried his mother with one hand and held a sword with the other, facing the monsters in front of him. Marnak unleashed his power, the characters of corruption. Seeing this, the monsters rushed to attack him. He clenched his fist, holding back his power, then threw a powerful punch towards the monsters. The monsters exploded into many pieces before Marnak's punch. Marnak's mother, sitting in his arms, observing everything, suddenly discovered something. She pointed forward and said, Marnak looked suspiciously. Kill. It turned out there was something glowing on the monster's head. So it's there. Excellent. Marnak looked at his mother and said something. She smiled sweetly at him. Now I really want to kiss your forehead, Mom, but I will try to restrain myself. He hugged her and leaped high onto the monster's position, making her startled. Kill! Marnak pulled out a saber from the monster and threw it far away, directly piercing the monster's head, causing it to cry out in pain. He shouted loudly at the snake-headed monster, Found it! It's right near the cut on the neck. The snake monster spoke, thanking him. Thank you very much. Then the snake monster said in a firm voice, I will devour everything. The snake monster crushed everything of the monster head below its body with terrifying power, except for its neck. The two monsters engaged in battle again, while Marnak had now carried his mother away from the fight. The human-headed monster was squeezed tightly, screaming in pain and hatred. You are just an ordinary human worshipped by those fools in heaven, yet you dare to look down on me. Marnak quickly hugged his mother and ran quickly forward. She pointed downwards as if discovering something, and said to him, Kill! She pointed towards the light source under the monster's body. He saw this and immediately said, Here! Marnak used his hand strength to punch hard down through the monster's thick skin. All right. The emitted light grew stronger, blowing away everything around him and his mother. Marnak pulled out a wooden box from under the monster's body, covered in the monster's slime. Found it! He unexpectedly discovered something. All of the monster's arms were pushed back, contracting and approaching. There are no arms here. If you see, there's one arm. Marnak looked at the box in his hand, thinking, is this thought due to the holy relic's power, or for some other reason? At this moment, Marnak's mother pointed forward, reminding him, Kill. He quickly realized there was no more time to think. Mom is right. We don't have much time. He held up the box and shouted toward the snake monster fighting above. I got it! The snake monster saw this and stopped, surprised and overjoyed, saying, Really, thank you very much. The snake monster reminded him to quickly leave the body of the many-headed monster before they attacked. Come down here quickly. He looked at his mother and told her to return to her old form to be safer. Please return, Mom. At this moment, when both Marnak and his mother teleported away from the battle, the snake monster suddenly shrieked loudly, cursing at the sky. Peak of revival! You bastard! Don't keep hiding in heaven like that. Listen carefully. Inside the snake head, the female demon also simultaneously shrieked with hatred. Even if I have just my last breath, I will not respect you. The snake monster, with a terrifying face, roared filled with hatred. You will pay for this today. At this moment, Marnak was quickly jumping out of the monster's body and landing safely. Meanwhile, the snake monster was biting and tearing the body of the other many-headed monster. At this moment, a group of capital soldiers appeared and rushed in. Seeing the monster in front of them, they shouted loudly, Everyone, run quickly! The monster has appeared. Absolute command! A soldier shouted loudly. Look! The soldier looked towards the fighting snake monster and said, Monster! Marnak hid behind a nearby rock, thinking worriedly, Oh no, the kingdom's reinforcements are here. On the side, the battle between the Saintess and Entist Valtus was still fiercely ongoing, with neither side at a disadvantage. Entist Valtus swung his sharp saber blade towards the Saintess. The Saintess, from above, used a bit of power to slash down, forcing him to use all his might to block this blow. Everything around seemed completely shattered. The Saintess glanced at Entist Valtus moving away to avoid her attack. At this moment, he took a direct blow from the Saintess and moved out of the way to dodge. He still stood firm and gradually appeared from behind the dust cloud from her attack. A hint of apprehension and slight worry appeared in Entist Valtus's eyes towards the Saintess. Entist Valtus spoke up, asking curiously, What exactly are you doing? The Saintess, with a nonchalant expression, looked at Entist Valtus and replied, Just doing what you want. She calmly uttered a sentence that silenced Entist Valtus. I lost interest in fighting you a long time ago. He was surprised for a moment before asking again. By this time, Marnak had escaped the battle through the tunnel. What did you say? The Saintess looked at Entist Valtus with a serious expression, saying nothing. He spoke up, demanding of the Saintess. She, far away, heard but didn't understand what he was saying. You will have to take responsibility for your words. The Saintess gave a faint smile with a hint of mockery and said, Take responsibility. I don't think I can lose. A soldier appeared, carrying Entist Valtus's sword, and said, I've brought the weapon, sir. He gave an order to the soldier and then added a word of caution. Quickly arrest the person on the other side. Remember to respect her. Entist Valtus walked away, while saying to the soldier behind him, She is very strong. Do not try to provoke or do anything inappropriate. The soldier behind him could only obey his words. Understood. The soldier approached the Saintess and politely spoke. As you just heard, I need to arrest you for obstructing an official and bringing danger to the people in the kingdom. The soldier was extremely frightened, but still tried to appear calm as he spoke to the Saintess in front of him. But please cooperate. The Saintess suddenly interrupted the soldier by reaching into her robe to search for something. Wait, where did I put it again? She took a piece of paper from inside her robe and said, Found it. Then, she gave the paper in her hand to the soldier, who was surprised and didn't know what it was. Here, take a look. The soldier took the paper and was incredibly panicked, having to shout in disbelief. This is... The Saintess smiled faintly, looking at the surprised soldier. What is it? The soldier started and spoke. What is it? The Saintess smiled faintly, looked at the person in front of her, and said, Sorry. She held out the paper in front of the man and said, The man's face trembled with fear as he looked at the paper the Saintess gave him. I accidentally gave you my disciple's drawing. The Saintess smiled nonchalantly and said, Cute, isn't it? The soldier stepped back in fear and thought, Is that considered human? At this moment, The saintess put her hand into her robe pocket, took out something, and said, "This time, it should be the right one." She handed it to the man in front of her. The man took the paper. "Here." The man reached out to take it. "Yes." The man looked at the paper in front of him with a panicked expression. "Immunity privilege. No matter what sin the owner of this paper commits, the kingdom will not pursue accountability." He hesitated in fear, saying in disbelief, "This thing, is it real?" The saintess calmly bowed her head and said to the man, "If it were fake, I wouldn't need to show it. There's even a seal." He was surprised, holding the paper, and asked the saintess, "How did you get something this precious?" She put her hand on her chin, thinking, and said, "When did I get it? I think the king gave it to me after I killed the evil god worshipper." The saintess remembered the king, whose face was frightened, crying while handing the paper to the saintess. "He handed it to me while crying and pleading that I was the savior of the kingdom. I also didn't think I would personally receive an item like this." The saintess turned around and walked away, saying, "Can I go now?" As she walked, she looked ahead and smiled. "I still have somewhere to go." A mouse was sneakily eating, when it suddenly startled at something above. Someone's powerful foot stepped down, causing the mouse to jump away in fright. Squeak! The mysterious man in the cloak swiftly moved through the tunnel forward. That man was Marnak. He glanced and turned his head back. Suddenly, a long-haired woman came rushing out of nowhere and hugged Marnak tightly, catching him off guard and surprising him. It was the female demon hugging him tightly, with a joyful expression, saying, "Thank you very much," Marnak said awkwardly. "Please let me go." The female demon suddenly cupped Marnak's face and leaned in close, saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, Marnak's mother appeared from nowhere, squeezing between the two and pushing them apart, shouting loudly, "Kill!" Her face showed determination. The female demon hugged Marnak's mother tightly, catching her off guard, and she cried out, "I must thank the mother of corruption, too. Kill!" He stood from a distance, watching, only able to laugh helplessly as he saw his mother crying for help in the female demon's embrace. "Thank you very much. Kill." After being hugged and kissed by the female demon for a while, Marnak's mother had no strength left to resist and let out a helpless cry, her face covered in countless kiss marks. "Kill." She approached with cookies and hot tea, her face joyful and smiling. "You two, quickly come and have some hot tea." The female demon handed a teacup to Marnak and his mother. "Here." The female demon pushed the plate of cookies towards them and said. Marnak's mother, sitting beside them, had already focused on the plate of cookies on the table, her face unable to resist the aroma of the cookies. "Eating this with tea is a perfect match. Try it." Marnak took a sip of tea and thought, "Indeed, I can't taste anything." At this moment, Marnak's mother was holding a cookie in her hand. Her expression was serious, as if about to taste a dangerous, potent poison. She put it to her mouth and took a bite. She couldn't have imagined it would be so delicious. It was like this was the most delicious cookie flavor she had ever eaten. She felt like she was flying to a cookie paradise. Kill. She immediately picked up the plate of cookies and ate them all with great enjoyment. The female demon saw this and was curious, not understanding what she said. What did she say? Marnak saw his mother eating so deliciously, scratched his head and laughed helplessly, saying to the female demon, "My mom says it's excessively delicious." After that, he sighed and said to the female demon, "It's time to hand it back to you." He took out the box and pushed it towards the female demon. "Here is the box." She happily received the box from Marnak and said, "Thank you very much. Although I've said it many times, I'm truly grateful to you." Marnak asked a question out of curiosity. "Where is your daughter now?" The female demon replied with a calm expression. The image of her daughter, standing in the middle of a grassy field waving at her, appeared again. "She died, a very long time ago." The female demon saw that he looked sad and immediately spoke. "Oh, you don't need to feel guilty." She looked at the box and smiled faintly, saying, "My daughter lived during the ancient empire era. If she were still alive now, that would be very strange." Marnak was curious and asked another question. "So your husband is the same?" The female demon also calmly replied to him, "I don't have a husband." She remembered when she appeared in this body. Her large belly already contained a tiny life. When I acquired this body, I was already pregnant. The female demon opened the box and turned towards Marnak and his mother, saying, I'm just showing you to. Inside that simple box was a picture drawn in a child's slightly clumsy style and a few trinkets. Images from her past appeared, of the days she lived happily with her daughter. Her daughter looked exactly like her, running happily to give her a self-drawn picture of herself. We always try not to have children when possessing a body in this world. Our goal is to fully enjoy life before leaving, but when we bring a life into the world, a strong bond with that child is also born. That bond will soon turn into sorrow. The female demon recalled and said, but that sorrow is too great, to the point that we have to avoid that feeling ourselves, because I know life in this body only lasts for a period of time. Marnak asked curiously, so why did you give birth to that child? The female demon was curious about the shape of what was growing inside her belly. Because I was curious, actually other demons would also try it at least once. She felt no regret for keeping the child, she said happily. Anyway, I gave birth to a cute, lovely, and wonderful baby. The baby name is Silan. The female demon folded the box and said to Marnak. You know, Marnak's expression became serious when he heard the female demon mention the sword. The sword you carried when you first met me. That strange, serrated sword? He asked her curiously. Is something wrong with it? The female demon continued. I've never said anything before because it sounds a bit boastful, but that was created by my daughter. Upon hearing that, Marnak was so surprised his mouth fell open in disbelief. Huh. The female demon pointed at Marnak and said, Can you bring it out? I'll show you some interesting things. Marnak listened to her and took out the sword. The female demon saw the sword and immediately recited some incantation. The sword on the table immediately glowed, surprising Marnak. A sound came from the sword. To my beloved mother forever, Alisa. Marnak was extremely surprised, looking up at the words emitting from the sword. See, I told you. The sixth creation of the best blacksmith in the empire, Silan. He spoke up, asking the female demon about what was inside the sword. Is there anything else hidden in here? She smiled and replied to Marnak. The female demon replied, I don't know either. The female demon looked at the sword and thought, but if my daughter created it, then perhaps it has some connection with other creations. She remembered that her daughter loved creating unique and strange machines. The girl always liked to modify things. Marnak heard her words and looked at his reflection through the sword, his face pensive. Hearing her words was enough to understand that she considered everything her daughter created as her treasure. Do you want this sword? The female demon closed her eyes and smiled. No need, the most precious thing to me is what my daughter gave me, she continued. She created other things hoping someone would use them, even if I collect them. I cannot use them. I can't do anything but store them because I'm afraid they'll get damaged. The female demon thought of her daughter and said, but I am the one who knows best what my little daughter wants most. Marnak's mother pulled his shirt and made a sound. Kill! Marnak's face showed nothing more to say. Marnak's mother beside him, her face drooping from eating too many cookies at once. The female demon saw this and asked, What's wrong? What does she need? He hesitated and said, my mother just wants to ask if you still have any cookies. Looking at the empty plate of cookies with only one left. Ha. The female demon smiled sweetly and said, The second drawer on the left of the kitchen cabinet. There are still lots of cookies in there. Take as many as you want. Hearing that, she quickly grabbed the plate and went into the kitchen with great enthusiasm. She is so cute, Marnak replied with a smile. Right, the female demon continued. But I really don't know how to express my sincerity. She made an offer to Marnak. Do you want to go to that place while the mother of corruption is absent? The female demon continued speaking to Marnak in a seductive and tempting tone. I will treat you very well. Marnak's face stiffened. Then he calmly said, Thank you for the offers, but I must refuse. Please don't say such things in front of my mother. Hearing him say that, she stiffened and replied awkwardly, Oh, how embarrassing. After that, the female demon continued to invite him and said, Let's see. If you change your mind, just tell me. About him. I was just kidding, but now it's true. At this moment, Marnak's mother had returned. The female demon happily turned around and said, Let's see what I should reward you with. Do I have anything good? She put the plate of cookies down, then crossed her arms and kept saying, "Kill, kill, kill." Marnak immediately explained her words. "My mother says if you find them delicious, please pay us the amount of gold equivalent to the number of cookies you have." The female demon saw this and smiled. She's really a practical lady. Suddenly, her eyes became sharp and she said thoughtfully, "But there's still a problem. I think it will probably cost a large sum to repair the underground arena." "And the blighted eye too," the female demon continued. "I also don't want to pay my two saviors. That wouldn't be sincere at all." The female demon's eyes widened as she said, "I want to give you two something more special." She thought and then continued, "I thought about going with you two to help, but I don't know if I should get too involved in other battles." The female demon said with certainty, "I am sure the river of blood will always follow every path the child of corruption walks." Suddenly she realized something. She slammed her daughter's box onto the table and said, "Yes, that's it." She hugged the box and left, saying to Marnak, "Wait for me a moment." At this moment, Marnak's mother pulled his shirt and said, "Kill, kill." He smiled and said to her, "Mom, do you want me to ask her to pack some cookies for me?" Marnak smiled at her. "Just let me ask for you." The female demon held something in her hand, then ran over, held it up, and said to Marnak, "Found it." She placed the bag on the table and said, "Here." The female demon continued. His face was suspicious as he opened the bag. "I've kept it for a long time waiting for the right person to buy it, but now I will give it to you." He took out a bundle of keys from the bag and realizing, said, "This is the key to the ancient ruins." The female demon smiled and said to him, "I like your intelligence." She continued speaking to him who was holding the key. "This reward must be generous enough, right?" The key Marnak held could also open doors containing other mysteries. Above all, these ancient ruins also contain one of my daughter's other creations. At this moment, the demon and Marnak stood before the old building. The demon handed a large bag to Marnak and said, "Here are the cookies." She bared her teeth and smiled brightly, full of charming beauty. "I even added a few other things in there." Marnak took the bag of cookies, smiled gently, and replied, "Thank you." Marnak's mother's voice echoed again, "Kill," but Marnak corrected, saying, "Mom said thank you to you." The demon closed her eyes and gave a faint smile. "I know." Marnak suddenly asked, "Will we meet again?" The demon was a little surprised. Then she pointed her finger to the mole on her left side and winked, saying, "The previous battle was too tense, so my eyes have a slight problem." The demon was silent. "So I will leave the capital for a while." Marnak had the answer but said nothing more, smiling. "Then, goodbye." The demon suddenly spoke up, reminding, "Treat the mother of corruption well." He wondered, "What did you say?" The demon smiled gently. "You've done well, except for this. I have no other requests. Just keep doing what you're doing, so that her mother can always keep that smiling face." He turned around, ready to leave. His bright emerald green eyes under the sun highlighted his handsome features. Marnak said, "Even if you didn't tell me, I would do so." Marnak slung his bag over his shoulder and walked leisurely forward. The demon stood behind with her arms crossed, silently observing. An object resembling a ring appeared in the demon's thoughts. She thought, "The object inside the ruins? It will be useful to him." Suddenly the demon gave a strange smile and thought, "This way, the mother of corruption will regain all of her holy power, and the gods in heaven, especially those who want my daughter's gift." The demon's eyes became extremely malicious. "Sharp strength, peak of revival, will have to pay." Scene change. At this moment Marnak had returned. Dakia greeted him warmly. "You're back. Are you all right? Not injured?" Marnak smiled and said, "Calm down. Everything is resolved." Marnak asked, "But Princess, didn't Master come to find me?" Dakia thought for a moment, then replied, "Your master, no." Dakia continued, "Carmen informed me. They are here now." Marnak's face seemed a bit down after that answer. Marnak's face froze. Then he sputtered and asked, "You mean Carmen and Sajida? Why is that?" Dakia explained, "They were not mortally wounded, but it seems the treatment is not going very smoothly." Marnak was silent and said nothing. The two walked together towards a room. Marnak said, "I'm here. Let me see how they are doing." Inside the room, Carmen and Grata were sitting next to each other. Kaman, whose body was tightly bandaged, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the two. "Oh!" Carmen shouted. "You're here, Marnak. And you too, Princess," Marnak teased. "Looks like you're still well." Carmen burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I can't be depressed all the time just because of a small injury. Otherwise, the whole Valtis family would be ashamed of me." Carmen recalled the fight and laughed, explaining a few things. "It's just broken bones and some bruises all over. They'll heal with a healing priest." Carmen paused for a moment and looked at the opposite bed. "The problem is Sajida. He fought too." Santaji forced a smile. "I'm fine." Santaji calmed everyone down. "Just need a healing priest. This is nothing much." Marnak approached Santaji's bed and said, "Let me see your ankle." Marnak looked at the bandaged foot. The bandage on the ankle was still soaked with fluid. He thought, "Indeed. Mixed holy power from different evil gods. Perhaps that's why the healing priest cannot exert their power." Marnak communicated with the person in his head. "Can you handle it?" "Mom," the voice replied. "Kill." Marnak understood the meaning of these words and thought, "So Mom can handle it. Just need to absorb holy power from the holy object." He told himself, "But doing so will reveal me. I cannot act within the capital. Perhaps we must go to the actual ruins." He pondered. "The ancient ruins are an isolated area, so the power will be there." Suddenly someone spoke up, interrupting Marnak's train of thought. "Don't worry." Carmen sat cross-legged neatly on the bed and said, "The priest who came here last time said it. The power of evil gods will weaken somehow." Carmen smiled, but there was a touch of sadness, although he also said it will take some time. Marnak pressed, "Specifically, how long?" Carmen hesitated for a moment before answering, and this made Marnak furrow his brow. "At least a few months, or a few years it will naturally disappear." Grata glanced at Carmen, who was scratching his head, and said, "This is just common. He said the person over there, it will take even longer." Marnak couldn't help but silently look at Santaji, not knowing what to say. Grata said, "But we are looking for someone to neutralize the evil god's holy power, so it won't take that long." Carmen smiled foolishly like an idiot and said to Dakia A, "I'm sorry." Dakia A was a bit surprised. Carmen explained, "But perhaps it will be difficult for us to continue protecting the princess." Dakia A gave an awkward smile, placing her hand on his chest to comfort him. "No need to worry. You rest. I'm fine." Marnak interrupted. "By the way, the princess and I are preparing to leave the city for a few days. I've thought of a way to expel the holy power from your wounds." This also surprised her, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Kaman, as if unable to believe it, asked again in surprise, "Really?" Dakia A's face full of question marks just stared at Marnak with wide eyes, unable to utter a word, thinking, "Priest, you mean?" Marnak replied in thought, "I'll explain the details later." Carmen couldn't help but excitedly give a thumbs up and smile brightly like a flower. "You're the best. I just saw how difficult it must be for you to worry about us, but I'm also really looking forward to it." Marnak politely bowed. "Just leave this matter to me." Carmen suddenly continued, "Oh, and I have something I want to discuss privately with you." For some reason, Carmen and Grata turned to look at each other, winking suggestively. Grata understood and immediately pulled Dakia's hand, leading her outside. Carmen pointed his finger towards him and said, "Marnak, I guarantee—" He spoke as if he were a worldly person, giving advice. "There is no girl with a heart as generous as Princess Dakia, so you must seize this opportunity. It seems you like her too, right?" Marnak was silent and said nothing in response to this somewhat abrupt question. Suddenly, Santaji chimed in with an awkward laugh. I thought you two were already together." Suddenly, his mother's voice echoed again. "Kill." Marnak quickly denied. "We have nothing going on." The voice kept pressing, full of dissatisfaction. "Kill! Kill!" Marnak was a little angry and argued internally. "Mom, you're with me all the time. What do you mean? Do I have to explain myself?" Carmen winked at him and said, "Is that so? Then this is truly your chance. A good opportunity." Marnak smiled outwardly, but felt a little annoyed inside. He repeated it again. After a while, Marnak said goodbye, preparing to leave. "Take care. Carmen also enthusiastically said goodbye. Don't get hurt. After the two left, Takia smiled and said, "How exciting." She walked beside him, looking happy. "Although I'm not sure if it's okay for just the two of us to come here, I feel safe going with you." Suddenly she discovered something. They entered the house and found someone sitting at the dining table. "Ah." The other person spoke. "You're very late." Marnak was surprised. "Master, that person was Saintess Azure Fire." The girl just smiled slightly. The Saintess spoke. "I've been waiting for you for billions of years. My disciple, come here and sit." Marnak listened and moved closer. But as a result, both Marnak and Dakia sat on the same chair facing the Saintess. The Saintess's face showed a hint of considerable dissatisfaction. Marnak smiled bitterly and asked, "But Master, why are you so late in coming to find me?" The Saintess replied with a darkened face, "I had to stop by the palace. The Queen of the Northern Kingdom had something to ask of me." He was a little curious. "What is it?" The Saintess explained, "Of course, it's about the evil god's followers causing trouble in the north of the capital. She kindly asked me, so I accepted." Then the Saintess offered, "Go to your room and pack up. I will go to Aguilar with you." Suddenly Marnak lowered his voice. "Master?" He flatly refused, surprising the Saintess greatly. "I cannot go with you." He explained, "That place is in the opposite direction of where I need to go. Moreover, I have something I must do." The Saintess was confused. "What do you mean?" She was a little dissatisfied and complained, "I had to overcome so many hardships and difficulties to fulfill your request." The Saintess asked again, "Did I hear correctly?" Marnak asserted decisively, "No, you heard correctly." The Saintess angrily slammed the table, making the water cup shake. "Wicked person!" Two streams of tears rolled down the Saintess's cheeks. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears. Why do you treat me like this?" She recounted her suffering. "Do you know what I did? But why won't you? My only disciple." But Marnak didn't have enough patience. He directly interrupted. "That's enough." He exposed her. "I won't be fooled anymore. You can always cry any time." Indeed, this tricky Saintess just pretended to cry dramatically one moment, then wiped her tears the next, as if she had never cried before. "Oh, I thought it would be effective." The Saintess picked up a weapon from under the table and said, "Disciple, a woman's tears are the strongest weapon." Marnak noticed. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Put both hands on the table." Then he warned loudly, "If you try to lose and drag me along, I will be very angry." The Saintess sighed impatiently. Then, perhaps because he hit a nerve, she was embarrassed and threw her sword behind her, saying defensively, "As if I would use such a violent method." Marnak thought with contempt, "Well, it's almost like that. You've done it before." He cleared his throat and said, "Everything I said is true." Marnak explained, "Currently, I cannot go with you, so as soon as I finish here, I will return." The Saintess heard him and snorted. "Humph." Surprisingly, the Saintess agreed quite easily and even said, "All right, I will be a compassionate and beautiful master." Marnak asked again suspiciously, "So I don't need to go back with you now, right?" The Saintess crossed her arms and nodded. "Of course, I will wait for you." She said, "But only when you are strong enough not to be defeated by others." Marnak was a bit stunned. "You mean?" The Saintess stood up, bent down to pick up her weapon, and said clearly, "The backyard of this inn is quite spacious. Take your sword and come there quickly." She smiled beautifully. Immediately. The Saintess had been waiting in the yard for a while when Marnak finally shuffled over with his sword. The Saintess asked, "You're here?" She said, "The condition is very simple. I will only use the amount of power you have." The Saintess smiled confidently. "You will have to try to defeat me with all your abilities." Marnak took his sword and got into a fighting stance, his face on guard, thinking, "If I use too powerful a technique now, things will become too complicated." The Saintess smiled. "Come on, come here." Before she finished speaking, a boom echoed. The two directly charged into a head-on battle. Marnak smiled confidently. "She wants to attack like that before I punch her in the face." The Saintess also smirked. This smile indeed had a hidden meaning that made Marnak frown. Suddenly, the Saintess raised two fingers and flicked them up strangely, as if challenging him. Marnak gritted his teeth. The two rushed towards each other, exchanging techniques, one attacking, the other defending. Marnak gained momentum, raised his sword high, and slashed strongly. Unfortunately, the saintess easily blocked the blow, sending his sword flying out and sticking into the ground. Marnak's sword point was firmly embedded, causing him some difficulty. The ground! The saintess smiled and asked, "Disciple, what do you think is the most important thing to become a skilled swordsman?" Marnak replied, "Sword techniques honed to their peak, and a body trained to its limits." The saintess smiled kindly and then directly jumped onto Marnak. "Those are just basic conditions." Marnak was knocked down, sitting on the ground, having to cover his face while the saintess still stood upright and said, "If those were all the requirements to master sword techniques, then I would have become such a person after just 5 years of holding a sword." Marnak couldn't help but say, "Do you know that sometimes you are very arrogant?" The saintess affirmed, "That is the truth. I am not exaggerating." The saintess took the sword tip and pointed it directly at Marnak's chest. "It's the mind." Marnak was confused. "Mind?" the saintess asked. "Do you know?" she teased. "Your bewildered face is quite cute." Marnak angrily exclaimed, "Explain it, please." The saintess then spoke seriously. "A sword master can imbue the will of any sword. Then, even things others consider impossible to defeat, a master can still do, but to become a master swordsman, your mindset must not be overjoyed or dependent on others." She stared at him, placed the sword on his shoulder, and said, "But you seem to be obsessively dependent on something." She directly asked, "What is that?" Marnak closed his eyes tightly and thought, "I can't answer. I can't say that her disciple is a priest dependent on the mother of corruption, and that every time I revive from the dead, my dependence on that divine power increases." The saintess said loudly, "Oh, my only disciple, it seems you know very well what I am talking about." He admitted, "That's right." The saintess smiled. "I am very happy to have found you and taken you as my disciple, but my heart turned cold when we began to spar." Marnak asked, "Is it because it will be a long time before I can become a sword master?" But the saintess denied. "No, more than that. A mother's heart, I think." She suddenly started rambling incoherently. "It feels like I raised a son with everything I had, only to see some cunning, wretched woman steal my son." Marnak interrupted. "It's very clear. Mom doesn't like you at all. The saintess didn't bother. That annoys me greatly." The saintess said seriously, "As long as the nurtured one is dependent on that creature, then I will only harbor resentment if I keep trying to separate that person from you." She said softly, "I don't want that to happen, so I won't force you, but always keep this with you." The saintess placed an object resembling a ring in his hand and said, "This is an ancient relic I obtained from the sacred fire sect." The saintess raised her finger wearing her black ring and explained, "If you wear this mystic ring, you can always know almost exactly where the person wearing the white ring is." Marnak put the ring on his finger and replied, "All right, I'll wear it." He suddenly asked, "Master, can I ask you a question?" He was curious. "Why is it that you are already so proficient in swordsmanship yet still a nun?" The saintess bowed her head. "It's not always because of faith that people become nuns. Rather, I became a nun because a god granted me that right. And even sword masters or priests regard gods as their faith. However, they are not influenced by blind emotions, with matters related to the divine." The saintess's words stunned him. "Just like I still consider you my disciple, even though, in reality, I saw you use the holy power of an evil god." She continued, "That is why you must become a master swordsman, so that your emotions are not dependent on anyone or any faith. If you can do it," she said seriously, reminding, "you will be able to distinguish between your true emotions and the emotions the holy god has sown in you." Marnak placed his hand on his chest. He asked, "Did you know that I am an evil god worshipper, and who the god I depend on is?" She replied indifferently, "I'm not an idiot." Marnak asked again, "So, can I ask one more question?" The saintess was generous. "Ask as many as you like." Marnak began, "Why do you consider me a disciple, and not someone else who is more talented and willing to listen to you?" The saintess said dismissively, "I thought since you were so hesitant, you would ask a more difficult question, but I didn't expect it to be this easy." She looked up at the sky and thought, I was raised to become the holy sword of the sacred fire sect. I was alone and found no joy or pleasure at all. The saintess remembered that period, and when I met you, the joy during the 3 years we were together was even greater than the joy in my life before that. The feeling of loss after losing you grew greater. The saintess suddenly raised her hand close to his face. I cannot go back to those old days without you. She stroked Marnak's cheek and said, I need you. You are very important to me because I am very happy when I am with you. Elsewhere, a pile of corpses lay on the ground along with a harsh, cursing voice. These fools? Haydn shouted with his sword. Headquarters is in chaos because you ruined the plan to kidnap the princess. How can you act as if it's all my fault? The group of stupid people with dark faces stood opposite and shouted loudly to the two of them. It's all your fault. Die, traitor! He flinched. The frenzied group chased after him. Catch him. Kill him. He was frightened and cried, running and shouting. Someone, save me! He screamed in despair. Whoever saves me can even make me kiss their butt. Seriously. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, sending the group flying everywhere, their bodies torn apart. Haydn was stunned and turned his head to look. What is it? Draco appeared from the explosion, looking extremely terrifying. Haydn sat down in fear and asked, Did you come to save me? Draco scoffed. Why else would I be here, maybe sightseeing? He irritably ordered. Shut up and follow me. If you're too slow, I'll just pick you up and bring you here. Haydn replied. Yes, sir. After being saved, Haydn scurried after him, feeling grateful inside. I'll take back saying he's a lizard. Now I admire him more than ever. Suddenly Draco snapped and warned, Hey! If you dare to kiss my butt, I will kill you. From the bushes, observing the group of guards, a voice spoke up, holding the strange key. This is the location the key leads to. Dakia held the camouflage branches and asked, They are bandits. Right. We've been traveling for 5 days. Marnak observed and replied, Maybe so, but I'm not sure. Dakia asked, Can't we distract them with fire? Marnak was a bit helpless with this naive girl. Then the forest will burn down. He continued, I'll try talking to them first. He reminded her, You should get your magic ready. The guarding man noticed something strange. Seeing someone approaching, he and the guard next to him drew their swords defensively and questioned loudly, Stop right there. Who are you? Marnak gave a perfect 10-point standard smile and explained, I am a priest under the goddess of protection. I was assigned to visit the bandits in this area. The man said loudly, If you want to enter, hand over all your weapons. He still maintained a gentle demeanor and explained, I cannot do that until I know if you are bandits. Upon hearing that, he immediately waved his hand. Then you cannot enter. Get lost. Marnak noticed. 3 fingers. He suddenly asserted clearly about the man. You are a mage. He was startled. His face turned red, and he shouted loudly, questioning, How did you... Marnak smiled. Then please call someone more proper to talk to come out here for me. He angrily gritted his teeth, then lunged forward. Now you! Do you think I'm a fool? Marnak easily dodged and didn't forget to add a free slap on his neck, saying, Don't put words in people's mouths like that. Dakia stood and watched. Suddenly she screamed. Then a sudden downpour began without warning. Priest Marnak! Dakia didn't know what to think, closed her eyes and blindly created a giant lightning sphere above her head, shouting, As soon as an enemy appears, I will attack with this lightning bolt to save you. He looked on, frozen, his face pale like a banana leaf, raised his hand to indicate the opponent was defeated, and asked, What? She was already in a fighting stance, saw this, and asked, You knocked him out over there. She shrieked, But weren't you going to fight all of them? Marnak laughed awkwardly, feeling helpless. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. Suddenly a strange voice appeared. Rain! Wow, wonderful. Quickly collect rainwater of any kind. A strange girl came out of nowhere, with a horn like a unicorn on her head. This girl cheered joyfully. The girl's joy didn't last long before she suddenly froze. No need to go down the mountain to get water today. She saw the 2 people ahead and asked blankly, Who are you? He politely bowed and introduced himself. I am Marnak, serving the goddess of protection. Then Marnak gestured towards Dakia and said, And this is Dakia Irimel, daughter of Lord Irimel. The other girl was curious. Irimel? The girl also very politely bowed and introduced herself. Hello, sir. I am Farina, captain of the Royal Archaeology team. It is an honor to meet you. Dakia was enthusiastic. Very nice to meet you. Farina explained why people here were rushing out with buckets and basins to collect rain. Our mages are not very skilled in water magic. Truly grateful that you two brought water here. Dakia smiled awkwardly. I am happy to be of help to everyone. Farina looked at the person who was beaten flat on the ground and gave an awkward smile, explaining, On behalf of that wretch, I apologize to you two. Farina was extremely dissatisfied and didn't even bother helping the person up, adding a few more sentences. If he weren't a mage, I would have driven him away long ago. Then she turned and pressed the two. But how did you find this place? The excavation methods for ancient ruins are always top secret, Marnak explained. Actually, we found this place by following the coordinates shown on the key. Farina seemed to know that object too. The key. You mean the key leading to the ancient ruins? The girl excitedly jumped up, her eyes sparkling like stars, and asked, Can I go with you? But he flatly refused. Probably not. Farina sputtered and explained, I didn't mean going in there with you from the start. She smiled and continued, But after you get what you need, I will be very happy if you then lead me inside. She put her hands together and pleaded continuously, Please. He paused for a moment to think. Then Farina spoke up again. Priest, perhaps? What do you know about the ruins of the ancient empire? Marnak replied, I'm just like everyone else. Farina smiled. The ruins of the ancient empire are usually divided into two. Farina smiled. The ruins of the ancient empire are usually divided into two. Farina led them inside where everyone was working. The remaining part is buried underground. The goal of the Royal Archaeology team is to excavate the rest. Marnak was curious. Are you excavating the buried ruins now? The girl excitedly praised. That's smart. We're just curious about the connection between the two ruins, not interested in any items within them. Upon hearing that, he smiled willingly. All right then. Farina was surprised. Really? She happily took Marnak's hand and shook it continuously, her body twice as large as his. Thank you very much. He smiled and asked, But can you give us a temporary place to stay? By the time we come back here, we'll be exhausted. Farina generously replied, Of course. He pressed, The people digging for artifacts in there, none of them are from headquarters or the guilds, are they? Farota said, You don't need to worry about that. They are all just members of the Royal Archaeology team. Marnak asked with a little surprise. What, so your team has too few people? Faroria explained, We are not an organization that brings in a lot of profit. The relics buried underground are often in quite bad condition, and sometimes artifacts cannot be found. Therefore, we cannot hire enough workers. Marnak nodded. I see. So it's not a problem if many people go in together. A moment later, Dakia picked up the key, her beauty charming and graceful. The key opened a strange space portal. The space portal immediately opened wider, allowing 2 or 3 people to pass through at once. The people just watched silently. Only Farina was extremely excited. Marnak actively stepped forward. He stepped through. Marnak walked confidently with a straight back. Dakia followed behind, exclaiming with delight. She couldn't help but look around and exclaim, This place is so beautiful. Marnak smiled. That's right. He said, The scenery is beautiful, but we have to work first. The mother in his head exclaimed, Kill! Marnak raised his hand holding 2 strange objects that looked like earrings and whispered, Mom, I need a new power. The voice replied, Kill. Suddenly, a strange and powerful energy appeared. Marnak refined the object in his hand. Holy power 15232, holy power 12556, holy power Tendo 898, holy power 8990, holy power 6379. A new item was reborn. Marnak looked on with satisfaction. Finally, a power with strong attack. Marnak picked up the weapon. Here, his face full of confidence, the sword of corruption, devouring everything it touches. But suddenly he discovered something. For some reason, the item suddenly caused a strange phenomenon. Wait, the weapon is rusted. Immediately after, Marnak's entire arm also disappeared with it. Marnak's face darkened. If it devours me too, how can I use it? Dakia looked at Marnak's stump of an arm and asked, "Is your hand okay?" Marnak replied, "It will heal soon. Don't worry." A voice echoed, "Kill." A stream of green energy emanated from Marnak's body. It turned out to be Marnak's mother. She still only knew how to say, "Kill." Marnak's mother rushed over and hugged him tightly. Marnak said in surprise, "Mom, you're much bigger now." Marnak's mother cried. He stroked her head with his hand. "Do you think my hand hurts so much? I'm really fine." Suddenly, Dakia made a suggestion. "Ah, I have an idea. Why not let the girl hold that sword?" Marnak's mother looked at Dakia blankly and said, "She's quite nimble, and her hand might not be affected by the sword's curse." Marnak was worried. "But if Mom gets hurt?" His mother looked at him with a look of agreement. "Kill." Marnak also agreed to let his mother try. "Okay." He placed his hand on his mother's shoulder and said, "So, let's see if you can use it. Mom, you still only know how to say, 'Kill, kill.'" Marnak took out the sword. His mother's face was very confident. She immediately took the sword, but then her hand was engulfed in green flames, catching fire. In pain, she immediately threw the sword away. "Kill!" Marnak's mother sat in pain, gripping her hand after the sword set it on fire. He was also extremely panicked. Marnak looked at her hand and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" But she only knew how to say, "Kill, kill." Marnak comforted his crying mother. "Mom, don't blame yourself. I will protect you." Dakia said to Marnak, "Isn't there something a little strange?" He wondered. "What do you mean?" Dakia said, "The mother of corruption was hurt by her own power. The sword is still blazing with green flames." Marnak's mother angrily pointed at Dakia and said, "You—" Dakia was confused. "No, I mean—" Marnak chimed in. "Maybe it's because Mom hasn't fully regained her holy power yet." Then he suddenly burst into tears. "But you can speak new words now." His mother smiled happily. "I am kill." Marnak stroked his mother's head and said, "Don't worry about that." His mother, meanwhile, kept spamming one word, "Kill." Marnak knelt down, took his mother's hand and gently said, "Just your presence brings me strength already." She was still the same, "Kill." Dakia put her hand on her chin and said, "Both of your hands have recovered." "Right," Marnak replied. Dakia continued, "Then let's go inside." He looked at his mother and said, "Mom, please." She was still, "Kill." Marnak's mother summoned a golem. As soon as the golem's foot appeared, it stomped, almost sinking the floor. Marnak narrowed his eyes happily. "It's been a while. I hope you can do it." The golem roared violently, unleashing its power. Marnak suggested, "Can you hold this for a moment?" He extended his hand towards the sword in front of him. The golem immediately grabbed the sword. The golem's face immediately changed color. The golem shrieked violently because its hand was just set on fire by the sword. Then its hand fell off and dropped to the ground. Marnak looked at the scene with astonishment. Even the corrupted giant couldn't hold that sword. The golem's face turned red with anger. He said awkwardly, "Sorry." Marnak looked at the palace in front of him and suggested, "Then let's go inside the ruins." The golem kept roaring. Dakia asked, "What should we do now?" Marnak replied, "Let's just wait and see for now." He calmly narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "After all, none of us can detect the traps in there." The golem kept smashing things around. Marnak said, "I think it's better to let the giant open the way." Suddenly he noticed something. The golem exclaimed, "Huh!" Another giant rock person appeared in front of the golem. Dakia's hand emitted fire magic and she said, "Or should I use magic?" Marnak replied, "Let's just wait and see." He recalled past memories and said, "Giants are immune to magic, so it's not really a problem for it." The giant rock person was looking at the golem. The rock person's eyes glowed. The golem angrily remembered being beaten and bullied by these rock people when it was young. It roared once. The golem grabbed two giant swords and charged forward. It struck the rock person hard with one blow. The rock person countered and punched the golem in the jaw. Marnak's mother stood by cheering, "Kill! Kill!" Marnak also laughed and said, "It's really worth cheering for it. Kill, kill." He was surprised when he saw his mother take something from her robe pocket. It turned out she took out a giant green gem. She held the gem and looked at it thoughtfully. The gem glowed a beautiful green. Marnak's mother closed her eyes and chanted, making the gem emit a glow. He was surprised. "Mom, that is—" The gem split in half. She held it up for Marnak to see and then smiled. "Kill, holy power, 13379. He used his hand to lift his mother's armpit. "Now you can be considered a goddess." Marnak lifted her up and said, "You have merged all the chaotic forces into one." He lifted her and spun her around. "Mom, you're amazing." Dakia also watched, speechless, at the mother and son. Dakia said, "You two are very well suited." Marnak laughed. "Haha, you think so?" Dakia asked a question that made Marnak speechless. "Do you think we could also be suited like that?" Marnak subtly replied, "I think we are already suited, aren't we?" He said, "Or is it just me who thinks so?" Dakia blushed. Dakia was shy. That... Marnak looked at her and smiled, thinking, when fighting, she always helps me whenever I need her. The golem roared. Then it held something up high. The blue sword appeared along with Marnak's thoughts. According to the situation, I used $10,000 divine power to strengthen my power and the corrupted giant as needed. I can't pull out a power as hard to control as the corrupted sword in critical moments. Marnak smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Dakia nodded. "Okay," he said to his mother. "Mom, change back into the hand form now." Marnak's mother looked at him. "Kill!" The two, Marnak and Dakia, along with the golem, were moving deeper into the ruins. Someone's foot appeared. A figure with a fully covered cloak and darkness within appeared. The golem watched as something was about to appear in front of it. Suddenly it was hit directly in the face. It was a golden robot that sent the golem flying away. Marnak hugged Dakia. "Danger." The recent collision caused the surrounding earth and rocks to explode, filling the air with dust. He was still hugging Dakia tightly, protecting her. Marnak looked towards it in surprise. "What the hell?" His face was worried. The valiant golden robot appeared, stealing the golem's spotlight. It began to advance closer towards Marnak's group. Marnak gritted his teeth. "Damn it." The robot's hand lunged to attack. He channeled the power of the characters of corruption, causing his eyes to turn green along with green patterns on his face. Marnak said to Dakia, "Miss, hold on tight to me." Then he shouted loudly, "I'll run at full speed." And then Marnak hugged Dakia and dashed away. The golem was angry and roared continuously. It bravely charged at the golden robot. The golem used its giant sword to attack the robot, allowing Marnak to run. Dakia was worried about the golem. "Is this okay? Leaving it here like this?" Marnak reassured her. "It will be fine. We will come back after completing our task." He was actually very worried, but tried to act as if nothing was wrong. Marnak and Dakia ran to a door. Marnak said, "It seems this is the door." Marnak's mother's voice spoke up. "Kill!" He looked around in confusion. Marnak and Dakia were startled and frightened to see the group of robots standing in front of them. A robot's eyes displayed two red dots. The whole group of robots started to attack. The sword-wielding robots charged at the two people. Marnak said, annoyed. "They won't even let us rest." Holding the sword in his hand, he shouted, "Dakia, you handle the right side." Dakia replied, "All right." Marnak looked at the defeated robot that was smoking. Dakia's voice spoke up. Did I do well?" Marnak praised. "You did very well. You used a large amount of magic. Perhaps we should rest a bit." Dakia said awkwardly. A sound was heard, making both of them vigilant. A robot leg appeared. A golden robot appeared. "Kill?" The golden robot raised its hand. Then it pulled out two guns from its hand. Marnak looked and jumped aside. He continued to hug Dakia and run. "This way quickly." Marnak and Dakia hid behind the wall to avoid the golden robot that was continuously firing bullets. He gritted his teeth in anger. Dakia held on to Marnak in fear. The earth and rocks were shot until they were glowing red. Every piece was as hot as burning coal. Marnak didn't see the robot firing bullets anymore and thought, it must have run out of ammo. As for the robot, its 3 barrels fired too much, so they are now glowing red. Marnak stomped hard with his foot. He hugged Dakia. "Keep running." And then Marnak seemed surprised by something. He looked behind him. Huh! A robot arm was absorbing the bullets just fired. What? What the hell is that? It turned out the golden robot just ran out of ammo, so it was picking them up, Marnak muttered annoyedly. It's picking up the bullets it just fired. Dakia was worried. What should we do now? Marnak calmly said, Can you hit that giant's gun with your magic? He looked at the robot's gun and continued. It's an object that's very easily exploded when hit by magic. Dakia agreed. Okay, I'll use magic right now. Suddenly, Marnak suggested, No, wait a moment. Just as he is about to fire, Dakia said with a confident expression, I will try to hit that gun. He saw the robot getting ready to fire again. Marnak shouted loudly, Do it right now. Dakia unleashed fire magic at the robot. Dakia's fire orb was hurtling towards it. The fire orb caused the golden robot's gun to explode. Marnak looked up at the ceiling and noticed movement. He looked at Dakia and smiled happily. Well done. Dakia blushed and clenched her fist. All right, leave it to me. These robots won't be able to do anything to me. Marnak stomped hard with his foot. He hugged Dakia and ran away, while Dakia continuously unleashed magic towards the golden robot. Hit by many spells, the robot gradually exploded and caught fire. Dakia's expression immediately turned annoyed. Marnak was worried. It seems she's running out of mana. He noticed something. Both were surprised by the door in front of them. Marnak strongly kicked the door once. But it didn't budge, so he was annoyed. Damn it! Marnak was helpless. We've hit a dead end. He put Dakia down and said, I think this is the exit. Please keep watch for me while I examine it for a bit. Marnak looked back worriedly. Almost out of time. They will catch up to us soon. The golden robot was still relentlessly chasing. A saw appeared. It turned out he was using the saw to open the door, but it was ineffective. The door had many scratches but no sign of opening. Marnak looked on in panic. He looked at the door gradually healing and wanted to curse. What the hell? A sound was heard. No cheating. Marnak thought annoyed. Maybe I have to defeat that thing to open the door. The golden robot was continuously firing bullets and getting closer, making him frustrated. Damn it! Marnak shouted loudly to Dakia. Dakia! Do as I say! Marnak unleashed all his power and charged forward. This is the last monster. Marnak continued. Just hold on a little longer. Dakia wiped her sweat. The robot used its arm to absorb bullets. He threw something and thought, Does it want to reload again? The object Marnak threw hit it, causing the robot's arm to stop absorbing bullets. He shouted loudly, Dakia! Dakia unleashed all her magic power. The magic explosion caused the area around the robot to ignite and explode, engulfed in a sea of fire. Dakia knelt down, exhausted. Marnak gritted his teeth. This is the last magic she can cast. He leaped high and charged at the robot. It's time to seize the opportunity and act quickly. Marnak gripped the sword tightly in his hand. The sword of corruption. He forcefully thrust the sword into the ground. The golden robot looked on in surprise. Marnak's hand was ignited and corroded by the sword. He thought in horror, Damn it! The devouring when holding this sword is happening too quickly. The golden robot was also gradually affected and being corroded. Marnak felt uneasy. Not good. I can't maintain the characters of corruption anymore. But his hand still gripped the sword, even though it was almost completely necrotic. That won't do. If the sword disappears. Suddenly Marnak's hand pulled him forward. The golden robot also charged forward in anger. A wave of green light spheres emitted from the robot. His mother's hand was holding that sword. His mother's voice echoed, Kill! Marnak's mother held the sword, bursting into tears, and said, I'll kill you. While he was lying flat on the ground, a power struck the golden robot directly. Dakia looked up in horror. The golden robot was being set on fire and corroded. Marnak's 2 arms were corroded by the sword and turned to ash. His mother rushed forward, opening her arms to hug him. Marnak's mother raised her hand towards him. Marnak's eyes widened. He jumped up and shouted loudly, Mom, are you okay? His mother said, Kill! Marnak looked at his mother with joy. Oh, Mom is still okay. I'm so happy. He asked her, Did you bring Dakia and me here? She replied, Kill. Marnak smiled brightly like a flower. I really can't live without you, Mom. His mother raised her hand, looking serious. And then she raised 2 fingers and posed proudly. Kill. Marnak smiled and said, Yes, Mom is the best. He recalled, if it weren't for Mom, we wouldn't have been able to defeat that robot. A voice spoke up, making Marnak turn back to look. Priest Marnak? It was Dakia speaking. I'm not dead yet, right? He replied. Not yet. Marnak walked over to Dakie's side. Can you walk now? Dakie said. Yes, thanks to the rest. I feel much better. Where are we? Marnak looked at the door in front of them and said, We've arrived. A sound from the door echoed again. What is eternally lovely? Dakia was surprised. He smiled and said, as expected of the mother-daughter pair. Dakia asked Marnak, Is this a riddle? He replied, Elisa. A memory snippet appeared between the mother and her daughter. The door immediately opened, surprising Dakia, while Marnak obviously found it normal. A vague foot appeared and said, Exactly. The person who just appeared introduced herself to both. I am the best blacksmith in the empire, Silon. It was a girl with pigtails tied on both sides. She said, Well, more precisely, I'm just a 3D projection, but… Marnak started sweating, thinking, first a machine gun, and now a projection. He looked at the girl in front of him. What kind of ancient kingdom is this? The projection continued to repeat the sentence, leaving Dakia stunned. Exactly. I am the best blacksmith in the empire, Silon. Well, more precisely, I'm just a 3D projection, but… Dakia exclaimed. Huh? Marnak explained. It's probably because we kept standing here. That's why the projection repeated itself. Let's go inside. The 3D projection of Silon said, You said you overcame the guards I created. Truly impressive. Dakia asked him, How did you know the answer? Marnak said, Ah, you mean that riddle. He continued, Because you mean my mother's name? Silon chimed in. And why did I ask that? It's simple. A yellow key with many mechanical parts appeared. Silon said, You all entered here using the key I left for my mother. But what if you didn't know my mother's name? Silon began to become dangerous and said, Why should I spare you all? Her 3D projection was angrily catching fire. Marnak looked over at Dakia and gave an awkward smile. It would be really bad if I answered incorrectly. Silon became serious again and continued, Anyway, to get in here, you all must have had a hard time. She created a house and said, So just rest here. Marnak stroked his mother's hand, his mother still spamming, Kill. Dakia's voice spoke up. You shower really quickly. Dakia, in her charming swimwear, looked at Marnak and said, Isn't the bathroom here wonderful? It feels like I've gotten rid of a ton of fatigue. He said calmly, I feel the same. Do you like it? Dakia replied, Yeah, I've never seen those strange devices before. The faucet and shower appeared as Dakia described them, but the details were explained in ancient language. Even my clothes were washed while I was bathing. She was happy. It seems my aversion to Silon has disappeared by half. Marnak's mother said, Kill. The house Silon created looked very beautiful and modern. Silon appeared and asked, Are you fully rested? She floated in front of Marnak and said, I'm here to return some items you all left behind on the way here. Marnak looked at the thing in front of him. Ah, this is… It was a black ring. Silon said, I also repaired the damaged items. He picked up the ring and thought, I thought it fell off because my hand rotted when I held the sword. It seems I will avoid being scolded by the owner. Silon said to Marnak, Come with me. I will give you the item you are looking for. Dakia was astonished. Wow. A magnificent white palace appeared before Dakia, making her exclaim in awe, An underground area in a place like this is so large. Silon smiled and said, So who among the two of you will take piece number 1? Marnak's mother pointed at herself. Kill! Silon was speechless. She had to say again, So who among the 3 of you? Marnak narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, It's me. Silon continued, All right. She looked at Marnak's mother and smiled, saying, But if the other 2 leave empty-handed, it wouldn't be right. I will create everything you 2 want as a reward. Silon split into 3 copies. Follow me. She led Marnak to a room. Silon said to Marnak, This is the last circuit I created. Number 1. A pure black bracelet appeared. Silon said, Put it on your dominant hand. Marnak immediately put it on. He said in surprise, Oh, it automatically adjusts to the user's size. But then Marnak noticed something was not right. The bracelet emitted a green aura. Scylla explained, "Don't be afraid. It's just registering the user." She continued to instruct, "Now, shout activate and press that button." Scylla smiled and said, "You have to shout." Marnak was annoyed. Seriously. He awkwardly pressed the button and then shouted, "Activate!" The bracelet immediately transformed and covered Marnak's entire hand. His entire hand immediately transformed into a robot hand. He was surprised. "What is this?" Scylla laughed loudly. "You actually shouted—" She continued, "Actually, you just needed to press that button." Marnak was annoyed at being tricked. "I didn't shout." Scylla continued talking, ignoring Marnak, who was blushing with embarrassment. "Sorry for laughing. I will explain the function now." He looked into the distance in surprise. On the floor in front of Marnak appeared overlapping lines. Scylla requested, "Now try raising your right fist." She explained, "Number 1 will react to your brainwaves. Don't worry. Just think of it as reading his mind." Scylla continued, "What you need to do is very simple. Just imagine there's a small cannon attached to your hand." Marnak did as instructed, and his hand glowed. He transformed his hand into a cannon and aimed forward. Scylla said, "That's right." The hand fired an extremely powerful shot forward, the green laser beam cutting through everything, surprising Marnak. "Wow!" The explosion caused by the recent shot was terrifying. Kalon said loudly, "Excellent!" Marnak was still astonished. "Wow!" She asked for the customer's opinion. "How is my special magic cannon?" The wall had a hole and glowed red from the explosion. Scylla continued, "Because it doesn't have a physical form. Long-range battles won't be very effective, but at close range it's incredibly powerful. The energy the magic cannon uses is mana in the air. It will automatically reload." Marnak's mouth fell open. Scylla shouted loudly at him, "You can load 3 rounds at once and it will take about 20 minutes for each reload, meaning you need to be extremely careful and aim accurately every time you shoot. But you also have to keep it. I created one that can be reloaded so you can decide the timing to aim and focus yourself." Scylla snapped her fingers and smiled. "If you possess my other numbered items, try combining them with number 1 and see something interesting will happen." Marnak started trying. A white sword appeared. This thing... Then he utilized the power from glove number 1. Marnak was surprised because the sword immediately synchronized its power with the glove. Then the glove retracted the sword inside. The glove showed 2 squares with the shape of a saw. Scylla said in surprise, "You really possess another numbered item. That's amazing." She looked at the 2 squares. The first one looks like a sword, and the second one... Surprisingly, the glove revealed a blade underneath, making Marnak panic. "Whoa," Scylla said. "It's amazing, isn't it? Number 1 is the essence of holy power and mana converging." Marnak said seriously, "Holy power and mana are truly amazing." Scylla puffed out her chest. "Yes, I know I'm amazing." She instructed further. "Ah, yes, it is completely immortal, so it is very durable. But if it breaks, it will automatically repair itself. So don't worry." Marnak was surprised. Immortal, and it can even repair itself. He began to think. Then he took out the green fire sword from before. He used the glove to grab the sword. The glove started transforming. Marnak couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the glove. "This is..." Marnak was incredibly surprised by the power arm he just possessed. "This..." He stared at it intently and asked loudly. "This is..." A small system panel appeared, showing a notification. "Cannot recover in another 70 seconds. Marnak froze, thinking to himself, 70 seconds. He remembered what happened earlier and could confirm that he still had time, even though he had defeated the giant monster just now. Marnak stared intently at his transformed hand. "With this..." He smiled and clenched his fist with great satisfaction. "I will be able to use the unholy sword now." Suddenly a voice echoed from a distance. "Priest Marnak." It turned out to be Defied coming to check on him. "Did you find anything?" He replied, relaxed. "A bracelet that can turn into armor. It also has other abilities." Then he asked back, "What about you?" Defiad's cheeks were flushed. She gently brushed her hair aside, revealing her fair neck with a silver necklace. She replied mysteriously, "Guess." Marnak immediately realized the new thing. "That thing on your neck, right?" Defiad smiled brightly and happily. "That's right." she explained. It helps control magic power, like the ring I once had, but it doesn't limit the magic power it can control. The corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile of satisfaction. The necklace glowed brightly. I think this is much better than a ring. It formed a layer of fabric covering half of her face. She asked, "How is it?" He smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it." Suddenly a small hand tugged at his robe. He paid a little attention and turned. "Mom," Marnak asked blankly. "Don't you like your reward, Mom?" She replied firmly. "My left hand." He frowned and looked down. Then he also held out his left hand to look. On his hand was an identical ring. Kill. Marnak smiled and explained, "We can locate each other with this ring, and it can protect us with a barrier once a day if necessary." She spoke up as if she understood. "Kill, kill." Dakia on this side thought to herself, "Are you jealous of the ring the master gave me? So cute." As for him, excited, he lifted his mother up and spun around, cheering with delight. "Thank you. I really like it." She was also having fun. Kill. Suddenly, a voice echoed, interrupting the joy of both. "Now everyone has received their reward. What do you all want to do?" It turned out to be Silan, she said again. "Everyone can leave or stay longer." Marnak turned around and asked Dakia, "What should we do?" She calmly replied, "I agree to leave. All my fatigue has been washed away." He smiled and exclaimed, "Then, we'll leave." Silan behind clapped her hands once and wondered, "Oh, everyone is leaving. Then..." She controlled a robot arm from under the floor. "The key you used to enter. I want to get it back." Hearing that, Dakia felt a bit awkward and asked, "What do we do now?" Marnak rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I still have a promise to the captain of the archaeology team." He continued, "But that's the Silan we're talking about. I think it's best to give it to her." So I did as he said, leaving the key on the robot's hand. Silan smiled and said, "Thank you." Then she tilted her head and said with interest, "Well, see you later." That sentence made both a little confused. Huh. Suddenly from behind, a giant hand appeared. Marnak quickly and fiercely resisted. Kuk! Right behind them, a space portal appeared as if wanting to suck people in. Dakia was surprised. "Kia, what the hell is happening?" Silan said with a very smug expression. "If you collect all 10 pieces of me that are numbered, something very interesting will happen." She immediately cheered when she saw him about to be pushed in. "So, try your best." And so the two were pushed in by that arm. Marnak landed cautiously on the ground, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect her to kick us out like that." Dakia said, "She just created an exit from the dungeon." Saying that, she widened his eyes, then turned to call him, "Priest, this is the smell of blood, right?" Marnak replied seriously, "I plan to give them a warm welcome, with the title of murderer." On the other side, a group of people were running away as fast as their legs could carry them. Forzarina turned back, feeling very uncomfortable with something chasing her. Damn it. The end of this road is a dead end. She looked at the horrifying swarm of bats. There were more of them than usual. This is an ambush. Suddenly, one of her teammates carelessly fell to the ground. She thought to herself, but why the injured person was very scared and panicked. Forzarina immediately ran to the rescue. Seeing this, the other bats also got scared and flew away. She placed her large hammer on the ground and yelled angrily, "Where is that bastard Thrawn?" A man pointed in one direction and said, "He was right in front just now." She loudly ordered Thran, telling him he should dig faster with whatever strength he had if he wanted to live. Hearing that, he hesitated a little, "But Captain," Forzarina shouted loudly, "shut up and relay my words to that bastard. He could only obey." "Yes, ma'am." She wore a smile full of confidence and bloodlust. "I will crush you bastards right here." Then she swung her weapon, facing the giant bat swarm, and completed her mission. As soon as they flew up, she immediately swung a direct blow at them. Bat after bat fell down from that powerful attack. Forzarina fought and screamed, "Ha!" In an instant, countless bat carcasses fell below. The scene shifts to another side. Seeing a giant bat carcass, a voice of exclamation rang out. Truly surprising. Indeed, a unicorn tribe. The man with a braid at the back of his head said, "Does that matter right now? We should leave here before all my bats die." Suddenly, a hammer slammed down onto the ground. Forzarina questioned, "Who allowed you to leave, you dirtheads?" A girl with a body covered in stone suddenly appeared behind her and spoke, "I don't need your permission." As soon as she heard that, she quickly turned back, preparing to unleash a dangerous blow. Kyuk! But she was immediately parried by her. She spoke, "A hammer. Huh. It almost hurt me. You are too violent." Forzarina gnashed her teeth and said, "Do you think you can simply block my hammer like that?" Then she swung the hammer upwards with all her might and cursed, "Die." Suddenly, the person with pale white skin snapped their fingers. That's right. A mass of dark magic surrounded her, truly a troublesome woman. It tied her legs tightly, then it tied her hands. Finally, it wrapped around Forzarina's neck. Her whole body was restrained and she couldn't move. Cook! The girl behind her laughed gleefully. "My dear, don't behave like that." The pale-skinned man questioned, "Where is the relic?" She replied resolutely, "I don't know." She suddenly looked behind her. In the distance, a tall, dark figure had chopped off the head of the one with a braid at the back of his head. That person was none other than Marnak, with a strong physique and a mask covering his face. His appearance froze everyone. The pale-skinned man frowned and snapped his fingers again. No way. That dark energy wanted to restrain him like it restrained Forzarina. "It's truly unfortunate that you are too naive. Just one force blew them all away. The embodiment of corruption." The girl with the stone body and Forzarina were incredibly surprised. Marnak on this side charged like a furious leopard. Seeing that, she cried out in fear, "Holy power." He held the chainsaw and slashed straight down at the ground. The man saw it and could only panic, staring blankly. Marnak stood proudly as the rocks were shattered by him. Marnak's voice rang out, "You guys—" His eyes were full of killing intent. He questioned, "How many are there?" The pale-skinned man couldn't recognize his own situation, and was still planning to resist. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred in front. Smoke and dust billowed, blocking all vision. Then, a giant lump of flesh appeared. He smirked smugly, thinking that Marnak had been swallowed by that mass of flesh. But in an instant, he was slapped in the face. Impossible. His chainsaw cut through that mass of flesh as fast as lightning. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene became utterly horrifying. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. What? What the hell are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Marnak easily escaped the restraint. His eyes blazed, sharp as if wanting to slit the throat of anyone who looked at him. At that time, from the heavens above, 4 stars descended. "A holy war. It is a holy war. You who submit to divine will. Destroy the fallen gods. We will lead you. This is the will of the gods. The 4 stars have gathered warriors who will carry out the will of the gods." The 4 stars spoke. "Do we need to revere or serve the fallen gods even a little? The only reverence for the fallen gods is annihilation. Do not doubt, and have no questions. Just follow what you have been commanded. All of it is for your benefit. The stars have descended. They have named the warriors they gathered as Holy War of Extermination." Returning to reality, Marnak questioned, "How many of you are there?" The man stubbornly continued to use his power to try and keep him, but he didn't flinch at all and rushed to tightly grip the man's neck. Marnak didn't waste words and just asked directly, "How many?" The pale-skinned man was still persistent. "Why should I?" He didn't say anything more and used action, punching the opponent's neck with one blow, and that had a great effect. His face was covered in blood. By this point he was very scared, so he finally confessed, "Besides us, there's another team. If you let me go, I will." The man was currently hanging in the air. Hearing that, Marnak immediately let go, making the opponent fall to the ground. Then the girl with a body covered in earth stepped forward. Oh, wow. She was still very arrogant and laughed, saying, "I must teach you a new lesson." But suddenly she froze, because a knife was stabbed straight into her chest. Her entire body gradually aged. Her hair fell out, and her skin melted away, leaving only bones. Seeing that scene, Marnak spoke, "That's indeed." Then he used his hand to send her off to meet her ancestors. A perfect massacre. Then Marnak turned to ask Forzarina, "Miss, where is my next target?" The corner of her mouth curved up and she said, "Pull me up first, then we'll talk." He also listened and pulled her up. She thought to herself, "He is kinder than I thought." Forzarina frowned when she clearly saw Marnak's appearance now, even though he looked a little strange. He helped her up. She spoke, "I don't know who you are, but can you save me?" Marnak replied nonchalantly, "I'm a murderer." Forzarina broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Ah, Okay, a murderer. Huh, buddy. Her eyes subtly glanced down. If you help our team. It turns out his six-pack abs were the destination of her gaze. Forzarina then blushed and turned away. I will do everything you want. Then he was startled and realized. It turned out her hand was touching Marnak's strong body. He angrily questioned, "What are you doing?" Forzarina happily drooled, quickly withdrew her hand and explained, "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." He was annoyed, his eyes full of killing intent, and warned, "If you don't want to be killed, take me to where those lumps of flesh that need to be killed are." She heard and felt a little scared. Well, all right. She clasped her hands and begged, "Please." He tiredly yelled, "Shut up. I'm not doing this for you." Marnak stated his purpose clearly. "I just want something new to slaughter," Forzarina replied. "All right." His eyes slightly glanced to the side. Then he used his hand to unleash power. Holy power, plus 2,000. He thought to himself, it seems like, looking at the skull on the ground, the cursed sword doesn't absorb corpses. After that incident, Marnak reminded himself, I must limit using too many fingers, so I can use it on those things. Suddenly he sat down below and said, "Now I will run out of here as fast as possible." Marnak frowned and threatened, "If you don't want to be killed by me, show me the right way." Forzarina smiled and replied, "All right, I'm counting on you." Seeing her attitude made him even more annoyed, and he yelled, "I'm not doing this for you, okay?" Marnak emphasized, "I just want something new to slaughter." Forzarina, who was being carried on his back, happily cheered, Yeah. So he dashed deep into the cave. Dakaya was hiding behind a rock, watching them both. She tightly clutched her cloak. Then she also quickly ran after them both. Elsewhere, someone was casting ice magic. Someone was shouting, urging, "Thran, hurry up." They loudly said, "The captain risked his life to buy us time." Thran was urged and became too angry. He yelled, "Damn it, do you think this is a child's game or something? If you can't help, then shut up." Suddenly a subordinate looked behind him. That person wondered, "This sound is..." Immediately the giant bat swarm flew towards them again, wanting to attack. The subordinate yelled a warning, "The bats are here again." Thud. If only I had a weapon in my hand. Thran gnashed his teeth in anger. He just yelled, "Damn it," while using all his strength to unleash his power. Immediately the wall was punctured with a large hole. He happily said, "It's done." Then he shouted to his subordinates behind, "Dig quickly. We will go inside." The bat swarm was still charging at this time. Right at this moment, all of them had safely jumped to the other side. Thran clapped his hands together to control the stone wall. He very seriously cast magic carefully. The bats were flying towards them. The stone wall immediately closed, crushing the bat. Blood splattered all over the wall. Its head fell off, stone dead. Thran knelt down on the ground. He panted and spoke, "Hey, someone come help." Thran clicked his tongue. "Damn it," thinking to himself, "we were able to survive thanks to the captain's sacrifice." But the captain? Little did they know that Forzarina on this side was being carried by a handsome man and was thrilled to death. Marnak's mother was annoyed. "Kill, kill." A voice rang out, managing to run. "Huh?" The black-haired girl wondered, "Why are these people so hard to catch?" The blonde-haired young man replied seriously, "It seems that archaeology team is stronger than we thought." Jamel came closer, sighed, and said, "Ha, you're sure they have relics?" "Right." He squinted his eyes and said, "There is no doubt anymore. The higher-ups can track the location of the relics." Jamel. She came forward from behind. The black-haired girl yelled in anger, "The problem here is that the location is not specific." Jamel pointed at her cheek and said, "We can't just keep looking for relics vaguely like this." She continued, "I heard that others have used relics to create a perfect incarnation." The blonde-haired young man wondered. Then, the black-haired girl pointed directly at him and angrily yelled, "You are the leader. You must know. We can do that too." Jamel also chimed in, "Yes, ha." He walked forward. "All right, but for now, let's keep chasing the archaeology team." Then, the blonde-haired young man requested, "Jamel, open the door." She replied, "Okay." After speaking, she immediately clasped her hands together to cast magic and recited a spell, "O giant stones, unite." She pointed straight at a stone wall and continued, "Clear the path from those rocks." Immediately a large, straight crack appeared. In an instant, a large hole was opened. The black-haired girl urged, "All right, Let's go. But before she could leave, a giant bat charged towards them. Following that were countless other bats chasing them. Jamel looked around blankly. What's this? She sweated and said, What's wrong with these kids? The blonde-haired young man replied, The other group must be in trouble. The black-haired girl frowned and wondered, What should we do? Go help them. As soon as Jamel heard that, she immediately refused. That group is full of weirdos. I really don't want to. He reminded her, Our mission is to retrieve the relic. Let's just focus on that. The black-haired girl shrugged. If you say so, Jamel could only comply. I agree with that idea. The scene shifts to Marnak. A damaged hand was touching his chest. He was startled and questioned. What are you doing? Forzarina changed the subject. Are you interested in archaeology? Marnak angrily growled. Answer my question, before I kill you. She suddenly spoke. My name is Forzarina. I am the captain of the Royal Archaeology Team. She continued. I can give you a job right away. In her mind, she was happily drooling. His body is really great. Marnak saw Forzarina kept changing the subject and yelled angrily, Take your hand off me. If you touch me again, I'll make you disappear. She chuckled. Ah, all right. He glanced over and exclaimed, I thought your teammates were in danger. You don't look worried at all. She closed her eyes, in a relaxed state, calmly replied, I don't even know if they are dead or not, so there's nothing to be sad about. Suddenly Forzarina discovered something. Ah! Then she was excited, pointing straight ahead. My people must have gone that way. He looked in that direction and saw a large castle behind the rocks. Ruins, she replied. That is where Princess Scyllin passed away. Marnak was a little surprised. Princess Scyllin. Then he realized who that person was. Forzarina explained, This is the experimental site, as well as her fortress. The Old Kingdom. During the reign of her mother and the Emperor, Emperor Wing Lak, no problems occurred. But when it came time to choose a successor, her daughter, Scyllin, renounced the throne. Therefore, an adopted son from a close royal family immediately took over the position. Of course, when Scyllin renounced the throne, there were no problems at first, until Scyllin created the Immortalium. Hearing this, Marnak's eyes were full of doubt. Forzarina smiled and said, What I'm about to say is just my hypothesis, so please don't take it as fact. She continued, For the Old Kingdom, which was built after the era of the fallen mages, there was no enemy worthy of them. But thanks to the Immortalium mind, Scylin's reputation soared. The Emperor expanded his army to consolidate his power. But the problem is this. That action, on the contrary, threatened his authority. A group of revolutionaries was formed, aiming to support Scylin's ascension to become the Empress. Scyllin still had no intention of taking the throne, but this made those people want her to ascend even more. As an emperor who only cared about power, finally, a civil war broke out. Between the revolutionaries and the imperial army, both sides tried to drag Scyllin in, because she was the only one who could create the Immortalium. The emperor was certain that his sister would side with him. The revolutionaries also believed that Scyllin would not turn her back on the people who were bleeding. However, Scyllin declared her neutrality. Forzarina continued, I think she's just doing what she thinks is right. But the other two factions, because of that, eventually considered her an enemy. She became someone the others felt they had to seize and exploit for their own benefit. Instead of someone they should persuade, they came to her experimental site, but were repelled. Right in front of them was a monster made of robot with glowing eyes full of killing intent. The soldiers she created were too strong. They blew away the guards. As someone who brings punishment, Marnak understood. Those giant constructs are truly powerful, Forzarina continued. They couldn't penetrate her defenses and made a foolish choice. They took the lives of innocent civilians and tried to threaten her. Scyllin was extremely furious at that action and decided to put an end to this civil war. She decided to eliminate both factions because both were the root of all problems. Historical records state that an army of cold steel continuously poured out. I believe these are the robots belonging to Scylin's faction. To counter Scylin's overwhelming army, the Emperor and the revolutionaries decided to join forces. After that, they introduced a force that only they could use. The Masters. A team of highly skilled individuals infiltrated the experimental area. The outcome: they successfully assassinated Scyllin. Forzarina held a piece of colored paper in her hand. She spoke, but it also recorded that no one could return after that. Hearing that, Marnak was very curious. Why, she replied, nobody knows. There are no records of it. She continued. Ceylon's experimental zone became a forbidden area, so after that, no one could enter. He glanced to the side, questioning, after that event, what happened to the old kingdom. Hearing that, she explained, the emperor and the revolutionaries continued the civil war between them, and eventually, the old kingdom fell. At this moment, Marnak dashed towards the stone gate in front. He spoke, "Do you know anything about Ceylon's numbered creations?" Forzarina didn't know about that at all, so she asked again, "Numbered?" He said, "I think she has something like that." She smiled and said, "I've never heard of it." He became serious, pondered something, and replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, the giant snake was decapitated, splitting it in half. A blonde-haired girl did that with a sharp weapon. Her whole body was covered in wounds. One hand was severed, but the corner of her mouth still held a smile full of hidden meaning. Damn it, I chose the wrong side. Another snake charged forward, biting her to death. Blood splattered everywhere. Marnak thought to himself about the scene. The demon helped her fake her death. After that, she created the numbered creations. Then he was startled and realized something. Wait, if what she said is true, as soon as they both ran into the ruins, he wondered, aren't we not allowed in here? Forzarina replied nonchalantly, we're not. Marnak's face went blank and he asked, you just brought your subordinates here, right? She smiled innocently and said, that was before. I'm sure most of the things have been erased by time. Suddenly the corner of her mouth curved up. Well, except for... Then she continued, the manual for creating the immortalium. As soon as she finished speaking, the layers of earth high above began to shake violently. Forzarina yelled loudly, thinking, are they my teammates? Let me down. We have to hurry. Deep inside the ruins, a man held a large hammer tightly, his mouth constantly cursing, damn it, damn it. In front was a large, tall robot. He cursed again, damn it. The closer it got, the more panicked he became. His mind was unstable, so he just swung the hammer wildly, hitting nobody. Stay away from me. But that robot only needed to slash his weapon once to cut it in half. The heavy hammerhead just separated from the handle and fell to the ground. Nothing could stop it. It immediately swung its blade, wanting to slash. That man was helpless. The only thing he could do was close his eyes tightly, instinctively covering his face with both hands. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, which sent the robot flying backwards. Its body damaged all over. He was stunned. What's this? In the distance, a loaded gun was aimed in that direction. The one who provided assistance was none other than Marnak. His eyes were as sharp as blades, full of killing intent. Looking at the desolate scene before him, he thought to himself, 6 people, all of them, all because of the relic I took. Forzarina recognized her people and rushed over to ask, hey, what happened? The man recognized her and called out, Captain. He happily cheered, you're still alive. And she bluntly said, shut up and answer my question. What about the others? He heard that and replied hesitantly. The walls suddenly moved, so we were separated. He continued, I didn't even touch anything. I think those who followed us did something. At that moment, the robot's eyes lit up brightly. The man immediately realized. Then he screamed a warning. Oh no, that monster, it's getting up again. Marnak was no pushover either. He immediately gripped the chainsaw tightly and charged forward to engage in battle. He slashed his weapon directly at its hand. But some surprise made him open his eyes wide. It turns out it wasn't injured at all. This thing... Marnak kept slashing continuously, but it was all ineffective. He realized its whole body is made of immortalium. That robot charged forward. His eyebrows furrowed. But while fighting, he thought to himself, compared to the previous ones, in an instant, Marnak gained the upper hand, forcefully knocking its hand away. The robot was thrown backward, slamming into the dirt wall. Of course, he didn't spare it, throwing a kick at its face as fast as lightning. It wasn't strong enough. Once again, it was kicked straight backward. There was a large dent on its head, and its body had traces of damage. Then Forzarina stepped forward, stomping directly on a robot arm. This bastard. She ordered, don't just stand there and watch. Come help. Are you planning to let him do everything for us? The whole group cheered in unison. Yes. Marnak's mother spoke. Kill, he thought to himself. If both are immortalium, then it's certain that we will only be eroding each other's immortalium. However, as soon as he thought of that, he started up the chainsaw, then he stabbed it straight into its body. One part. My chainsaw blade can regenerate itself. Detach. Immediately, the chainsaw cut through its mechanical head. Fall. When that sound was emitted, the robot was completely destroyed. Its eyes no longer glowed. They went dark. He then withdrew the saw blade. Forzarina knelt down below, speaking softly in a daze. We're alive. A human hand was created. Marnak's mother cheered. Kill. Kill. He nodded. That's right, he thought to himself. If we can sell this much immortalium, we'll be swimming in a sea of gold. Suddenly a plume of smoke rose from its corpse. The men behind him saw it and cried out, Is it poison? No. She said again, Kill. His eyes widened in surprise. Is the immortalium melting? Kill. Kill. Marnak told himself. Useless. I'm sure Scyllin predicted this would happen. Just ignore it. She spoke. Kill. He became very energetic, jumping up and yelling, I will kill all these metal people. Those who can't keep up will be left behind. Try to keep up. If you don't want to be killed. He finished speaking and dashed away. Forzarina and the people behind her broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, He's too fast. While Marnak was running around the relic site, he discovered something. In front of him was a large door. He guessed, it must be inside. Someone is fighting Scyllon's army. Marnak decided he would act. Anyway, so he decisively kicked the door open and rushed in. Then he proudly declared one thing. I will kill them too. Suddenly, a loud sound attracted Marnak's attention. On the other side, many men were cheering and encouraging someone. Jamel, you can do it. Move forward. Jamel. She cried and wailed. I've reached my limit. Looking at the advancing robots, she cried even harder. Jamel is going to die. Really. Someone help. Marnak's mother asked in surprise. Kill. Even he was stunned. I don't know what's happening anymore either. He looked at the opponent crying loudly and wondered, why would a follower of a false god go protect archaeologists like that? While she was extremely scared, the other people were cheering non-stop. Jamel, Jamel. She was extremely angry and yelled, You guys, stop standing there and help me quickly. The men immediately found countless reasons to refuse. I really want to, but we don't have weapons. Marnak's mother said, Kill, he thought to himself. Help her after she's dead, I can't do it. Then his eyes became extremely sharp, realizing one thing, this is my chance to extract more information about the Liberation Army. A serious old man said, We must help her. If something happens to her, we won't escape either. So the whole group listened. Yes, at least we should do something. Move forward. And so, dozens of people rushed forward with the slogan, Rescue Jamel. While they were enthusiastic, a voice rang out stopping them. Stop! Marnak appeared in a very cool manner, striking a pose and declaring, That is my target. Anyone who dares to touch it. He played a scare tactic with his grim face. You will be killed by me. They were immediately frozen with fear. Is that a new monster? No, it's a human. Marnak flexed his muscles at this moment, his body full of veins and emitting killing intent like a fierce beast. Then he charged forward. They cheered. He's just shirtless and wearing a strange mask. His saw blade went straight into the head of the robot in front. It quickly defeated one very easily. It fell down, shaking the whole ground. Smoke and dust billowed. Jamel stood behind, praying for divine protection. I'm alive. Marnak's saw blade charged again. As soon as he slashed the robot in front, another one immediately ambushed him from behind. His hand immediately transformed into a powerful fist. It couldn't possibly calculate that move. It was immediately punched by him, sending it flying and logging out to another world. Jamel, standing afar, saw something bad and yelled a warning, Danger. Marnak just realized, behind me. She immediately held her hand forward, recited a spell to unleash her power. Oh, stones, unite. As soon as the robot was about to slash, large stones gradually gathered towards her hand. Then she shot it straight into its body, sending it flying backward. He took this opportunity to seize the golden chance to destroy the enemy. Jamel saw that and cheered excitedly. It's a success. She continued to unleash her power. Oh, stones, unite. The robot was knocked down on the ground, its equipment heavily damaged, so it could only make a few intermittent sounds, replying, Emergency. Deploy advanced artifact. Marnak was a little surprised. After the battle ended, she left her stone body and ran down below. Towards the archaeologists, A voice rang out, attracting them. You bastards! You're still alive. Seeing Forzarina? They cried out. It's the captain. At that moment, his hand clenched tightly, and a surge of magical power radiated out. Jamel saw it and was immediately attracted. She wondered in her head, holy power. On this side, he is using his ability to search for enemy traces in the relic site. It seems the advanced creations are not going in the direction we entered. After that, Marnak spoke and requested, get them out of here. They will only get in my way when I'm fighting. Forzarina pointed behind her and said, sorry, but there are still more than 20 people. She continued, I know I shouldn't ask this, but if you meet them, will you save them? He replied blankly, probably. She smiled with relief. That's enough. Then she turned around and yelled, everyone, we have to get out of here first. They eagerly replied, understood. Captain. Jamel also secretly joined in. Yeah, just as she was happily running to take refuge, a saw blade was pointed at her neck, sending a chill down her spine and making her sweat profusely, as if she had taken a bath. Marnak appeared behind her and said, you will come with me. Jamel desperately screamed. No! She pointed towards the group of people who had just left and cried, I also want to leave here. I need to ask them a few things. He didn't even flinch and replied, I won't say it a second time. Then he used his eyes full of killing intent to threaten, if you don't comply, I will kill you. She was scared and could only stare blankly. Marnak let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the group of people leaving, he thought, they're probably fine. Then he said loudly, you can go out now. Dakia came out from behind the door and asked, are you sure? He replied firmly, yes, I already told the archaeology team to go. Jamel was a little surprised. His way of speaking suddenly changed. She planned to take this opportunity to slip away. I haven't seen or heard anything. Goodbye. Oh, stones. But before she could do anything, Marnak grabbed her. He lifted her up and growled, if you try to use holy power, I'll kill you right now. There's still time, so take your time and answer a few of my questions. She screamed, I don't know anything. He questioned, how many people are in the Liberation Army? Jamel struggled and yelled, I don't know. We were divided into small groups, so I don't know how many people there are in total. Marnak continued to question. How could the Liberation Army find the relic at that question? She paused a little. Seeing that the other person wasn't speaking, he pointed the chainsaw blade at her neck, so she had to speak in fear. Map. We possess a relic in the form of a map. Marnak brought the chainsaw blade even closer and threatened, a map. Huh. Bring it out, Jamel replied tremblingly. I don't have it. Only the higher-ups possess it. He continued to ask, how many relics has the Liberation Army collected so far? She stammered. 4. He silently recalled old memories. He heard the same thing last time. Then he growled a warning. Don't even think about lying. Marnak spoke coldly. The one who worshipped the evil god a long time ago, whom I interrogated, also said 4. Jamel, panicked, tried to explain, I'm telling the truth. I don't know when you heard that. She gradually lost strength. Her voice also became softer, but the map was damaged due to the civil war splitting factions. Now the map will point to a dozen locations at once. He wondered, civil war hearing that, Jamel explained everything. The Karsrus faction wanted to overthrow the gods, while the Bercio faction was trying to summon the gods to this world. She continued, they are fighting each other. Each faction possesses 2 relics. And I heard recently Karsrus defeated a god. Marnak was incredibly surprised and quickly questioned, defeated a god. Marnak used his hand to grab Jamel's face and lifted her up high, annihilated. A god. Jamel cried and wailed, I don't belong to any faction, so I don't know the details either. An explosion shook the entire base. In the thick smoke and dust, a figure appeared. It was a robot knight that appeared. The robot knight began to speak. Identify enemy location, execute immediately. Faced with the dangerous situation, Jamel immediately made a proposal to Marnak. Can I use holy power now? I truly won't betray you. Marnak's mother said, kill. Marnak pondered. The safest way is to kill her, but there's something bothering me. He recalled before, Jamel protected the archaeologists and didn't even intend to attack him. Moreover, Jamel cried, at this rate I'll really die. Marnak remembered, Santu would tell me to let her live. Recalling the image of Santu, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it. Marnak put Jamel down and said, I will only trust you this one time. Jamel was overjoyed. I'm alive. Jamel immediately unleashed holy power. Oh, giant stones, unite. Please help me. The robot knight was surprised as the ground around him sunk. The robot knight looked forward. Marnak immediately charged at the robot knight, attacking. The shock from the blow sent earth and stones flying everywhere. Dakia and Jamel, standing aside, also felt the pressure from the recent blow. They covered their faces with their hands from the dust cloud. The recent blow hit the robot knight's face, but he wasn't hurt at all. His face was still intact, despite Marnak's weapon being stuck in it. Marnak was stunned for a moment. What? The robot knight spoke, finally. The knight knelt down and continued, You successor? I, Tertio, the third knight. Greetings, sir. Marnak was surprised. What he was surprised? What the knight said, If you wish, I will lead you to the person who manages this experimental area. Dakia asked Marnak, What's happening? He replied, I was told that this place, Marnak said loudly, is Silen's experimental area. Marnak asked the knight, You won't ambush us on the way there, will you? I swear on my honor. Tozio, something like that will not happen, he continued, so I'll rely on you to lead the way. The knight replied, It is my honor to serve you. Tozio began to lead Marnak's group deeper into the base. Jamel asked anxiously, What will happen to me now? Marnak was contemplating, I really don't want to kill her, but letting her live is also a problem. His mother spoke, Kill. Marnak thought, Maybe I should kill her first and figure things out later. Dakia looked at Jamel and chuckled. She said, You want to go back to your friends, right? Jamel replied, Yes. Dakia continued, If you want, you can go. Jamel was startled. I had completely forgotten about Giselle and Zarn. Recalling their image, Jamel said confusedly, I don't even know who they are. After hearing that, Dakia chuckled. Really? They'll be sad. Jamel cried. I'm sure they'll understand. After that, Jamel nervously said, Even though I don't even know who they are, Dakia pretended to act along. I see. Then Dakia turned to look at Marnak, squinting her eyes and saying softly, I think she fell for the trap. He said directly, We can't just let her go like that, but I don't want to kill her either. It seems she will have to come with us for a while. Jamel at this moment felt a cold shiver down her spine in fear. Marnak said to Dakia, We can give her some chores. I also have a few questions I want to ask her. Dakia immediately asked, Man, in that case, she asked, If she continues to accompany us from now on, it won't be a problem to say your name, right? Marnak replied, Yeah. Jamel doesn't understand what's happening yet. Marnak took off his mask and said, Well then, I'll take off my mask. After seeing the face behind the mask, Jamel was startled and screamed, Marnak. Jamel pointed and asked directly, Are you that priest Marnak? Marnak said in surprise, You know me. As Jamel spoke, she recalled the time her organization's people fought Marnak. Of course, you've messed with our organization so many times. Your portrait is everywhere in the Liberation Army. Everyone knows about you. As Jamel imagined, she clutched her head in fear and said, Will you also kill me, once you get the answer you want from me? Marnak said clearly, Not necessarily, Jamel said fearfully. I'll do well. Jamel rushed to hug Marnak's leg and begged, Please don't kill me. He said, All right, so let go of me. He said frankly, If enough time passes, I might even let you go. Jamel doubted, Really? Jamel, while kneeling and bowing, said, As long as you don't kill me, I will also swear loyalty to you. Seeing that scene, Marnak also scratched his head, flustered. All right, let's keep going. Leading the way, Tozio said to everyone, We're here. Opening the door, Tozio said loudly, Manager, I've brought the successor. A robot arm appeared and spoke, Is the successor here? Tozio pointed and introduced, He is standing right next to me. The robot arm with the broken camera in the middle said, My visual sensor is broken, so I can't see successor. If you are truly here. The robot manager approached Marnak and said, Can you show the proof of succession and bring it closer to my hand? Marnak held out his hand for it to check. The robot manager began to scan the data on Marnak's bracelet. The robot manager immediately rejoiced. Mother hasn't abandoned us. Marnak said, I want to confirm something. The robot manager replied, All right. He asked, Has anyone entered here and left? The robot began analyzing the data it collected and said, There are a total of 24 people currently here. It recalled and said to Marnak, one group of 2 people and one group of 24 people. They are all resisting fiercely, so it will take some time to deal with them with only the injured warriors. The robot manager continued, Tozio is the only remaining knight among the 4, so Marnak nodded and said, I understand. Marnak made a request, don't kill anyone in the group of 22, let them go. The robot manager also obeyed, as you wish. After that, the robot manager continued, so we will focus all remaining forces to deal with the group of 2. Jamel looked worried after hearing that. Jamel yelled loudly at Marnak, Giselle and Zarn, can't they leave? She cried and begged, I'll try harder, really. The command to kill was continuously given. Marnak touched his chest to calm his mother down. Mother, please, calm down. Looking at Jamel's cute face, Marnak said to his mother, she's much better than those who worship evil gods. She cares about her friends even in this situation. Marnak continued to make a request to the robot manager. Let those 2 people go, but I don't want the paths of those 2 groups to intersect. The robot manager immediately complied. So we will take the archaeologists back to their colleagues and lead the other group of 2 along a different path. Jamel was overjoyed. The robot manager said unexpectedly, startling Marnak, successor. Then it brought its arm closer to Marnak and said, please take this. The robot manager took something out and gave it to Marnak. Mother left this a long time ago. It was a pair of pants made of machinery. Marnak looked on in surprise. After that, he swung his hand and absorbed the pants into his arm. Marnak looked at his arm, which had a new symbol, and thought, it absorbed this thing too. A new symbol appeared again. Surprising Marnak. Has the booster already been attached to the leg? Marnak thanked the gift from the robot manager. Thank you, it replied. No need to thank me. A 3D projection of Scyllin appeared, and then it said, we are just giving it to you, as Mother instructed. Marnak's mother's voice came, kill. He put his hand on his chest and felt it. That's right. I didn't think I would be this lucky. Marnak asked, but all of you seem to be in bad shape. Why is that? The robot manager replied, I will answer you. It recalled the past and began to tell, the reason we were all damaged is because the group of people who ambushed this place wanted to kill Mother. The robot manager recalled the previous battles. After fighting a team of experts, all the knights except Tozio were destroyed. We lost 99% of our soldiers. Then it said in a serious tone, and the last remaining knight is also not in a very stable state. Marnak confirmed. But since you are all here, it means you have defeated the squad of experts. The robot manager explained, you could say that because we survived, but we didn't really win that battle. It recalled and began to tell, we took advantage of the fact that they are living beings, and used all resources. All these people are starving to death. It continued, to lock them up and leave them to starve to death. Marnak praised, being able to do this is truly amazing. The robot manager said, thank you, sir. Then it continued, successor. Marnak replied softly, yes. The robot manager spoke directly. There is something I want to ask for your help with. Marnak wondered. Something you want to ask for help with. The robot manager turned on the glowing red camera and said clearly, please allow us. Then it said something that froze Marnak for 5 seconds. Re-establish an army of ancient warriors for you. It recalled Scylin's words and said, Mother doesn't agree with this. But what matters is who uses the warriors. Marnak was silent and pensive for a long while. He said, will you obey me no matter what happens? It replied, of course. If you wish, we will offer the whole world to you. Marnak began to analyze the problem. The whole world can turn their backs on me at any time, so having a trustworthy army would be better. Marnak agreed. All right, I accept. The robot manager was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Marnak smiled brightly like a flower and asked, but how long will it take? The robot manager showed a yellow icon and replied, if we re-establish the entire army, it will take about 100 years, sir. Marnak asked patiently, if it's the entire army, can't you reduce the number and make it faster? The robot manager said proudly, how many do we have enough to sweep away 1/8 of the empire? Perhaps. Marnak said, the empire has already fallen. The robot manager was surprised. Really, the empire has already fallen. Then it changed its expression to a number 5 smile and said, so reduce the number and Marnak smiled brightly like a flower and requested, establish the army within 50 years. Marnak smiled brightly and said, 1 year is too little, huh? The robot manager was terrified. 1 year. It gave the reason. I also want to give you an army right now, if possible. The robot manager looked at the base and just sighed. But with damaged facilities and no resources, we need at least 20 years to even begin re-establishing the army. The robot manager said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Then it began to repair itself with a screwdriver or wrench. The robot manager's camera gleamed as it said, "I have recovered my visual sensor." It began scanning what it could see. It's been a long time since I saw this room. The robot manager asked Marnak, excuse me. Anyway, you are in a dangerous situation. Is that why you are in such a hurry? He replied, "Yes," Marnak thought. "The Liberation Army wants to capture me." The robot manager suddenly exclaimed, "Enemy." It shouted, "You have enemies." Then, the robot manager moved while speaking. "I have to be busy now. It's a bit few, but I will try to restore the army within 1 year. It made a proposal to Marnak. You can rest inside the experimental center for 1 year, but he refused flatly. No. The robot manager said in surprise, "Yes," Monum explained. "I won't be here. I have many things to do." The robot manager's camera turned red and it said angrily, "But you are in danger. The outside is very unsafe." It pushed the chair away and said, "I will try my best to make you comfortable." Then it continued to make a proposal. If 1 year is too long, then 11 months. I will reduce it to 11 months. The robot manager begged Marnak, "Please don't leave us." The command to kill was issued again. Marnak agreed with his mother. Mother is right. 11 months is not bad either. He remembered his master and thought pensively. However, the main mission is the problem. That's also why I refused the master's teachings. The robot manager and Tozio were both happy. Marnak began to recall past events. And the truth is, the Liberation Army pulled down a god. His eyes became resolute. I can't just sit still. An old man, naked with only a loincloth, cried out loudly, "Help! Help! Let me go!" The giant monster approached him, ignoring his cries. "Please, let me go." The monster began to lick his ear. Then the monster wrapped around him and pulled him up high. He cried out in terror, "No! I don't want to die!" After that, the sound of the monster devouring his flesh was heard along with the old man's painful screams. The hooded figures watched the scene gleefully. One of them said, "Isn't it fun? That thing used to be a god. The gods aren't really everything, huh?" The other one heard him and glared in warning. "Blasphemy. True blasphemy is the act of pulling a god down from our heaven." He asked, "That is still a god. Can't you feel the holy power?" The other one replied, "Of course." He continued, "Maybe it possesses holy power, but is it truly a god? A god should have dignity, like the one I serve." The hooded figure in the middle said, "In my eyes, that thing is not a god." He wondered, "I heard that the guilds are recruiting soldiers. Is something happening?" He continued, "I guess you haven't heard about it because you were busy dealing with this thing." He laughed again and said, "The holy war of destruction or something is keeping them busy." The flag of the empire appeared along with the soldiers appearing through his words. "But whatever. Let's just ignore them. They don't even know how to use relics. We just keep doing what we are doing. Search for relics and pull the heads of the gods." A shocking sound rang out, startling the entire group. One of them laughed dangerously. "It seems it will be finished soon." The one in the middle ordered, "Then you will need a sample for experimentation." The group replied, "We have already decided on the location." He asked again, "It's finished. Where is it?" That person gave a cunning smile. Then he said, "In the northern kingdom." Marnak smiled politely and said, "There are still things to do, so I must go ahead." He looked at the two robots next to him and continued, "But such a wonderful inheritance cannot be ignored either." Marnak replied affirmatively to them, "I will not abandon you." An intelligent machine spoke, calling him successor. The intelligent machine spoke to Marnak in a firm voice, trusting him. "I trust you. Do not hesitate at all." The intelligent machine continued to affirm to its master like a loyal servant, "While you are busy, I will focus on building a very strong army. I will offer the entire continent, no, this entire dimension to you." Another voice called, "Successor." The other robot next to him suddenly knelt down and said, "Please accept me." The robot spoke in a firm voice, "I guarantee I can help you." The robot spoke urgently to Marnak, "Please grant me the honor of standing by your side." He hesitated and said, "But..." Marnak looked at the robot in front of him hesitantly and said, "Your current size is too noticeable." Hearing that, the robot immediately said, "Don't worry, I can shrink." The robot suddenly shrunk to the size of a palm. You can carry me in your pocket too, and I can enlarge again when needed. Marnak's mother's voice from deep within. Marnak rang out, "Kill, right." Marnak laughed and thought, resist or not, the bag is mother's anyway. He turned to ask the robot, "Can you shrink down to human size?" The robot answered confidently. Then the robot began to transform from its giant body and shrink. Of course, after shrinking, the robot was only slightly taller than Marnak. Seeing that, he agreed to let the robot accompany him. "Good. Then you come with me." The robot raised its hand to its chest and answered proudly, "I am very honored." Suddenly a hole appeared on the top of the robot's head. A robot arm emerged from it and grabbed the robot's head, pulling it up, causing it to writhe unprotected. The robot spoke to Marnak, "I will fix Tosio right away." The robot Totsuo was pulled high up and writhed non-stop. "It will take about 3 hours. Please wait a moment." The robot continued, "And we have collected the soldiers that you destroyed." Marnak's mother inside heard that and reacted, "Kill." He looked at the damaged robots and thought, "That's right. We are rich now." Marnak spoke to the robot, "Can I take them?" The robot above thought, "The soldiers." Marnak continued to explain the reason to the robot. "I want to sell the immovable." The robot looked at him curiously and asked, "Are you that poor?" Successor Marnak scratched his head and said, "Actually, I'm doing all right now, so you could say I'm quite well off. And there's still money from the arena too." The robot above was startled and said to him, "Only quite well off? I am very concerned about your finances." The robot continued to speak, advising Marnak to understand, "But immovable is a precious resource. Keeping it is better than selling it." The robot thought and presented an idea to Marnak. "How about this? When digging for more resources, we will also dig for gold and diamonds." The robot said to Marnak confidently, "Just wait a little longer. I can bring you a lot of gold and precious stones buried beneath the continent." Gold and precious stones of the continent. He continued to ask the robot, "Can this laboratory be moved?" The robot heard that and answered clearly, "This laboratory can move freely on land and underwater." The robot continued, "Even in the air, of course. Most of our features cannot be used yet." It explained to Marnak, "Right now it still needs a lot of repairs." He smiled reassuredly and said, "No way. That's great. Then I'll rely entirely on you." The robot said gratefully, "Thank you for the compliment. Please rest for now." The robot set up a full set of sofa chairs and invited everyone to sit. "After fixing Tosio, I will inform you." Dakia happily congratulated Marnak. "I don't know what's happening, but congratulations." The orange-haired person next to them was happily celebrating after hearing what the robot said. "It seems getting rich won't be hard anymore." The robot told Marnak about the condition of the robot Tosio. More like a sheep, but Tosio should be able to defeat anyone except the experts. The robot continued, "When there is enough time and resources, I will help him gain the ability to fight the experts." The robot continued, "When there is enough time and resources, I will help him gain the ability to fight the experts." The robot thought about repairing the robot Tosio in the most perfect way to serve Marnak. "And I will place a communication device inside Tosio. You can contact me at any time." Finally, the robot made a request to him. "Also, you will probably be very busy, but please make some time to contact me." Marnak smiled gently and said, "Of course." Hearing that, the robot was overjoyed. "Really, thank you, sir." After hearing Marnak say that, the robot was happy and asserted, "I will make the whole world kneel before you, successor." He smiled and walked away with the 2 people beside him, saying, "It's truly something to look forward to." Shifting to a wooden house under the warm sunny sky in the middle of the white snow, Carmen inside the house was striking a majestic pose as if ready for battle. "Ready?" Carmen looked at Marnak and said, "Thank you, Marnak," he said politely, "just doing what needs to be done." Dakia next to him said, "You've been through a lot." Carmen closed his eyes and thought, "In that case," he said, then looked at the robot standing next to him. "Now will you introduce the newcomers to us?" Marnak smiled and said, "Go this way." The robot Tosio stepped forward and introduced himself first. "A great pleasure to meet you, sir." Tosio bravely and clearly said, "I am the 3rd knight serving the successor. My name is Tosio." Carmen said in surprise, "Is he a robot?" Seeing that, Marnak replied, "No." He explained Tosio to Carmen. Simply put, he is an artifact from the old empire. He immediately shook Tosio's hand and said happily, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Tosio replied, I am honored. At this time, Sarjita behind Carmen spoke up. When you have free time, fight me. Tosio immediately looked at Marnak and replied to Sarjita, the successor must allow me to do it. Marnak replied, do as you wish. Hearing that, Tosio immediately said, he has allowed it, so any time is fine. The orange-haired woman next to him suddenly knelt down forcefully and said, I am Jamel. Jamel shouted at the top of her lungs and then said to everyone in front of her, I am willing to work like an ox or a horse. Carmen next to him looked on curiously and asked Marnak. He just smiled wryly. Did she do something bad to you? Jamel was startled and spoke up when she heard the two of them talking. Wait, what does that mean? She bowed her head to the floor and prostrated, saying with all her heart, I was just moved by Priest Marnak's mountain of gold. His generosity. Jamel looked longingly when mentioning money. I can do anything for money. Marnak looked at Jamel, sighed helplessly and said, all right, I understand. A pair of powerful fire wings spread out. Listen, everyone. The mysterious figure standing high above powerfully commanded the army below. I will command this first expedition. We will advance towards the northern kingdom. The Iron Army standing below solemnly listened to the instructions of the mysterious figure above, and will kill the evil god there. The mysterious figure raised their sword high towards the army and shouted, "O my holy knights!" The soldiers below heard the call and were all excited and yelled, "A holy war awaits us!" At this moment, in a room elsewhere, the four people Marnak, Dakia, Carmen, and Sarjita were talking. Dakia spoke up. That is truly suspicious. Marnak next to her sighed and closed his eyes. I guess there's definitely something there. Dakia thought seriously and said, We only left the capital a week ago, but we have heard rumors about missing people around Betis dozens of times already. Dakia thought and said at the same time, I wonder what my brother is doing. Marnak next to her smiled and comforted Dakia. Walking to Betis takes 2-3 weeks, so we can investigate slowly. He smiled and explained to everyone to reassure them. Besides, Lord Grin is also in Betis. Dakia called out, Father. Dakia sighed and held her teacup, saying, Well, everything will be clear when we get there anyway. So now I will tell everyone something. She hesitated and said, My father, Lord Grin, Canto Iramel. Dakia's face looked devastated as she said that. Her eyes darkened. His mind is currently not clear. Everyone around was extremely surprised to hear Dakia say that. Carmen was surprised and couldn't believe his ears, speaking up to ask, What? Since when? Dakia replied. About 3 years ago. Seeing that, Marnak turned to ask Dakia, So who is in power in his place? Your brother. She calmly replied to him, No, Lord Douglas Martin. Marnak thought pensively. Not someone from the Iramel family, but an outsider. Dakia suddenly spoke up. Ah, Lord Maroon. She thought and explained Maroon's identity. He is a close confidant of my father. He is a very upright person. Dakia thought about her father when he was still lucid and said, Father always praised him. Marnak beside him was suspicious and spoke his thoughts. But everything is still strange. He couldn't possibly appoint someone if his mind wasn't clear. Dakia explained about Marnak's suspicion. There is a document stating that Lord Martin will take office and power in his place for 5 years if something happens to him. She continued. At first, everyone was also very suspicious. But Lord Martin swore to take on his responsibilities only for that many years. So far he has done his job very well, so everyone has stopped suspecting him. Jamel next to her also spoke her thoughts. So is it possible that someone else is targeting smiling Lord Dakia? Immediately retorted. We have also considered that possibility. She asserted that it wasn't true. However, it clearly wasn't like that. Dakia held the empty teacup in her hand, lost in thought. At this moment, the server brought food for everyone, interrupting the conversation. The food is here. The table was full of delicacies that captivated everyone, leaving them no room to think. Marnak spoke up and told everyone, Eat first, and then we'll talk later. Marnak was about to put a piece of meat in his mouth when someone nearby was heard asking. He stopped and turned to look. Recently, have you seen any suspicious people lurking around here? The person in white before the counter was asking the innkeeper about someone. Maybe those wearing cloaks with hoods. The innkeeper shook his head, not knowing how to answer. Basically, most of the travelers who come here dress like that. The innkeeper looked towards Marnak's table and thought, I already see 3 people wearing hooded cloaks over there. The two people who asked earlier saw that and immediately glanced at Marnak's table and said to the innkeeper, "Thank you." The blonde-haired man gave a gold coin to the innkeeper. "We will stay here tonight." He and the girl wearing armor outside entered the inn with a dangerous expression. "If anything happens, we will help." The innkeeper was very happy to be given gold coins. "Oh, thank you." Jamel suddenly choked and covered her mouth, holding her breath. She was scared and turned to ask Marnak, "What should we do?" Marnak whispered back, "If he recognizes me, I'm definitely dead. If he recognizes me, I'm also definitely dead." The blonde-haired man approached at the right moment, extended his hand towards him and said, "Hello, I am Admiral. We are from the God's Purification Army." He introduced the girl next to him and continued, "And this is Tatiana. Please understand, but we cannot say the name of the God we serve." Marnak also stood up and said, "I wish you all happiness every day. I am Marnak. I serve the goddess of protection." He politely bowed, the one who oversees the daily lives of humans. Admiral also politely raised his hand and bowed. "Ah, Father Marnak, I apologize for interrupting your meal." Marnak's eyes seemed to see something from him. Marnak's mother inside emitted a voice, "Kill." The two people in front of Marnak looked at him thoughtfully. Can't they tell how many fingers they have? A demon usually wouldn't be a priest. Could it be that the God's Purification Army has done something already? Admiral spoke up, preparing to leave. "Then we will take our leave." Suddenly Marnak called them back. "Please wait." Marnak smiled and asked curiously, "I have heard many things about the God's Purification Army. What brings you here?" Admiral looked at him with a cunning expression and said, "Well, telling you is probably fine, Father Marnak." He spoke up, startling Jamel next to him. "We are looking for followers of the evil god." Dakia next to her had to calm Jamel down. Surely those followers of the evil god are the masterminds behind this wicked act. Seeing that, Marnak also acted along with him and yelled angrily, making Jamel next to him even more scared. The followers of the evil god. They deserve to be torn into 100 pieces. After that, Marnak laughed again and asked the two, "But how can you two distinguish who is a follower of the evil god?" Admiral spoke up, explaining to Marnak, "Ah, it's probably because you are on a pilgrimage so you haven't heard the gods." Marnak's face became serious when he heard him say, "Have sent us envoys." He laughed like a perverse madman and said, "The 4 archangels have descended to this world." Jamel at this moment was about to vomit. Hiccup, hiccup. My goodness. He turned back and smiled at everyone at the table. "You must have been very moved just now." Marnak thought again after his words, "Kill. 4 of the incarnations of violence have descended already." This Admiral raised his hand to his chest and said confidently, "We will stand shoulder to shoulder with the fighting angels in the holy war. An honor, right?" Marnak angrily gnashed his teeth and thought, "Main mission." His sharp eyes radiated killing intent as he said, "Finally, it has begun." At this moment, in a house, someone called out, "Father Marnak, it's me, Dakia." Hearing that, Marnak, who was massaging his mother's head at this moment, happily replied, "Come in." Marnak's mother at this time was both enjoying and thinking to herself, "Kill." At this moment, Dakia outside the door spoke up again. "I want to discuss future plans with you." "Discuss." As soon as she finished speaking, Marnak also silently stepped from the outer door into Marnak's room. "Oh my, utterly surprised," she thought to herself. "Good heavens." The one secretly observing and investigating was none other than Jamel, who was now utterly panicked and speechless, thinking to herself, "Those two are being intimate with each other." Then at this moment, Jamel thought about the scene where Marnak turned into a pervert and began to think erratically. He is scheming to seize the Iramil family. Then suddenly at this moment, Jamel was also incredibly excited and thought to herself about the gold items. Then thought to herself with great excitement, "I know he will become my gold mine." Inside Marnak's room at this moment, Marnak's mother was extremely angry and thought to herself, "Kill." As for Marnak, he was still continuously massaging his mother and then spoke up to explain to his mother, "Let her discuss it by herself. Don't be so selfish." At this moment, Marnak was secretly massaging his mother's forehead, making her extremely pleased, comfortable, and delighted. She was only silently thinking of killing, but the massage had dispelled that thought. At this time, Marnak also took this opportunity to speak up. "She has been with us all this time." Then at this moment, Marnak spoke up again to ask Dakia, who was in front of him, exactly what do you want to discuss? Hearing that, Dakia at this moment stammered in reply. Well, at this time, Dakia also sat comfortably on the bed and began to narrate the story from when she was little. At this time, Dakia was very sad and lowered her face, starting to speak, while next to her, Marnak and his mother were silently listening. I had wanted to become the head of the family. At this time, Dakia thought about herself when she was little, feeling very lonely, and then spoke a few more words, to get back at whoever. At that time, Dakia was so lonely that she could only grit her teeth and endure by herself, then spoke up to explain, they don't like me because I am a mage. Suddenly at this time, Dakia remembered the time she was at a villa she had stayed at before and continued to speak. I want to become the leading mind of the family and prove to everyone that they were wrong about me. At this time, Dakia thought about herself when she was little, having to dive into studying and diligently training, and then chuckled to herself. Before, I was always diligent and hard-working, striving to study. I even practiced swordsmanship. At that time, Dakia had to practice alone with a wooden pole stuck in the ground like an enemy, and at this time, Dakia also spoke further. I cannot help but say that I once wished that my father and brother would acknowledge me. At the same time, while Dakia was training, there was also a white-haired person behind Dakia, who was Dakia's older brother, and he spoke up, especially my brother. He is in the same situation as me, but he had a reason to hate me very much. At that time, I don't know why Dakia's brother hated Dakia so much. Thinking about that, Dakia at this moment tightly clutched Marnak's blanket in her hand and said with great resentment, "Why is that, mother?" At this moment, Dakia spoke up with great sadness. She passed away while giving birth to me. Then at this moment, Dakia thought about the image of her mother's grave and sadly recounted, at that time, when she had to choose between herself and me, she chose me and left this world. At that time, Dakia seemed to be constantly pressured by her brother because their mother died because of Dakia. So my brother always said to me that, at that time, Dakia's brother was extremely cold and extremely angry, spewing extremely harsh words at Dakia. You monster, you killed mother. After saying that, Marnak also spoke up to comfort her. That is not your fault. Then at this moment, Marnak looked at Dakia, while Marnak's mother looked at Marnak with a very proud expression. At this time, Marnak spoke up. You didn't choose to be born a mage, nor did you choose for your mother to die to give birth to you. Before, I also thought he would say that. At this moment, Dakia spoke up again to defend her brother. Anyway, after father fell ill, my brother carried out his duties. At that time, Dakia's brother was also the one who handled everything for the Dakia family, making Dakia also admire him a little and speak up. He ensured that no matter what happened, I would not regain my power, and he has been doing that since we were little. At the same time, Dakia's life plan had already been arranged by her brother. My engagement ceremony was also one of his plans to prevent me from regaining my power. Most of the people in the Iramel family also agreed to that engagement ceremony. But at that time, Dakia could not follow that plan and ran away on the night of the engagement, so I decided to run away from home until they canceled the engagement. Then at this moment, Dakia sighed, lowering her face and sadly added, even if I were to go back now, I wouldn't really be able to do much. Hearing that, Marnak also spoke up to ask, do you think your brother is behind the kidnapping? Hearing that, Dakia had not yet thought about this issue and spoke up to explain, no matter who it is, I am sure that person only wants me to get married, just to resolve the discord within the family. Suddenly at this moment, Dakia looked at Marnak a little shyly and said, I feel guilty saying this, but I don't want to marry someone I've never even met. Hearing that, Marnak also spoke up to interject. If you go back and can't do anything, then why are you asking for our help? At this moment, Dakia, hearing that, also showed her charming attitude, chuckled to herself, and said, I cannot defeat my brother, but kidnapping the daughter of Lord Grin is a serious crime. At the same time, Dakia thought about the image of the burned engagement proposal and spoke up again. I thought maybe I could take advantage of that to cancel the engagement ceremony. Hearing that, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Marnak also spoke up to ask, well then, what are you worried about? Hearing that, Dakia at this moment sat down with her head in her hands and answered, I don't know if becoming the head of the family to prove everyone wrong. At this moment, Dakia spoke up with great sadness. Is it really what I want? At this moment, Dakia also fidgeted with her hand and spoke after a moment of silence. I don't think I am suitable to lead everyone anymore. Then at this moment, Dakia thought about the image of herself traveling with Marnak and other teammates and said with great pride, and I don't think traveling with you is a bad thing. At this time, Dakia suddenly called out, Father Marnak, what should I do to feel happy? Suddenly at this moment, Dakia thought about the image of her brother and asked, should I fight my brother? Or, I should collect all my money and stay with you. While saying this, Dakia at this moment was extremely delighted, waiting for Marnak's answer. Hearing that, Marnak chuckled to himself at this moment and spoke up to reply, if someone is born with leadership qualities from birth, then everyone in this world would already be a leader. Her becoming a leader would likely cause many problems. But, hearing the word but, Dakia suddenly bristled and feathered her wings, speaking a little shyly. But, how? At this time, Marnak looked at Dakia with proud eyes and spoke up to praise her. I am sure you can become a great leader, if you try. Suddenly at this moment, Marnak spoke up again, making Dakia very shy due to Marnak's praise. The Princess Dakia that I know is not someone who just sits still and accepts her fate. Hearing this, Dakia at this moment was very shy and spoke loudly to dispel this shyness. Ah, you're being too polite. I'm not that great. After teasing Dakia, Marnak chuckled to himself and said, well, that's just what I think. Then he spoke a few more words. Besides, I have no intention of answering your question. Hearing that, Dakia at this moment was a little confused and asked again, what? Then at this time, Marnak spoke up very seriously to explain to Dakia, I think this is something you have to come to a conclusion on your own. If you make the choice yourself, you will have much fewer regrets in the future. And of course, I am not wise enough to answer other people's questions. As he spoke, Marnak secretly smiled and praised Dakia proudly. Hearing this, Dakia also understood and said, so I should find the answer myself. Hearing this, Marnak chuckled lightly and said, you are smart. After a while, Dakia also stood up and said very gracefully, then I will take my leave. I wish you both a good night. Hearing that, Marnak also said good night to Dakia, wish you a good night. Hearing that, Dakia also turned around, waved, and immediately left. At this moment, Dakia was opening the door when she suddenly paused and added, by the way, if you truly need me, just let me know. Then at this moment, Dakia very shyly added, I will take your opinion. Then Dakia immediately left and closed the door quickly, making Marnak a little surprised and silently exclaimed, ah! As for Marnak's mother, she was now sprawled on the bed and quietly exclaimed, kill, kill. Seeing his mother so tired, Marnak immediately realized and said, oh, just now. I stopped. I'm sorry. And immediately after that, Marnak began to continue massaging his mother, making her extremely pleased and comfortable, thinking to herself, yeah, ha, ha, ha. Suddenly in another room, Jamel at this time could not fall asleep, and was wide awake thinking about something. And right after that, Jamel, being very nosy, snuck into Marnak's room with her sneaking posture, because Jamel arrived just as Dakia was about to leave, and she overheard Dakia say, if you truly need me, then please let me know. Hearing that, Jamel was very shy and covered her mouth so as not to make a sound, then thought to herself, oh my God. At the same time, Dakia also left in front of Forcerina while humming very happy songs, which made Forcerina start speculating again, so she would know whenever he needed her. Suddenly at this moment, Jamel thought about the image of Marnak standing on a pile of money and greedily thought, it's my road to riches. Time gradually passed to 10 days later. At this time, Marnak and his group also began to move after 10 days of winter rest. Suddenly while walking, Dakia suddenly spoke up, Father Marnak, are we almost there yet? Hearing that, Marnak also happily replied, I can see the village in front of me. Hearing that, Dakia immediately replied, really? Thank goodness. This also made Carmen a little interested and spoke up. I'm so happy to hear that. We've been out of food for 3 days already. Seeing that, Marnak at this moment also spoke up to comfort them. Don't be so sad. We will go hunting to make up for it. At this time, Marnak also led his companions to a village and said, it's been 10 days since we last saw civilization. Everyone probably needs to rest. Let's find an inn first. Suddenly, at this time, Marnak stood still, enjoying the quietness of this village. Suddenly, at this moment, Marnak's mother secretly sent a signal to Marnak, making Marnak a little confused. Kill. Continuously, signals were sent to Marnak, making him a little confused. Kill, kill. The last signal was also sent, which made Marnak very worried and spoke up. Kill, mother can't see the number of fingers. Suddenly at that moment, the scene in front of Marnak was people looking at Marnak with extremely confused expressions, making Marnak think to himself, can those people have it? Marnak's mother kept repeating the word, kill, as if to warn him. Those sounds echoed in his head, kill, kill, until the word, kill, finally came out. Marnak asked, you don't see the number of fingers. In front of him was a crowd of villagers with eyes full of killing intent. What's wrong with these people? Carmen behind him saw that and wondered, why did you suddenly stop? Marnak broke out in a cold sweat, slightly turned his head back and reminded, I think we need to be vigilant. This place is not a normal village. After uttering those words, they all looked for an inn to take refuge. Carmen wondered, so you mean this village might have some connection to the followers of the evil god? Hearing that, he replied, yes. His face gradually became so contorted that it was unsightly, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. There's no way every person in this village are demons or part of the god's purification army. Then Dakia behind them suggested, how about we split up and investigate, at least until sunset? Carmen immediately smiled and agreed with the idea. All right, we can't just ignore it. If this place is really connected to the followers of the evil god, he was very confident and thought this was easy, because this village is also quite large. So I think we should split into 3 groups, 2 people in each group. Seeing what she was looking forward to had arrived, Dakia eagerly raised her hand. Then I will be in a group with, but was stopped by Marnak. Is splitting into groups like this, okay? He continued seriously. I suggest splitting into groups like this. Jamel and me, Tozio and the princess, and the rest are Carmen and Sarjita. Her legs stiffened. Carmen was very happy to agree. I think splitting like that is quite balanced. Jamel cheered excitedly. Agreed. Dakia was devastated at this moment, but still forced a wry smile and said, well, I see. Carmen was the most excited. Let's go now. Jamel also responded enthusiastically. Let's go. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Dakia just subtly opened her mouth to ask, you still don't trust Jamel. That's why you teamed up with her. Right. Marnak replied bluntly. That's right. Hearing that, she said, I feel that, actually you don't need to worry. He also said, that's right. Honestly, I think so too. Dakia was suddenly stunned and let out a sound. Marnak's expression became serious at this moment. His eyes also stern and couldn't relax. If only I could continue without having to worry about that. She bowed her head and replied, I understand what you mean. Then she ran up and grabbed Marnak's arm. In return, then she smiled and asked, next time, will you team up with me? In the town at this time, a man with a slightly surprised expression said, are there any strange events? Of course. Another woman also replied, I'm sure I've also heard about it, but many villagers have gone missing. They asked one person after another, but everyone said similar things. I've been very worried if I will be the next victim, to the point I can't sleep or work. Ameo then spoke up to remind him, you should also be careful. Priest. She gently touched her cheek and said, they all answered exactly the same. Marnak sensed something, and they don't seem to be lying. Jamel smiled. I think so too. He immediately understood the problem, and happily said, if there's anything you want to say, go ahead. She was a little startled. Okay. Then she questioned, why? Do you think this village is connected to the followers of the evil god? Marnak was very calm. His tone was deep as he answered the opponent's question. The god I worship has noticed something suspicious in this village. At that moment, Marnak's mother said again, kill. Hearing the answer, Jamel was surprised. You can contact the god you worship directly. Marnak chuckled. Yeah, she cheered. That's amazing. Jamel looked very excited, continuously saying, usually what I hear is quite fragmented and difficult to understand. EUB. While she was eagerly excited, Marnak stopped her with one finger. He gently advised, please be careful with what you say. You never know who might hear it. Didn't say anything, Jamel nodded repeatedly. Then he slowly put his hand inside his cloak. If anyone hears us, to keep the secret, I will. Pulled out a sharp dagger and said, "Eliminate." Marnak immediately hit Jamel on the head. "No," he said solemnly. "You can only kill people with my permission." Jamel happily accepted. "All right." Marnak smiled and spoke. "The sun is about to set. Let's go meet the flour mill people before dark." She asked back a little blankly. "Flour mill?" Walking and explaining to the other person. Mainly, the millers are tax collectors, so they must know something that ordinary people don't know. A man there spoke up, looking very eager. "Missing? Yes, many. You two must have heard of it, but this village has had many people missing." Marnak was still a little disappointed because he said exactly what others did. He frowned, rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time, as if the whole village. Suddenly a loud sound appeared, attracting their attention. He said very calmly, as if it was an everyday thing, "That is the village chief's residence." At that moment, the image of a fat, shapeless man appeared. "Huh." He kept saying interrupted words. "What is it?" Marnak asked concernedly. "Are you okay?" Then immediately his head exploded, revealing horrifying tentacles inside. Marnak's mother immediately spoke, "Kill." His hand immediately transformed into a robot hand. Marnak gritted his teeth, bent low, his hands behind him to gain momentum. The monster tentacles just rushed in. He immediately threw a punch straight at it. As a result, those tentacles were cut into many pieces. That monster also fell to the ground, writhing non-stop, then became motionless after a few seconds. Marnak looked at it and pondered. Everyone talked about the disappearances, but no one specified who the missing people were. Is it because of this monster that the villagers' fingers couldn't be identified? Marnak suddenly spoke. "A parasitic monster." Jamel was sweating profusely and asked, "Parasite?" He calmly replied, "Yes." Then he continued, "I think everyone in this village is—" He hesitated for a long time and then pronounced a definitive sentence. "They are the people who have disappeared and been imprisoned." Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light appeared behind both of them. Marnak started and turned back, secretly wondering, "It's Dakia's magic. What is she going through that she has to use such a strong spell?" Dakia on this side is having to fight the disgusting thing. Ugh, it no longer looked like a human. The lower half mutated grotesquely. That thing laughed maniacally, its eye sockets pitch black. Behind both of them, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Marnak turned back, surprised to realize it's Dakia's magic. What situation would make her use magic at this level? Keek, keek. Just thinking about those things, a swarm of monsters from afar had gathered like ants. Marnak continued to use his robot hand to fight them. Just one punch easily destroyed 2 or 3 of them. He shouted loudly to inform, "We have to hurry! Follow me!" Jamel also hurried after him. Okay. So both hurried away as fast as possible. In the middle of the town, a huge explosion occurred horrifyingly. Dakia's steps staggered after using too much energy. Her eyebrows furrowed with anger, her teeth clenched. Ugh. The bizarre things kept flying back and forth in the sky. Ho ho ho. A bizarre thing with only the upper body laughed and said, "It's useless. Princess Dakia." That thing had a monstrous appearance. Its voice made people even more goosebumps. "I am chosen by God. Something like you cannot kill me." He looked straight at Dakia and praised, "Oh, those eyes. Your beautiful golden eyes make my heart skip a beat." His tongue stuck out, licking his upper lip, looking perverted. "It's good that you are not infected." Then that thing regained its human form. Dakia pointed straight at it and questioned, "What do you want? Where did you get that power?" That thing approached, its words heavy with threat. "I already said it, but I received this power from a god who descended to earth." He laughed with a horrifying laugh. "What I want, there is only one thing. That is to have you in my arms." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force shot his head to pieces. Dakia was both angry and cursed. Disgusting. But what she didn't anticipate was that thing could regenerate its body. Oh God, this is what you did before, right? He formed new skin after being destroyed. The sight was extremely terrifying. "I have always wanted to hug a woman with golden eyes and silver hair." He laughed maniacally. "In my arms." Dakia and Tozio, standing far away, were stunned when they saw it. That thing kept laughing continuously. Ho 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 ho. Then he spoke when the maggots fell from his body. "Let me introduce myself again. I am the 4th apostle of God. Koroth the Despised. By then, the scornful Koroth had returned to his original form. The horrifying voice kept echoing evenly. Stay there, Tozio reminded. Miss Dakia, the enemy is faster I expected. Huh. Dakia just opened her mouth and said, then I can slow him down with magic. He had to cover his mouth. He carried her running back while saying, I'll cover the rear of that monster. Please find a successor while I buy time. Dakia hesitated a little. Huh, are you sure? Tozio said confidently. My body is made of indestructible material and he declared firmly, it is a sword to kill the enemy, not to escape. Hearing that, Dakia also had to reluctantly agree. All right, I will find Father Marnak as quickly as possible. The scornful Koroth still chased after him, laughing excitedly. Hi, hi, hi! He brought his big hand over and shouted, Got you! But in just an instant, that hand was cut in half by Tozio. It fell straight behind, but the scornful Koroth still laughed pervertedly. Ho ho ho! Looking at his regenerating hand, he wondered, Where are you going, princess? Then glanced towards Dakia, who was running away, and roared, This is my place. Do you think you can escape? Eyes appeared on his flesh. On this side, Dakia had only run a few steps before being stopped by a wall of flesh. Tech. She screamed furiously. You will die once Father Marnak gets here, he calmly said, trying too hard. Huh. By then, Tozio from behind spoke. Don't think you can go any further. The scornful Koroth turned his head back and questioned, You are the knight protecting the princess. Do you think you can stop me? He was serious with fiery red eyes. I will not stop you. I only kill people here. He was provoked and rushed forward. Arrogant brat. Tozio swung his sword intending to strike again, but suddenly realized, this is... From the tip of Tozio's sword, maggots crawled out, looking utterly disgusting. The scornful Koroth said, Do you think a trick can be used twice? Huh? Then shouted, I will show you the power of an apostle. His hand still held the sword tightly. The engine behind him turned on. Tozio once again cut off the arm of the scornful Koroth. He was stunned and bewildered, falling backward. What? He spoke. As long as Tozio, are here. The engine under Tozio's feet lit up again. It seemed to be accumulating power, becoming stronger and stronger. Tozio lowered himself, preparing to rush. You will not be able to go any further. Despite seeing such great pressure, the scornful Koroth was still very arrogant. Huh, you are no different from a corpse. Suddenly a giant tornado rushed straight towards him. He was hit and cried out like a pig being slaughtered. Ack! Tozio, after finishing his task, said, I will kill you no matter how many times. The scornful Koroth fell straight to the ground, but still laughed. Ack! Hi, hi, hi! Then spoke. Hi, hi, hi. Did you think you were strong when I wasn't even serious? Look at yourself. He suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The crevices on Tozio's body were full of maggots. Since when did you? The scornful Koroth spoke. Never forget. The power of the apostle. Right now, a sword fell from the sky, pierced straight through the scornful Koroth, leaving him stunned. Huh. That was Marnak with eyes as sharp as a blade. He was ambushed and kept screaming nonstop. What the hell is this? By then, Dakia gloated and walked over. I already said it. She laughed, very satisfied with words full of sarcasm. When Marnak gets here, you're finished. Marnak gripped the sword tightly and thought to himself, the speed of corruption spread is too slow. The number 56 appeared on his hand. The protective glove would break if he continued doing this. Now maybe I need to pay more attention. He said, Don't trust Carmen and Sajida. Dakia and Jamel replied in unison. All right, Marnak continued. Oh, can you bring Tozio here first? Jamel. She immediately obeyed. Understood. Dakia gently approached and asked, Do you need my help with anything? He answered bluntly, No need. Thank you. The number on his hand slowly decreased, leaving only 38. The scornful Koroth was being controlled so he could only make meaningless sounds. Ack, ack. Jamel, after finding Tozio, was excited and shouted, Father Marnak, over here. How is it? Marnak spoke up and requested, Jamel, please go ahead with the princess. He smiled and promised, I will follow. She didn't think about anything and said with a bright smile, Understood. After seeing them leave, he spoke, That's far enough. The corner of Marnak's mouth curved up, revealing a crazy smile, pit of corruption. In just an instant, the three of them fell into an undefined dimension. Tozio looked around in astonishment. This is The maggots that were just wiggling on his body gradually died off. He was a little surprised. He could move now. All the pieces of flesh stuck in the joints were gone. Then knelt down on one knee, bowed his head, and expressed, "Thank you, sir. I am also very ashamed of those things." Marnak smiled gently and praised, "Don't be like that. You did very well. Please stand up." Then he looked straight at the disgusting creature opposite him. The battle is not over yet. The scornful Karoth opened his eyes wide. His breathing became rapid and urgent. "Ha ha!" He tilted his head up to the sky and screamed, "Ack, ack!" It hurt so much. Then extremely agitated and questioned, "What did you do to my body? You bastard! Where did you come from?" "Huh." Marnak was not afraid in the least. His tone was firm. "I don't need to answer your question." He gripped his sharp sword tightly and declared, "You will die here." Marnak smiled. "I don't intend to have mercy on you, so humbly accept death." The scornful Karoth on this side kept writhing frantically. This kingdom will surely collapse if I kill you." He spoke, "Mother," still with the old lines. Marnak's mother only said one word, "Kill." The atmosphere in this place immediately changed. The scornful Karoth rushed up preparing to punch, "Go die." But as soon as he attacked, something blocked him. It turned out to be Golem. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" But before he could understand, Golem punched him flying. He slammed straight backward. Golem just watched silently. Suddenly it turned back to look at Tozio and made a few sounds. Both looked at each other without saying anything more. The scornful Karoth was beaten miserably, so he was very resentful. "You," he cursed angrily, "you bastard." Golem on this side, gripping the giant's sword tightly, cried out, and then rushed in. He also didn't want to be outdone, and rushed forward desperately. "Do you think I will be defeated like this?" Suddenly, things like swords appeared on the scornful Karoth, very sharp, pierced straight into Golem, bleeding out. But it laughed, then used the sword to slash his neck. Blood on the scornful Karoth flowed like a spring. His eyes looked into the void in despair. He was severely wounded, kneeling on the ground. Blood kept spurting like a fountain. Golem on this side still growled. He thought that was the end, but the scornful Karoth unexpectedly attacked Golem, making that place explode, smoke and dust flying everywhere. He was now so angry he wanted to go crazy. "You damn thing! I will show you the true power of an apostle." By then Marnak spoke, "That's not happening." He paused. "What?" He smiled and spoke, "Mother, I beg you. The defiled sword, holy power, 15379 to 25379, activated." Marnak's mother said a familiar word again, "Kill." A beam of light appeared, as if tearing through the night. From inside, the defiled sword slowly appeared outside. He took it. The number on his hand was only 20. He thought to himself, 20 seconds. The casting time for magic has shortened as I become stronger, although not as desired. It is enough. A crazy smile appeared on Marnak's face. The scornful Karoth didn't fully understand his situation, so he was still very arrogant. Do you think I'll let you attack with that stupid sword again?" He didn't haggle, but just asked a simple question. "You've never fought properly, right? I don't intend to go easy on you this time." He was surprised again. "What?" But he didn't bother giving him a chance to understand, swung the sword straight up to the sky. A huge source of power erupted. Farewell. Marnak directly slashed him vertically. The scornful Karoth cried out in pain, whining loudly, "Ha!" In just an instant, his whole body turned into dust. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. While Marnak's mother kept getting agitated, "Kill, kill," he gently soothed her. "Mother, calm down." Then placed his hand on his chest and said, "I understand you are sad because we couldn't get the holy power of that fanatic apostle." He smiled. "But I have set my eyes on something else." Marnak's mother wondered. Kill. Scene shifts to another side, where there are guards trembling in fear of something. They roared, "The disgusting monster! Everyone pick up your weapons! We will take down that disgusting creature." That thing was tall. It turned its head back and asked, "Take me down." It laughed maniacally while gnawing on a human body part. Ha. Its name is Revered Adora. Although the guards were afraid, they were still very determined. All weapons ready. "We will destroy this evil creature." Revered Adora flapped her wing up, then laughed triumphantly. "Haha, what do you think you can do to me, Revered Adora?" The white-haired man looked up with a horrified expression. Finding a fake apostle is good, but why does it have to be the maggot kind? Revered Adora continued to talk tirelessly. Where is the courage from just now? I thought you wanted to kill me. Go cry and beg your gods. Suddenly a person appeared with a body blazing like fire. How dare you mock the gods? That person wore a cloak covering their body, their eyes blazing. Revered Adora immediately questioned, Who are you two? That person didn't answer but declared boldly, I will turn you into dust. His hand gripped the weapon tightly towards her. When the white-haired man spoke, I finally learned his reputation. Oh, the 4 stars are here to protect us. This scene is truly beautiful. She on top said again, while I was in despair. What were the gods in heaven doing? They are perverts who only like to peep. The 4 stars shouted an order, shut up, then launched a spearhead straight up into the sky. Revered Adora calmly looked straight at it. Then it was immediately slashed across the face by that thing. By then, she finally realized the truth. He is much stronger. So she immediately turned and flew away. But indeed, the 4 stars wouldn't let her go. His hand gripped the spear tightly, his eyes sharp as a blade. In just an instant, he threw the spear, die. Revered Adora on this side was sweating profusely, as if she had taken a bath, because she knew, damn it, if she was hit, she would have lost her life. In that instant, her whole body was split in 2. That spear created a circle in the middle of her body, making Revered Adora reveal her true form, struggling to escape. I must get out of here first. But the 4 stars absolutely wouldn't let her go. Dream on. He used his power to strike forward, surrounding the enemy. Revered Adora gritted her teeth and said, My life has just gotten easier. Then resolutely flew through that blazing red power. I cannot die in a place like this. But that turned out to be a wrong decision, making her scream in pain. K. Finally, Revered Adora fell down to the cheers of the crowd below. Hooray for the 4 stars. Please avenge our fallen comrades. Suddenly the white-haired man heard some sound. That sound resembled a horse. The corner of her mouth curved up with triumph. Far away, a pair of legs were running towards them, looking very much like horse legs. It was a black-haired man with the lower half of his body being a horse's body, rushing over very quickly. The 4 stars used his power to strike straight at it and shouted, I won't let you escape. But that black-haired man was completely unharmed. His legs still ran very fast. Upon reaching a place, he took a leap. While avoiding the 4 stars' attack, he managed to carry Revered Adora and escape. TCH. Seeing this, the 4 stars could only roar, Stop there. She was carried away but still very aggressive, turning her head back and declaring, Just you wait. I will come back for revenge. He didn't respond anymore, just stood watching them leave with fiery red eyes. Both ran to a dark forest. Everything was pathetically dilapidated. The black-haired man spoke up to announce, Karoth is dead. Adora. Revered Adora startled and asked again, that damn old man. She frowned and asked further, What about the holy artifact he kept? That man just shook his head and said, It's gone. I think someone took it. On this side, Marnak gently bent down and picked up a silver coin. Oh God. They did something very interesting with Mother's holy artifact. He smiled and asked, Right, Mother. A few days after the 4th Apostle's raid, Marnak thought to himself, Luckily I found Mother's holy artifact. Suddenly his expression became solemn. But I still don't understand. Why does Mother's holy artifact carry the holy power of another god? He kept asking countless questions in his head. Did they steal a part of Mother? Or can they absorb Mother's holy power? If it's true, then there's no need to break down Mother's power and seal them anymore. Marnak's mother still only said one word, kill. But it seems like he understood exactly what she wanted to say. Yes, I'll leave it there for now. Mother is right. I will know when I get close to another piece with similar holy power. We couldn't catch Karoth, but I have regained a little holy power, so don't worry, Mother. System notification. Holy power 5379 to 13876. She said again, kill. Suddenly Dakia appeared and asked, What are you thinking? Marnak replied with a bright smile. I'm thinking about the incident a few days ago. Her eyes were a little lost in thought. Ah, the village massacre. Marnak's mother spoke up again. Kill. He put his hand on his chest and explained, It's understandable that she reacted like that. Massacring a village right under the Irimal family's jurisdiction, so she also feels some responsibility. By then, Dakia spoke up again. I should ask my brother why this territory is like this. He turned and said, Isn't it Lord Martin you should ask? She shook her head and replied, No, Lord Martin has surely done his best. Dakia frowned and spoke, presenting, My brother's inaction is very suspicious. Normally he always takes every opportunity to increase his influence. Jamel behind him suddenly cried out, Ah! She looked forward and said, I see it now. It turned out that side was the entrance to a city. It's Beatus. Carmen was excited. Since I arrived earlier than expected, should we have a drink tonight? I'm buying. Hearing that, she became enthusiastic and wanted to drink till the end. Okay, no, going home until drunk. Hearing that, he immediately explained, It's not that serious. Carmen smiled and turned to ask, What about you, princess? Dakia put her hand on her chin as if thinking, then said, It's late anyway. I can tell them tomorrow. She also replied very eagerly, Since Carmen invited, we must drink to our heart's content. He replied, Okay, she said gleefully. Tonight we must empty Carmen's pockets. Inside a pub, Hayden was drinking his fill. He looked very relaxed. Kuh. Sitting next to him was Vadis Draco. Hayden happily offered a drink. You should have a glass too. But he angrily cursed. Shut up. I'm not in the mood. Making him so scared, he turned his head back, his voice trembling. All right. Vadis Draco wore a grimace, gritting his teeth and questioning, When did that bastard get here? All of them then proceeded into the city. Carmen turned around and asked, Do you have any suggestions for places? I came here to work but have never stopped by any pub. Dakia could only force a smile and reply, I don't know either. She patted her face with both hands and said, I've never been here either. I'm so embarrassed. I can't help with anything. He waved his hand and replied, Haha, it's okay. There are so many people like this. We can ask them. So Carmen immediately went around to ask, Excuse me, can I ask a little, is there here? Dakia saw that scene and smiled, saying, I'm really envious of Carmen. He's always full of energy. Marnak gently said, It's not certain. He remembered the day both of them built a fire in a snow-covered place. Carmen's face at that time held no joy like today. Whether more or less, everyone has a dark side inside. Hearing that, she became curious, tilting her head slightly and wondering, Do you know something about him that I don't? Marnak shrugged and spoke, I cannot tell you when he doesn't allow it. Dakia clicked her tongue and scolded playfully. Thump! You're really mean. Jamel at this moment was in front, waving his hand at them. This way. So Dakia immediately grabbed Marnak's hand and pulled him away. Let's go. Upon arrival, each of them held a large jug of wine in their hands, clinking and shouting, Long live Priest Marnak! Hooray! Hooray! While they were enthusiastic, Marnak on this side paused a little, thinking to himself, raising a glass to celebrate is fine, but why shout my name? Jamel on this side drank wine like water, gulping down jug after jug, then got drunk and flushed, saying strange things, interrupted, my investment. Then stood up and shouted, while his mind was no longer clear, I will be filthy rich. The jug was dropped behind her. As for her, she fell onto the table and passed out immediately. Carmen saw the comical scene and burst out laughing. Ooh, ha ha ha. She drank everything I gave her and now she's passed out. Then he turned and raised a glass to the person next to him. Sajita, we can last a long time. Let's drink more. Sajita happily accepted. Okay. Marnak then turned to Dakia and said, Princess, seeing that she was still awake, he praised, Your alcohol tolerance is higher than mine. Huh. She on this side suddenly made strange sounds. Huh. Then gave a bright smile with cheeks flushed red from drinking. Priest Marnak. But in just an instant she turned pathetically pale. Seems like she's about to throw up. Marnak saw that things were about to get out of hand, so he immediately helped her walk. We'll be back in a bit. Carmen burst out laughing and replied, Ha ha ha, good luck. He helped her walk and reassured her, Just bear with it a little longer. I'll take you to a place to sort this out, Marnak said. If you can't hold it anymore, tell me. He took a large barrel and ran out the door to clear a path for Dakia. By then, Vatus Draco's eyes had glanced towards him, Marnak. Marnak thought to himself, I don't recognize him. Marnak looked at the two people opposite him and wondered, how could he know my name? They also stood solemnly and stared at him. Right at this moment, Dakia snatched the barrel, then threw up violently into it. Marnak smiled wryly, but still went and patted her back. Oh my God. Are you okay? Vadas Draco saw that disgusting scene and froze in place. Dakia on this side after throwing up was helped by Marnak. She resolutely declared, "Blek, I'm never touching alcohol again." Suddenly, while walking she slipped, didn't know if it was accidental or intentional, UAH. So she fell into Marnak's arms. "Oops, I'm sorry," he gently said. "It's okay." But little did he know that Vatis Draco on this side was so angry he was gritting his teeth. Dakia held her cheeks and smiled. "Priest Marnak, I'm very tired. Can you take me to a room?" Just like last time, that sentence reached his limit. He was furious and roared curses. "You bastard." Hayden had to hug him tightly to stop him. "Oh God, Your Highness, please, calm down." Marnak didn't understand anything else. So he asked, "Is something wrong with me?" Vadas Draco kept cursing non-stop. That damn follower dared to seduce the princess. Marnak waved his hand and said, "You are mistaken. We are not like that." Before he could finish speaking, Vadas Draco interrupted. "Don't lie." He was furious and asserted confidently, "You surely seduced her with your stupid smile," making Hayden struggle and hold on to his leg to avoid a fight. "Prince Vatis." He reminded him, making a fuss in a public place like this is not good. Marnak on this side picked up Dakia and thought to himself, "I must take this opportunity to leave here." Hayden said loudly, "I told you to calm down," but Vadas Draco pushed him away and also cursed, "Shut up." He went crazy and ordered, "Let go. I will kill that bastard." He could only plead helplessly, "Your Highness, I beg you." Meanwhile, Marnak had carried Dakia and managed to run through another room. He thought to himself, the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a kingdom of beastmen located in the eastern part of the continent. The royal family of the kingdom is the Dragonman clan. If you play the game as a Dragon Man, the player will get a lot of stats, and a high social status respected by everyone. Marnak remembered the previous incident and became cautious. The Dragon Man prince had that attitude towards me. It's best that we leave Beatus as quickly as possible. He wondered, I wonder if Dakia will give up her status to follow me. Or maybe the gods will realize the existence of the mother and send down angels to suppress me. By then, Marnak was placing a coin on the table and saying, "Give me a towel and a glass of cold water." The person at the counter immediately went to prepare it. He thought to himself, Dragon Clan Prince, the Liberation Army, and the angels. Perhaps I am the one pushing this world to the brink of destruction. Dakia's dreamy voice rang out, "Priest, priest." By then that person had brought what Marnak requested. "Here is your water and towel." He replied, "Ah, thank you." Then he brought it to her. "Princess, here is the cold water." But she just lay still and whined. I want to sleep a little more," Marnak said helplessly. Princess, at least you should drink some water, right? Huh?" Suddenly a figure was approaching from behind. He looked after him a little blankly. Then he was startled and opened his eyes wide. Because right in front was Dakia's older brother. Why is he here? A man with a tall, slender figure, white hair and golden eyes, giving his face a slightly cold look. He stood in front of the door, surprising Marnak a little, who wondered, why is he here? Marnak observed that person very carefully and thought, Derso Irimel. Marnak seemed to understand something. So that's it. Draco's image appeared in Marnak's head. He is here to meet the Dragon Kingdom Prince. At this moment, Irimel's eyes scanned around. He slowly advanced forward, walking closer to Marnak's spot. The sound of shoe soles hitting the floor created pleasant clacking sounds. He thought there would be some confrontation and talk, but Irimel just walked past coldly without saying a word. He swept past, speaking softly. She still hasn't changed. Marnak pondered, not replying, just quietly observing. Irimel's tall, dignified silhouette just walked up the stairs without saying anything further. Scene shifts. At a house that is somewhat old and ancient. Inside, everyone gathered in the living room. They sat together at the breakfast table. Some lay stretched out on the table. Some held knives and forks to get cake. Others held cups of water to drink. The three people sitting opposite Marnak seemed to be in a rather unstable state. Everyone was a little tipsy. Carmen spoke up. "Sajida, you bastard. He is a monster." Marnak listened and smiled. "My alcohol tolerance isn't too bad. But he drinks like water. Feeling nauseous again." Sajida didn't seem to have much reaction to the other person's words, still calmly resting his chin, eyes closed, smiling slightly. "Look at him. I'm dying of a headache. But he's still fine." But just a second later, Sajita's hand slipped from his face. His head hit the table directly with a thud, hitting the plate of food. The piece of egg in the plate even flew onto Golem's face. Marnak looked on blankly. Seeing this, Carmen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ooh ha ha ha! So I won! Huh! He kept his arms crossed and laughed nonstop. Ha ha ha! But then he also collapsed in a flash, his face hitting the table, unconscious. Marnak was speechless towards Dakia. They must have drunk a lot. Dakia looked like she was drunk, replied blankly. That's right. Dakia gripped the cup of water tightly and asked hesitantly, Father Marnak, today, are you busy? Marnak smiled gently. No, I don't have any schedule today, Marnak replied. I think they can rest today, Dakia said softly. Yes, over there. Golem is wiping Santaji, who is passed out on a branch. Dakia, after Marnak's confirmation, immediately blushed and asked hurriedly, So do you want? But before she finished speaking, the orange-haired girl sitting next to her suddenly stretched and yawned a few rather big times. Good morning. As soon as she woke up, the orange-haired girl covered her nose with a disgusted look. The smell of alcohol. How much did these people drink? Marnak explained with a wry smile. They drank as soon as they got back to the inn. The orange-haired girl didn't seem to mind much. Her eyes still sleepy, she waved goodbye. I'm going back to sleep here, Marnak replied. Today is a day off. Marnak turned to the two men and said, You two go rest too. While walking, Dakia instinctively raised her hand to sniff her nose. She blushed, looked up and asked Marnak hesitantly, Do I smell of alcohol? Marnak replied with a wry smile. Yes. That word was like a lightning strike. Dakia's face froze solid, as if sprayed with glue. She unconsciously leaned back, perhaps not wanting Marnak to smell the alcohol on her. She smiled and said, Then let's go to the bank this afternoon. Marnak asked again. The bank. Dakia said clearly, I will pay you the amount of money I promised. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Kill. Scene shifts. At this moment Dakia had moved elsewhere. Didn't know what she heard, but suddenly screamed. What? The man opposite had black hair and a bushy beard. He said, The safe you are requesting to open is under the name of the Iramel family, and it is currently restricted access. Dakia was dissatisfied, her voice full of anger, questioning. Hold on, but this isn't the family's safe. It's mine. Who restricted it? That man picked up a piece of paper, read it, and replied, Mr. Douglas Marin. Dakia bit her lower lip tightly. Mr. Marin. Dakia turned around abruptly and said to Marnak standing behind her, Father Marnak, it seems we have to go meet Mr. Marin. Another strange voice rang out in Marnak's head. Kill. But Marnak still smiled friendly and replied to Dakia, All right, I will follow you. The two went to an unfamiliar place. A maid respectfully led them inside and said, He is in the office. Marnak walked and observed, thinking to himself. She said, Mr. Marin handles everything for the Lord when the Lord loses his mind. The maid bowed and invited them into a room. This way. The two walked into the room together. Inside, a man spoke. Long time no see. Princess Dakia. The old man with a thick silver beard. He wore a monocle that exuded seriousness and composure. The man sat in front of a table full of documents. His voice was indifferent. It seems you are still well. I'm sure your time away was fine. This reassures me. Although Dakia bowed her head in greeting, she couldn't hide her obvious dissatisfaction. It's been a while since we met, Lord's representative. The man took off his monocle and said, You don't need to call me that. You can call me Mr. Marin as before. Dakia frowned. As you wish, Lord's representative. That man heard Dakia's discomfort while wiping his glasses. He said, It seems you have a problem with me. Dakia replied, Me, if you think so. It seems you see sin somewhere. At this moment, the invisible voice in Marnak's head became even more numerous. Kill, 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 Marnak thought to himself. Luckily, Mother can't speak in this situation. Marin pointed to the paper as if unintentionally saying, Perhaps you are here because I have forbidden your safe. Dakia closed her eyes, suppressing her anger, and asked, Why did you do that? Marin calmly, It's simple. Marin smiled and said, If I didn't do that, you would never return to the territory. Only then did Marin notice someone else besides Dakia was here. He turned and asked, Perhaps you are Father Marnak. Marnak smiled gently and replied, Yes, I am Marnak. I serve the goddess of protection. Marin heard and retorted, Is that all? His voice had some sarcasm. Devil slayer of guys. Dakia turned her head to look at Marnak. Marin continued, Nemesis of the evil spirits of Kelton. And Marin also didn't forget to praise Marnak and savior of Eradiko. You are very famous. Marnak was humble. It's just rumors. Rumors will be exaggerated more if they are mentioned more. Marnak asserted, I'm sure what I do is much less than the rumors. Marin laughed with his hands behind his back and said, Ha ha, you are too humble. A victory, even if small, is still a victory. He approached Marnak. I know everything you do is for good purpose. Suddenly his eyes became a little strange. Father? Marin mentioned someone. The Lord smiled and wanted to see you. Marnak was a little doubtful. Huh. A man was slowly sipping a cup of tea in his hand. It's Hayden. He was enjoying tea calmly. Suddenly, an angry voice accompanied by a pillow thrown hard against the wall behind Hayden rang out. Damn it. That damn bastard. Draco was lying on the bed, angrily shouting, I should have torn him to 100 pieces right there. He was just like a 5-year-old child being provoked, thrashing and cursing nonstop. That's right. I should have done that then. Why did you stop me? Hayden. Hayden, holding the teacup, showed little emotion, saying, If you had done that, then you would never have gotten the result you wanted, originally, from the start. He brought the teacup to his mouth again, looked at Draco and asked, You just need the princess's current status. Right. Hayden's words were as light as a feather as he analyzed for Draco. If rumors about her relationship with that priest spread outside now, you would have to break the engagement to save your image. But he seems to get angrier the more he hears. Draco's eyes, full of resentment, roared, I know that. But seeing my fiancé hand in hand with someone else makes me furious. He suddenly had a crazy idea. All right, let's go kill that damn priest. Just the sword, so no one finds out. Hayden held the teapot and poured water into the teacup, replying, You cannot do that. There is an old saying, haste makes waste. Actually, Hayden's hands were quite shaky at this moment. He thought to himself, I must admit the third prince is very strong, but considering what happened in the eastern region, Hayden remembered the image of Marnak. He should not underestimate someone like Marnak. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Draco was still annoyed and asked sharply, What is it? A man came in to report, Your Highness, according to your order just now, I am here to report that Princess Dakia has returned to the mansion. This news made Draco extremely excited. He threw back the blanket and asked again, What? She's back. He got out of bed quickly and asked, Where is she? She is going to Mr. Marin's room. Hayden was startled and looked at the tall man who was only wearing a bathrobe that he had taken off to cover his eyes and asked, What are you doing? Draco laughed and put on the red robe, saying, What else? Of course I'm going to see my fiancée. Last time, I couldn't even talk to her properly. Hayden advised, If you go to see her, you won't get what you want. What? Draco snapped. Why not? Hayden asked the person who just reported, Let me ask this. Is the princess here alone? The other person bowed respectfully and replied, She came here with a priest, who calls himself Marnak. Draco went crazy with anger. That bastard again? Huh? Hayden calmly drank tea as if he had anticipated it. See? Draco roared with anger, as if wanting to erupt like a volcano. Hey, that damn holy artifact? Why is he always with my fiancé? Huh? On the other side, Marnak is now standing in front of a room door. There are also maids waiting on standby here. The maid bowed and said, Lord Smilling is waiting inside. The maid reminded him, I am not allowed to go inside, so you must enter without me. Marnak grabbed the doorknob and thought, Does the master want to personally meet an outsider? Marnak walked in, his eyes not showing much emotion, just thinking, Mr. Marin didn't tell me anything at all. In the hallway at this moment, he was also alone. Lord Smilling is no longer lucid. Right. Suddenly a voice rang out. Pleased to meet you. A person sitting on a wooden armchair was facing the fireplace. It was an old man. His hair and long beard covered more than half of his face. Everything on his face seemed to be white, from his hair, beard, eyebrows, or even eyelashes. The only difference was perhaps the brown skin, which had many wrinkles. Showing his old age, I suppose I don't need to introduce myself. Huh. Marnak still managed a smile and said, I heard you are not well at the moment. He turned his head and replied, I have only recently regained lucidity. Come here and sit. I need to talk to you. At this moment, Marnak was also prepared a chair. It just wasn't as comfortable as the old man's, but the seating positions were parallel next to each other. The old man said, "Before, I borrowed Marin's power to investigate you a little." He said, "They told me you are a hero fallen from the sky." Marnak smiled humbly. "I just do what needs to be done." The old man's eyes indifferently looked at the fire without replying. A moment later, he suddenly spoke. "I also heard you have a quite solid relationship with my daughter." This sentence truly made Marnak a little stunned. Marnak explained awkwardly, "That's just a misunderstanding. She and I are nothing." His eyes weren't angry, but still looked extremely terrifying. His voice reeked of death. "I heard Dakia comes to your room every night wearing comfortable clothes. That's how it is." Marnak coughed heavily. Marnak covered his mouth, extremely worried. Even though he knew the truth, he wouldn't know how to explain to the old man who kept staring at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. The princess just comes to visit her mother. How could he know everything? Marnak thought awkwardly. How should I explain this? But suddenly the old man said, "After hearing that, I think that is better." Marnak asked surprisingly, "What do you mean?" The old man looked thoughtfully at the raging fire and said in a deep voice, "Please take my daughter away from this place." Marnak was a little awkward. "What did you say, sir? I don't understand what you mean." The old man said sternly again, "I am saying you should live happily with my daughter. I will support you two. I won't let you lack anything. However, you two must leave Beatus." He sighed, telling her never to come back again. He also added, "I will handle her engagement with the Dragon Kingdom prince myself, so don't worry about that." Marnak pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly he laughed. "No need. Thank you, sir." The old man frowned. "No." Marnak explained, "Your support like that is already too good. And besides, my child is certainly flawless because she carries my bloodline." Marnak said, "She is a sorceress, so no one supports her. No one wants her to become the lord of this place." Marnak stood beside the old man and said clearly, "But whenever she says she wants to become the lord of this place, I encourage her. So if she says she wants to leave with me, I will also happily accept it." Marnak continued, "But I don't have the right to make that choice. Only she can make the choice for herself." Marnak smiled a little creepily and said, "If you really want her to leave this territory, I think you should tell her yourself. That's the right way. Don't you think so?" The old man was silent again, looking at the fire. A few seconds later, he closed his eyes and spoke. "The reason I don't tell her myself is very simple." The old man spoke and recalled the image of his stubborn little daughter. She is a child that no matter how hard you push her down, she will bounce back just as strongly. If I tell her to leave now, she might try to fight for ownership of the family, which will tempt her, the old man said in a deep voice. But the future ahead on that path will not be what she desires. He looked at Marnak as if entrusting something. "So I want you to convince her, from the beginning, inherently, being the lord of a territory is not that great." Marnak paused for a moment and said, "Can I ask you something? It might be a little rude." The old man didn't hesitate to reply, "I think you've been rude enough already, so go ahead and say it." Marnak expressed the doubt in his heart. "I heard that you have never really cared about your daughter, so why are you suddenly making an offer like this now?" The old man said calmly, "Do I need a reason? I just changed my mind. That's all." He suddenly gripped the armrest of the chair and said, "And please leave this place as soon as possible. Perhaps the truth is the best thing for that child." Then the old man waved his hand, indicating dismissal. "You can leave now?" Marnak smiled. "Yes," he said as an afterthought, making Marnak stop. "Ah, and also," the old man turned his head to remind him, "Don't tell others about my mind becoming clear again. Just," the old man instructed, "say that you had a lot of difficulty communicating with me because my mind wasn't clear." Marnak didn't ask much and immediately agreed. "All right," the old man replied. "Thank you." The old man closed his eyes tightly, enjoying the warmth from the fire. Now in the room, this fire is the only thing left full of vitality. The old man suddenly spoke, Calto, retrospective. The old man said, Eret, the progressive one, Adora, the revered one. Suddenly, two people appeared on either side of the old man's chair. Eret spoke up and asked, "How are the preparations coming along?" The old man rested his hands on the armrests of the chair. He stood up miraculously, as if there had never been paralyzed legs on his body. He said, "It will be done soon," but his eyes seemed to have an unusual change, looking very scary. That voice was low and deep. Just wait a little longer, only a short time more. The door slowly opened from outside. Marnak poked his head in from the doorway while hearing a loud argument. "I said I don't want to. Inside, Dakia and Draco seemed to be very tense. Draco held on to Dakia's sleeve, but she angrily tried to shake him off and said loudly, "I already said I didn't come here to meet you." She pulled her sleeve away with all her might. "From the beginning, I never intended to marry you." Marnak unintentionally witnessed a scene he shouldn't have seen, so he stood awkwardly outside the door, thinking, "What is this?" The two inside had discovered him. Dakia immediately exclaimed, "Father." She was completely different, happy compared to her expression when talking with Draco. She smiled and asked, "Are you done with the meeting?" Dakia didn't linger either. She directly turned to Draco, said goodbye, and left. "Prince Vadis, I'm sorry about the engagement," she said innocently, despite someone already grinding his teeth in anger. "I'm leaving now. Have a good day." He was in a fit of rage because of Dakia's refusal. At this moment he saw your appearance, as if his most sensitive nerve was touched. He roared like a beast, making Hayden struggle greatly to hold him back and prevent him from breaking free and biting people. "Marnak, it's you again." But how could someone as small as Hayden restrain Draco? He threw Hayden aside and ran away, pointing at Marnak warningly. "Stay away from my fiancé immediately." Dakia immediately rushed out to stand in front of him and shouted, "I will not marry you." He couldn't accept the truth and kept questioning. "Why? What is it about me that you don't like?" She sighed in frustration. "It's not that you lack anything. I just don't want to get married." Draco was like a child trying to please an adult. He whined and spoke softly, trying to coax her. "Don't be like that. Why don't we have a meal together?" His hand trembled as he reached out, wanting to get closer to her. Dakia coldly and flatly refused. "I already have plans." He didn't give up and asked again, "What about tomorrow?" Dakia replied, "Busy. The day after tomorrow. Busy. Well, busy." She kept refusing, making Draco frown. "I haven't said which day yet." She didn't want to say anything more, so she turned and left, and didn't forget to emphasize, "I'm very busy." Marnak hid to the side, forcing a smile. Mother in his head exclaimed, "Kill! Kill!" He thought, she really left him. Suddenly Draco shouted loudly, making Dakia startle and stop. "How about this?" He took out some paper and said, "I heard there is a theater troupe in Peters. A famous singer is with them. You know her, right? Her name is Adora." He was awkward. "Come with me to see her. But unfortunately you are still so cold. I have met her." This time Draco must have understood that she never had him in her heart. He collapsed, his eyes full of tears. "But the first performance will take place in 3 days. Dakia turned her head and said in a disgusted tone, "All performances are the same anyway. I won't watch any new performances anymore." Draco was angry, grinding his teeth. Suddenly his eyes blazed without pupils. His neck veins bulged, his teeth grinding loudly as he said, "Refusing me. Is it because of that bastard Marnak?" "Right." Dakia activated defense mode and spread her arms to protect the love of her life, even though Marnak, standing far away, was still eagerly watching the drama. "No, it has nothing to do with him," he roared angrily. "Don't lie to me." He pointed towards Marnak and said something that made Dakia blush. "You go to his room every night." The atmosphere indeed froze as if sprayed with glue because of this sentence. Mother angrily questioned in his head. "Kill, kill," Marnak helplessly explained to that voice. "What is it?" "You are always with me when she comes." At this moment he quickly spoke to explain to Draco. "Your Highness, there is a misunderstanding," Marnak said. "We don't have that relationship." But before he finished, Draco was blazing with anger and shouted, "Shut up," he said loudly. "You think I cannot see through your facade. You are certainly even more excited because you know the princess has a fiancé." Draco didn't stop uttering insults. "You want to slander a noble." Before he could say anything more, Dakia shouted, "Shut up!" Suddenly being yelled at made him stunned and step back. Dakia's eyes were sharp and cold. She said, "There is nothing between me and Father Marnak. Father Marnak is not that kind of person." She continued to defend Marnak. "He is a good person who always lives for others. He has never hesitated to help others, even when facing difficulties." Dakia explained, "Furthermore, he even saved me from the kidnappers." Dakia emphasized, making Draco look blank, "I cannot sit idly by, watching you slander the person who saved my life." Dakia paused for a moment and then said, "So, let me make it clear, I, Dakia Irimel." Dakia placed her hand on her chest parallel to the white flower on her left breast and said clearly, "By the name of Irimel, I cancel my engagement with the Dragon Kingdom Prince. This declaration is effective as long as the Iramel flower doesn't wither. Draco gritted his teeth. Huh. As long as the Iramel flower doesn't wither, your whole family must be destroyed before you even think about getting married. Suddenly he shouted, but it seemed like he wasn't talking to the two of them. Dresso, this is not how we discussed it. Marnak frowned in suspicion. Dresso. A strange man walked in and said in a deep voice, You are always so impatient and rude. A young, handsome, tall man with white hair and golden eyes, similar to Dakia, appeared and spoke to her. You know you shouldn't make vows so easily in the name of the Iramel family. The man named Dasso said, Aren't you clear about your position in the family because you are a sorceress? Dakia frowned. Draco angrily stepped forward and shouted, Dasso. He questioned Dasso. You promised to marry the princess to me. Dasso showed little emotion and replied, I said you could. Take the girl if you could. He brushed Draco's hand away and said, Why are you complaining to me when you are the one who failed? He seemed struck and couldn't believe it, asking again, What? Draco was angry. What did you just say? Do you think you can get away with this? Dasso growled and called the opponent's name directly. Vatis Draco. Dasso warned, If you raise your voice at me again. He was indeed not someone easily bullied, directly overwhelming the opponent. I will report all your actions to the Demon Dragon King. Do you understand? Draco clicked his tongue. Hayden over there must have had a good nap before he was called awake. Don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. Draco, after the argument, also swept past Dasso, without saying anything further. Suddenly Dakia spoke. Wait, you are the one who suggested the kidnapping. She asked Dasso, and the Dragon Kingdom Prince just listened to you. Dasso didn't think so again. He countered, Kidnapping. I just told him to protect you. Not only that, he also blamed her. You only whine, only thinking about yourself. You have never stopped to think about what is beneficial for the family. He pressed his face close to Dakia, looking extremely scary, saying, If I wanted to kidnap you, do you think I would still be standing here? Dasso warned, You should be grateful that I showed mercy when talking about bloodline. Dakia was stunned. What? Then he glanced over at Marnak and said to her, It's better to leave here with that guy. Do you need a clearer explanation? Dasso's voice was cold. Leave Beatus within 3 days. Dakia. After leaving the room, Dakia angrily roared, That bastard! Ridiculous! Leave Beatus within 3 days. She was full of burning hatred, asking Marnak, who was standing awkwardly, Father Marnak, can I use magic to punch him? He raised his hand to advise, Your brother will lose his life. Dakia was disgusted. That thick face is fine. Words in his head, kill. Marnak understood and immediately thought, I agree. Marnak thought about Dakia's two relatives, both father and brother. Telling us to leave quickly couldn't be a coincidence. Suddenly Dakia called, Father Marnak. He replied, Yes. She pointed in the distance and asked, Isn't that Jamel? Both looked towards an orange-haired girl standing in the distance. Marnak nodded. Yes, but what is she doing? Suddenly Tosio ran over from somewhere, the successor. He asked, Tosio, is something wrong? Tosio stammered. Tosio explained, Someone has exposed Miss Jamel, that she is an evil spirit worshipper. Dakia looked at Tosio and said, You can go now. The other person replied, Understood. A moment later, Marnak and Dakia both stood watching Tosio leave. She frowned and turned to Marnak, saying anxiously, It is true that we have heard about the evil spirit worshippers causing trouble recently, but I didn't expect them to start arresting them everywhere like this. Dakia was worried. I heard the people from the God's cleansing army stationed nearby are on their way. What do we do? Marnak asked with a serious face. What do you think will happen to an evil spirit worshipper who has been captured? She sighed and looked down, replying, They will likely be handed over to the God's cleansing army and then tortured until they reveal information about the Liberation Army, until death. Marnak frowned. He thought, in order to track down evil spirit worshippers without holy power, perhaps they found them by tracing the remaining holy power of the evil spirit in their bodies. He placed his hand on his chest in thought. If that is the case, Dakia observed Marnak's reaction and exclaimed, Father, do you have a way? Marnak smiled and replied, Yes, I think I have a way to save Jamel. It might be difficult for me, but... He spoke to the person in his head. If you are willing to help, Mother, I think we can hide Jamel. That voice replied, Kill. In a dark, damp prison cell, where there were only the sounds of rats and filth. In the cell, a small, thin figure sat huddled, hugging herself in the corner of the wall. It was the desperate Jamel. I became a nun by chance, but it was unnecessary because I wanted to become an evil spirit worshipper, she cried. I am just an orphan they took in. A series of negative thoughts kept surrounding the little girl's mind. Was going with Father Marnak a mistake? I should have run away. He should have been the last ray of hope for me. Her tears fell nonstop. She sobbed. Oh, United Stone, what should I do now? She was tired. If I use power in a place like this, I will die before I can get out. A rat ran across Jamel's shadow from somewhere. A few people walked over. Jamel looked up curiously through the bars. She gave a rare smile. Everyone, she exclaimed. Giselle, Zarn. Jamel rushed to the bars, unable to contain her joy. You two are alive. But the other two standing outside didn't seem happy at all, their faces serious, arms crossed, staring at her. Her hands trembled. The atmosphere is strange. Is it? She froze and asked, Are you the two who handed me over? They admitted coldly. Yes. Giselle punched the bars, her eyes fierce, cursing, Traitor. Jamel bit her lip, her voice trembling, asking, Did you just call me a traitor? They confirmed, Yes, because you are a traitor. You lived your comfortable life with that damn priest while we had to fight for our lives. Giselle's eyes were completely cold. I worried about you because you were separated from us, but I shouldn't have even worried. Jamel tried her best to shout and explain. It's not like that. I worked hard to try and save you two. She remembered the time she cried her eyes out begging and said, If I hadn't begged Father Marnak for help, you two would have died there. Giselle gave a scornful smile. Why would that priest be able to help? Do you mean he can actually control those ancient imperial weapons or something? Jamel clung to the bars and said, Yes, he really can. I can explain. Giselle at this moment seemed to have run out of patience. You can explain? Jamel continued. After being separated from everyone, I found the excavation site we were looking for, but then a group of silver soldiers attacked. Because I had things I needed to ask those people, I couldn't let them die, so I helped them, but it was too much for me. She recounted, That's when Father Marnak appeared, and repelled the silver soldiers with me. They were surprised. What? Wait. Giselle didn't fully believe her and retorted, You said he could control them, so why did he fight them? Jamel shook her head and said, Because that was before he received that power. Just listen. Then, a silver soldier twice the size of John looked at her father, gesturing wildly with his bloodied hands and feet, recounting Marnak, and knelt down and said, The heir. Jamel kept cheering. He is actually the one that the princess of the ancient empire. Giselle was annoyed and interrupted, waving her hand. Enough. Jamel paused and said softly, The story is still very long. She was annoyed and lost patience. Do you think we will believe that lie? What? The heir, the princess of the ancient empire. She directly attacked Jamel. I didn't know you were so good at imagining things. Jamel said aggrievedly, I'm not lying. It's all true. But Giselle didn't care much. Whatever. Then she asked again, Then why didn't you reunite with us after leaving the ruins? She frowned. Why were you with him like that? Jamel stammered, unable to explain. That thing. Giselle pressed her face close to Jamel and growled, Do you think I called you a traitor for no reason? I have been following you since the day you led us to Beatus. She said sarcastically, That Marnak didn't do anything to keep you, but you followed him like a dog instead of running away. Jamel explained with difficulty, Well, he said he would kill me if I ran away, but it turns out he is a very good person. She suddenly blurted out, That's right, everyone come with us. Jamel grabbed Giselle's wrist and shook it, saying, Father Marnak is the ray of hope. He is also good, so I believe he will accept everyone. Giselle was provoked. She fiercely pushed Jamel's hand away without any mercy and shouted, Do you want us to become traitors like you? Jamel fell to the ground, crying out, Oh my God, my butt. Giselle said, I don't know about you, but Beatus is already in the hands of the Liberation Army. She continued, The fallen god is. But before she finished, Jan interrupted, That's enough. Giselle. Giselle pointed at John irritably and shouted, I didn't intend to say anything at all. Don't you dare order me around. She took something from her clothes and said, I know we grew up together, but we cannot tolerate a traitor. What she took out was a gun. Her voice was cold. The Liberation Army does not forgive traitors. no matter what. Giselle pointed the gun at Jamel and said, "At least, I will finish you off quickly." She warned, "Don't try to use your power, otherwise you will be taken away by the gods' cleansing army," and Zarn took the gun, saying enough. He snatched the gun and aimed at Jamel without hesitation. "If you don't want to, then let me do it." On the other side, Zarn frowned and thought, "Why does that idiot have to do that?" Zarn said his last words, "Goodbye, traitor." Jamel screamed in fear, covering her face with her hands. "I don't want to die." Suddenly a monster rushed in from somewhere. The gun fired a shot. A strange person in armor holding a weapon rode a giant rat to block the bullet. That person jumped up and grabbed the sword. The sound of the sword hitting the bullet rang out sharply. That person slashed very hard. The bullet split in half. The two halves of the bullet flew past the bars, grazed Jamel, and hit the wall. Although they didn't hit her, Jamel still screamed in fear. An angry voice rang out, "How dare you!" That person pointed the sword straight at Jan's group and shouted, "Wicked soldiers, how dare you lay a hand on the successor's friend?" But a strange scene made everything freeze. Who would have thought that Hero was a tiny person the size of a fist? No wonder the bullet in his eyes was so big. And it turns out that Rat wasn't some giant monster either. They all cried out, "What is this?" Jamel anxiously watched the unexpected situation outside the cell. He pointed his sword at the enemy with eloquent reasoning. "You barbarian! How dare you lay a hand on the successor's friend?" However, looking at the height difference between the two sides, his action had the opposite effect and became cute, and it was surprisingly overwhelming compared to the tense atmosphere that a normal conflict should have. They watched in silence. After being silent for a while, Giselle laughed mockingly. "What is this thing? Is this the knight who is supposed to be twice the size of Zarni?" "Jamel, is there something wrong with your head?" At the same time attacking her for daring to entrust someone like this. He silently endured until they dared to insult that person. Suddenly a powerful beam of light emanated, making them unable to see directly, only seeing the small knight from before, flipping over. Giselle reluctantly told her teammates, "Shoot! Shoot that stupid Jamel." And when the words were finished, the one who appeared before them was no longer the tiny knight, but had become a giant knight. His teammates exclaimed, "Twice what? He's this big." He didn't care about their feelings at the moment. The only thing he cared about was her. So he turned and asked her, "Are you injured anywhere?" Jamel was looking forward to the drama but was dragged in. So at first she was a little panicked and stammered, "I'm fine. Look ahead." "All right." Only then did he relax and focus on the opponent. He neither asked nor threatened, but asserted, "You will die here." She behind him was also surprised by his aggressive and slightly arrogant words. But more than anyone, she knew for sure that if he said it, he could certainly do it. So she hastily advised him, "You don't need to kill them." But it was clear that if he said one, there was no doing two. He said decisively, "That is the best solution." Those who mistreat the successor's friend are a threat to the successor. Realizing the current situation is only disadvantageous for themselves and they cannot just sit and wait for death, his teammates quickly decided, "Retreat. Giselle." "Okay." Then Giselle cast a teleportation array intending to slip away quietly. "But things are unpredictable. It's not that easy. I won't let you go anywhere." And then he seemed to have an engine installed, flying straight to break the array. Giselle put all her strength into accelerating the opening of the array while also defending against his attack. "It's useless," he said coldly, and just as expected. Right after that, he swung his sword down hard on the icy brick floor, scattering dirt everywhere. Inside the bars, she hugged her body tightly to avoid injury from the aftershocks. After a while, the dust screen flew away, leaving only him standing alone in the open space. By then, she slowly lowered her hand covering her face and looked outside. Asked, "Did they run away?" He answered truthfully, "Yes, I couldn't catch them. I'm sorry. I couldn't eliminate the enemy." Seeing his self-blaming appearance, she quickly waved her hands and feet to comfort him. "It's okay. Thank you." Then she hesitantly asked what she had been wondering about since the beginning of the day. "But how did you know I was here?" He didn't answer Jamel's question directly, but evaded to explain something else. "If it's just a formality, then the answer is somewhat acceptable. The successor will come here. I came to inform you in advance. Priest Marnak." "Huh?" she asked again. "Yes, it won't be long," he replied, and poked the little rat that just landed on his shoulder. She was polite. Ah, thank you. Do you want me to open an exit for you? I can use my power. He put the rat down on the ground, saying, if you do that, it will cause a bigger problem, so don't do that. I will leave the way I came. Just when she didn't understand how, she suddenly saw a strange thing was real. The little rat had turned into a big rat and was the knight's unique and exclusive vehicle, coming and going the same way, literally. Both turned small again and left quietly. Luckily, they turned small, otherwise they would have truly scared people to death. She was stunned for a while. He's riding a rat. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Wait. When Giselle used her power just now, in that bizarre and tense scene, what she noticed was, I didn't feel any holy power. I must report this to Priest Marnak. She realized this disastrous truth to herself. Not long after, the person who came to rescue her also arrived. She cried loudly, Priest Marnak, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Is that so? He smiled, and then, like a real magician, took out the keys to the prison camp, making her stunned. Oh, where did you get the keys? The bunch of keys clinked, resting neatly in his hand. He explained briefly, I borrowed it because the guards were all asleep. She asked again, what about the princess? Then he replied, she is distracting the guards at the entrance. Meanwhile, he found the correct key to Jamel's cell and opened the bars. Priest Marnak. She excitedly ran out quickly, wanting to hug her savior instead of words of gratitude. Then she was pulled back and fell rolling on the ground. The other one acted as if possessed and said, Murder. Meanwhile, only she was suffering with her weak spine. My back. Then introduced, this is the corrupted mother I serve, making her so surprised she forgot the pain. Then introduced, this is the corrupted mother I serve, making her so surprised she forgot the pain. She is a god. Meanwhile, she still looked down at sentient beings with arrogant eyes and said, murder. Hearing her magnificent background, she forgot about the unusual events that just happened, eagerly flattered, so happy to meet you. You're so cool. I've never seen a god in disguise. What an honor. Can we shake hands? Before she finished asking, she startled the god so much she scurried and ran away behind him. Peeking out, she was full of killing intent, only knowing how to repeat a single word, murder. He explained on her behalf. He is still very shy about shaking hands. Mother, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but please leave here as soon as possible. He gently looked at her, making people not feel uncomfortable when being told indirectly to leave. Didn't know if she understood, but from then until now, the only word she could say was only murder and murder. Luckily, she isn't mute, but seems to have some brain issues. Her state is like the most primordial god who has forgotten about barbarity and death. What about me? She asked blankly when she didn't see him mention her. At this moment, she gradually shed her awkwardness and approached her, but still said intact, kill, this time with added action. She followed her hand and approached, here, and lowered herself to be within her reach. A cool beam of light spread through the space, contrary to her dark eyes, stained with killing intent. Murder, she said. Are you done? He asked. It's not hard to guess what word she will answer with. Of course, murder, then. He didn't let her resist and carried her horizontally. She happily hugged him. This was fully shown by the fresh aura emanating around her. Her entire body gradually disappeared, leaving only a bare arm. He instructed, the mother is inherently a secret, so don't tell anyone about this. She swore vigorously. I won't tell anyone. That's right. I also have something to tell you. What is it? He listened, waiting for her to tell. She summarized the recent events. Some things that don't need to be said shouldn't be said. Even the speculation has been carefully filtered. Just now, my friend Giselle attacked me. I already heard Tozio say so. But it seems she knows how to use power without needing holy power. We can talk about that after we get out of here. She wasn't in a hurry, so she immediately agreed. Okay. After that, she finally dared to ask about something unrelated. What was that thing from just now? Accompanied by Jan's action and then the god's final strange action. He smiled brightly and explained, the mother has removed the remaining holy power in your body. As long as you don't use your power, you won't be captured again. Really? That's great. She cheered excitedly. The mother is always amazing. He said it as if it was a matter of course. Yes. His eyes full of affection, saying, I will let Tozio protect you. At the same time, he turned and asked him, "Is it okay?" Tosio, of course he only has one choice to answer, and even if it wasn't the case he would still say it. "Leave that to me. Successor. So I'm leaving now. Be careful." Then he disappeared. Okay? Back to her ancient townhouse. They observed her carefully from head to toe and asked, "Jamel, where have you been?" She fiercely hit them with a pillow repeatedly. She was angry and questioned. "We ate and drank together. Yet when I was captured, you were all asleep." As for him, he smiled brightly, a hero saving a beauty. Currently, he is at a familiar meeting point waiting for someone. Dakia walked over, smiled and asked, "Priest, will you go to the bank with me?" The bank. Huh, he thought. Then suddenly said, "Ah, you mean the money to pay for protecting Dakia Iramel, the eldest daughter of Kelton Iramel, all the way to Beatus." She looked up at him. He looked at her gently and said, "Her eyes are so affectionate that even looking at a utility pole feels like distant lovers yearning for affection. So this is our last trip." She was stunned and wondered. Finally, scene shifts to Beatus Central Bank. From the distance, someone called out to him, "Priest Marnak." Dakia happily waved to signal Marnak. She walked closer to him, handed him the money, and said, "Here it is, the money to pay you for protecting me to here." Marnak held the certificate in his hand, looking at it blankly. Seeing this, Dakia explained to him, "I thought real gold would be too heavy, so I took the certificate so you can exchange it for gold. You can exchange gold at any bank in the Northern Kingdom." She said hesitantly, "If you don't want the certificate, I can only get gold." Marnak still maintained a cheerful attitude, kindly replied, "That's fine. Thank you," he said happily. "So the last two are Sajita and Carmen?" Dakia asked him. "Ah, that's right." She looked in the direction behind her and sighed, while Marnak wore a puzzled expression, not knowing what would happen. Dakia gathered all her courage, held out the ticket in front of him and bravely said, "Please come watch with me." Marnak looked at the ticket in her hand and thought to himself, "This is—" Dakia handed the ticket towards him and explained, "It's a play that will take place in 2 days." Marnak took it, looked at the information on the ticket, and said, "I thought you didn't want to watch plays anymore." She was embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red. She shyly turned her face away, stammering, "Ah, that matter." He pressed his lips together, waiting for her to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Marnak held the ticket in his hand and happily said, "This is the first time I've watched that play. I'm very happy." Hearing that, Dakia was ecstatic, brought her hand to her face and looked at him. Scene shifts to a costume shop. The shop owner gazed at him for a long time and then said, "You are truly perfect." Marnak admired the outfit on his body and laughed happily. "Haha, this black suit truly feels like it was made just for you. It looks incredibly elegant and luxurious." He shyly looked towards Dakia and asked, "Is it really necessary?" She encouraged him, of course. She clenched his arms tightly, her face determined, saying, "This is your first play after all." Marnak asked her worriedly, "Haven't you spent too much already?" "It's just one play." Dakia waved her hand kindly and replied, "It's nothing." She secretly whispered to him, Do you know the Rakos brand?" Marnak replied slowly, "I have heard of it before. They are the most famous brand in the Northern Kingdom." She proudly grabbed his arm and boasted, "I have a lot of shares there. I invested all my money when they weren't even developed yet." He was surprised when he heard that information. "Huh?" She continued with implied meaning. "Do you think I came back here without any countermeasures?" His eyes clearly showed admiration for Dakia. She started telling Marnak, "My plan is to use gold to secure the position of family head." Dakia pretended to whisper, "Of course, my father and brother don't know." She began to explain the situation to him, because the Rakos brand operates in the northern and southern kingdoms, so it takes some time to convert goods into money. Dakia burst out laughing, revealing her wealth. "But I have a lot of money. You don't need to worry." Marnak realized and said, "So you have a plan? Huh, thank you." Dakia stared at him, her cheeks flushed red again. "Now you're dressed?" Dakia took his arm and went to the play like a real couple. She said happily, "Let's go watch the play, shall we?" At the theater stage, the lights were dazzling. Everyone was there very early. The place was packed with people everywhere. That couple was also watching the play. The woman looked intently at the man next to her. Here, Dakia and Marnak were also sitting together watching the play. The lights on the stage were turned on, shining directly down on the middle section. The backstage curtain slowly opened. Where the lights were, A theater actor appeared, beginning their performance. The actress had red eyes and classic curly hair, looking down at the audience below. Her delicate face looked extremely beautiful. She gently placed her hand on her chest, as if wanting to perform a form of prayer. In just a moment, the girl began to immerse herself in the play and perform. Below the stage, all the audience members intently watched the stage. Dakia felt it was very good. She happily clapped and cheered for the performance. Marnak looked at her with loving eyes. He suddenly thought, murder. Marnak looked at her beauty and wondered, do I like Dakia? He answered in his subconscious, of course. Why wouldn't I like someone so beautiful and intelligent? Suddenly a hand appeared, asking Marnak, do you love her? He was lost in thought. That voice echoed in his head. She scares me. Marnak suddenly remembered, Santo, you saved me, my beloved family. He recalled painfully, he died because of me. My pity tore him into pieces. Marnak faced it alone. On this long journey, I have a thought. A woman appeared. He thought further, that this world desires the revival of the mother. Marnak was sad. A mess appeared in his head again. Is that why I am forced to complete the duty of a corrupted priest every time I neglect it? His eyes were filled with sadness. Marnak recalled painfully, even if he had to destroy what was precious to him. He gripped his fist tightly, showing determination. However, because I am getting stronger every day, perhaps the image of death appeared. Dakia sat unconscious on the ground. Her eyes clearly showed sadness and pain. His fierce eyes appeared. His head hurt as if being hammered. Unconsciously, Marnak began to form a sinister smile. Returning to reality, her small hand stopped Marnak's thoughts. Dakia called, priest. Marnak forced a smile and replied, sorry, I got a little distracted. He was startled and suddenly called out, Princess. She turned to him and reminded him, can you focus? It's time for the play now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said sadly, we're at the end now. Seeing that she was full of emotion, Marnak affectionately called her name, Dakia. Meanwhile on the stage, the actress was passionately performing up to the climax. Suddenly there was a voice reminding him, murder. Marnak unexpectedly hugged her as if to protect her. Dakia didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes still welled up with tears as she called, Priest Marnak. The audience below still hadn't discovered anything unusual, and were intently looking up. But, in just a moment, all the audience members were bloated, their faces distorted and then exploded, losing their bodies. The actress above still spread her arms, controlling magic to kill everyone, below like fireworks that were glowing. The audience members' heads were severed from their necks immediately. The unlucky ones were wiped out one by one, logged out of the earth without leaving any trace. Up on the stage, the actress started enjoying the fruits of her labor. Her complexion became dark, and evil aura emanated throughout her body. The actress discovered something unusual and widened her eyes in surprise. On this side, Marnak had used his body to shield Dakia from that assassination. He was angry, grinding his teeth, glancing at that actress. Her face became wicked and demonic, saying, are there still survivors among the audience?